If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Thank you very much, Claire Marie. We are live from the Fastport Studios with your host, my friend, your friend, that guy down the road that's not asking for change, but giving change, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, we're no longer poisoning the birds over here at the
Too soon, dude. Too soon.
No, it's never too soon, dude. I got to tell you, that just left me with the worst taste in my mouth. The worst taste in my mouth. The problem is fixed. The birds are back. They don't blame us.
Yes, Edgar's back hanging out with us.
Yeah, I'll tell you, one of the most upsetting things about that whole poisoning the bird things that was going on was the birds stopped coming around. Now, crows remember you, dude. And, man, let me tell you something. I don't know if you've noticed this. When the birds are outside, the woman who poured bleach in that fountain, she comes outside. She doesn't even realize it, but the crows are saying, man, those crows are loud. I'm like, they're only loud because you're out here.
Yeah, that's someone's aunt and uncle, man.
I mean, people
That's
are like,
spirit.
people are talking. There's a lot of rumors going around. We are at the Edgar Degas house.
Yes.
The Louisiana Heron has made an appearance once or twice, which has lifted my spirits. We'll get some bird feeder out there for him, a little bird seed, and we'll figure out something, too, in regards to actually how to clean a fountain that doesn't involve pouring bleach. Of course, I'm talking to Phone Master Dre, Andre Thibodeau, and Madison LeBlanc. Madison with a T, 2AT. And, man, I got to tell you, crossing those T's and dotting those I's over here at the Fastport Studios. By the way, Fastport is out there solving America's toughest recruiting challenges. They're doing it, man. They're solving workforce challenges as well. They do it through research. Speaking of research, Atree's going to be here pretty soon. Speaking of research, our friends from OIDA are going to be here today. Speaking of research, man, we got a great guest from the Journal of the American Revolution, Revolution Road. But let me get back to it. Research, technology, and people. That's all Fastport. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, there is a lot of stuff on the docket today. As I told you guys, Atree on the air will be here at 7:30. All of our friends from the land of Rebecca Brewster will be arriving, but in particular on this day, Abigail Huffman is going to be here from truckingresearch.org. It's one of my favorite topics. Silence your phones, by the way. One of our favorite topics, by the way, is driver demographics. One of our favorite topics is driver demographics, and we'll be talking about that. Ray Raphael is going to be here. He's the associate editor of the Journal of the American Revolution. He actually focuses on constitutional issues. After that, Colin Long of OIDA will be here talking about, the DOT taking aim at 3 particular states. I love this new era of government. Let's just air our grievances and pick on everybody. It really is. Basically, the federal government of the United States has turned into Festivus.
Yes, for the rest of us.
It's really turned into Festivus for the rest of us. We got a great couple of guests after that when Lindsay Lawler joins the show for the second half. We make a living in the first half. We make a life in the second half. The Walking America couple. Have you heard about these people? Paige and Torrin Rouse.
Ooh, I have not, but tell me.
12,000 miles over 50 states.
Yes. All right.
12,000 miles. They're going to walk 12,000 miles over 50 states.
Now that's impressive.
That's impressive. That really is impressive. And Ruta Lee, who is a member of the Thalians and has a big tribute coming out to Neil Sedaka. They're going to be honoring him, the Thalians, which is a long-standing Hollywood organization dedicated to doing good deeds back. Ruta Lee's got an amazing story, by the way. She is one of the signature performances in the show The Unsinkable Molly Brown. She's considered one of the definitive on Broadway and in regional theater. You'll have like these famous shows like Annie Get Your Gun or Carousel or Guys and Dolls, and there'll be particular roles where people like have one of the definitive performances. Ruta Lee, actress Ruta Lee, who actually has an amazing resume, will be joining us, and also talking about her new show, Consider Your Ass Kissed. Didn't even land on you, dude.
I'm still thinking about Guys and Dolls. Who was the main? All right, what did Frank Sinatra play in Guys and Dolls?
Actually, there are 4 main characters, and Sinatra plays Nathan Detroit.
Is it Nathan Detroit? Okay, I'm trying to remember because
Marlon Brando plays Sky Masterson.
That's-
Frank Sinatra plays Nathan Detroit. And I can't remember the two actresses' names. They literally went.
yeah, I was supposed to be.
It's Adelaide and Sarah Brown. Go ahead.
Okay, I was supposed to be Sky Masterson when I was in the play as a kid, and then it got whooped from under me, man, and I was Harry the Horse. But I had a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luck be a lady tonight.
Oh, don't. Okay.
By the
too
way,
soon.
Sinatra was so angry about not playing Sky Masterson, and actually going to Brando, that he actually made "Luck Be a Lady" be one of his signature songs in his live concerts.
Let's just make that Western of the Month.
No, I'm not making Guys and Dolls Western of the Month.
Just because I want to talk about a movie.
Let me tell you something, dude. You want to talk about a movie? Watch one.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's like we don't just tell you like a day before. You can always say, "Hey, buddy, what movie you guys watching?" We haven't talked about El Dorado. We haven't talked about Rio Lobo. There's all kinds of great stuff. There's a great Western with Dean Martin in it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, listen, I will because it's three of y'all, and I just feel like four is a crowd, but I will jump in there.
Always pitching something. And by the way, one of my favorite with Dean Martin and John Wayne is The Sons of Katie Elder.
Oh, wow.
That's a good movie.
Well, speaking of sons, 615-292-6366. What does that spell?
615-292. Those last four digits actually stencil out Nemo. And of course, so much of this is based on Dave Nemo at RadioNemo.com. By the way, if you go to RadioNemo.com, you can listen to us live on 365. You can also give your heart to iHeart. Many people are yakking it up, including our friends Bruce Almighty and Joe J. I'll get to the rest of you. Bunch of scallywags in a second here. If you have the audacity, you can listen on Odyssey, and we are available on more and more podcasting platforms in replay form as the days roll by, as the weeks roll on, as we enter into almost 90 days of not only Road Gang Radio, but Nemo Nation, and of course, We Should Write. And by the way, we're not going to talk about musicals for another reason. It's the first 2 hours of the show. It's about trucking. I mean, at least that's what I heard. By the way, here is the quote from Los Angeles Port Executive Director Gene Soroka, friend of the show, been on the show, by the way. Shippers have been front-loading their cargo for months to get ahead of the tariffs, and recent activity at America's top port really tells that story. Port terminals in July were jam-packed, with ships loaded with cargo, processed without any delay, much to the credit of our dedicated longshore workers, terminal and rail operators, truckers, and supply chain partners. The Port of Los Angeles reported its busiest month on record, with container volume increasing 8.5 to 1,019,837 20-foot equivalent units, up from 939,600 last year. The port has seen generally positive results this year, handling 5% more containers at 5,975,649 during the first 7 months of this year compared with the same period last year. Front loading is what is going on. It's people trying to avoid tariffs. That's what went down in July. The Port of Long Beach experienced its biggest and busiest July on record, and the third busiest month in its history. The port reported that volume increased 7% to 944,000. I can go through the same kind of numbers, but it's an increase across the board. Retailers are now seeing the arrival of goods that were purchased for lower cost during the temporary pause placed on tariffs and the retaliatory tariffs earlier this year. That's Port of Long Beach CEO Mario Cordero. Due to the ongoing uncertainty caused by shifting trade policies, our supply chain information highway digital tracking tool forecasts that cargo will be down about 10% in the second half of 2025, resulting in a flat year for volume, which means they front-loaded because the backload is going to be a disaster, which means it's going to break even.
Yeah.
It's what happens in 2026 that really is going to matter now.
Yes.
And I don't know if you know this, but all PlayStations went up $50.
I did not know that.
Every single one went up $50, and Sony made that decision. By the way, Japan, along with most of the EU, will not be sending mail to the United States. Will not be doing any shipping over $100 worth of goods and services. They just won't anymore. It's done. That may change. We will see. A lot of Americans are, I think at this point, and many of the truck drivers can see it both with the front loading and many people in other sectors seeing things begin to drop off. It's just going to be a tightening of the belt. I mean, and we'll see how that plays out. Like I said, guys, listen, if I say things you don't like that are simply the truth, you can't get aggravated at me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the commitment that Dave and I and Lindsay have made to you guys. We're just going to tell you what's going on. I also want to take a moment to kind of ask people for cooler heads to prevail.
Okay.
We all saw the events over in Minneapolis yesterday, and they landed heavy on a lot of hearts. Lindsay and I knew what was going on about, just kind of into the show. And, she brought it up, and we just didn't have enough information at the time to really kind of give it to you. Many of you guys have news decks, have information like that, got the notifications. I am a big believer in second sources. I am a big believer. I mean, we knew it had happened. It wasn't like, well, did this really happen? We knew it had happened. We just didn't have any details until later on in the day. And so we would ask all of you, as happened in Minnesota recently with the shooting of the state senators, of the state representative, to not rush to judgment. We're pretty clear about who this human being was. It doesn't mean that you can't talk about who this human being was. It does mean make sure you have all your facts straight, because one of the most awful things is, one, taking down all your posts that you made with your opinion in it, or worse, not taking down your post and doubling down and insisting on the thing that isn't true being true. But it seems that a lot of our friends out there, cooler heads will prevail. A lot of brave kids yesterday. One of the kids that both the vice president and the governor of Minnesota focused on was a young boy. His friend jumped on top of him to save his life and took a bullet for him. The boy that took the bullet is going to survive, and those kids were absolutely terrific. The thing that made me the most sad about the event yesterday, Dre, was when the little boy said, "Oh, we practice this." And then he paused and he said, "Just not in church." The fact that we practice for school shootings now all across the country is upsetting enough. The fact that he actually mentioned, there was no protocol for church, was deeply upsetting.
It's an upsetting reality.
It is one of those things, too, where you guys are so important out there for so many things. We talk about human trafficking a lot on this show, and so much of it is about observation. I mean, look, we all talk about, in that moment I would do. You don't know what you would do. You really don't.
No.
Unless you're trained. If you're really seriously trained, you might have an idea of what you would do.
You can't help but be caught off guard.
But there's moments where the reason what trauma is, when you hear about people going into shock or trauma, they stop. They don't feel the pain anymore, which is why they'll all often tell you, do you feel pain? No. Oh, no, they're going into shock. It means you can't process what you're seeing. And there are mental versions of shock and trauma where it's like, wait, what? We've all seen that kind of stuff happen, where things have happened that have been so terrible or so out of the norm that we can't process it. Like I said, one of the things I love about our listeners, and I love about our contributors, and I love about the guys and the gals that call here, is they tend to take an incredibly measured view. I would not encourage you to do that. You will. I would encourage you, if you've got that friend who always has an opinion, who posts the wrong thing and turns out to have posted the wrong thing, go to them and say, hey, maybe before you post anything or say anything, you might want to get all the facts. That's what we deal in here, facts. So good morning to everybody out there. Hug your kids a little bit tighter. You have to understand, too, Dan Ronan and I talked yesterday. My mom and dad and I talked yesterday about this. I was raised in that world. The world those kids exist in was a world I was raised in. So it hit particularly home for me. And I know many of you were raised in that world as well. So, like I said, thoughts and prayers followed by constructive action. Take a moment to think, pray for wisdom, and then when you figure out what it is you want to do, act. Thoughts, prayers, action. And one of those actions you can take is 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Like I said, great show. Abigail Huffman will be with us soon. She is from ATRI. We'll be talking truckingresearch.org. Driver demographics are on the docket. Ray Rafael is going to be here. He's the associate editor of the Journal of the American Revolution. He's an author and a historian. He's also an expert in constitutional issues. He's got one book where he goes through the Constitution line by line and explains it. That's pretty good stuff right there.
That's good stuff.
Colin Long, who's the Director of Government Affairs over at OIDA, is going to be here to talk about the DOT taking aim at 3 particular states for non-domiciled CDLs. And then after that, as we start to make our life on Road Gang Radio. The walking couple, Paige and Torin Rouse, are going to be here for 12,000 miles over 50 states. Ruta Lee, Hollywood legend, Broadway impresario extraordinaire, Ruta Lee joins us. One of the signature performances of the unsinkable Molly Brown is got her organization, the Thalians, giving a big tribute to Neil Sedaka. You know that guy. Sedaka, not Soroka. That's Gene Soroka, who's at the Port of Los Angeles. Neil Sedaka is that dude who sings a couple of really groovy tunes, more than a couple, actually. And then we'll talk about her one-person show, Consider Your Ass Kissed. And then after that, this is where I got to do my bit for God and Country before we hit that break. After that, we are going to be handing the ball off to our good friends at OIDA, Scott and Ashley. U.S. Rep Josh Breachin is busy hosting town halls in Oklahoma right now. I don't want to be a U.S. congressman in town halls right now. But he does take some time to call in Trucking with OIDA to talk about his ongoing attempts to keep FMCSA from imposing a speed limiter mandate, now or ever. It's kind of dead in the water. Well, we appreciate his efforts. Plus, Kim Kelly, a survivor of cult abuse and child trafficking, joins the show to share what signs to look for and how to take action if you spot them to possibly save someone's childhood and life. And all of that is Scott and Ashley, our friends Scott and Ashley, on Trucking with OIDA. We take a breath. We're going to go to our pledge, our national anthem, have a bracing moment from our good friend Pastor John, and then we'll come back with some news stories and some tidbits of information that might get you further down the road. Phone Master Dre, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Hey, good morning. I just want to share this with you. Maybe a lot of you guys and ladies are already aware of this, but did you know we're one day away from Friday? Hey, Matthew chapter 14, verse 23 says, "And after he had dismissed the crowds, he went up on the mountain by himself to pray. When evening came, he was there alone." I'm going to share something with you that I hope that'll help you. A lot of times you hear people say, pray for me. What you really need to start asking them is how to pray for you. Because what you're telling me is when I go and talk to God, because you got to notice what the text says. It says, and after he had dismissed the crowd. So he had ministered to the masses. And watch this. And so by him ministering to the masses, he had used so much of himself up ministering that he needed to be ministered to. So he went up into the mountain by himself to pray. So how did Jesus get ministered to? Through prayer. He prayed, he talked to God, and God gave him the strength to be able to get back out there and continue to do the thing that we enjoy called life. So if someone asks you to pray, ask them, how do you want me to pray? What you want me to pray for? And then tell them, okay, I'm going to pray for. And listen to me, please listen to me. When you tell them you're going to pray for them, please, people of God, pray for them. Don't just be dropping that line, I'm going to pray for you. Pray for them. Even if you had to pray for them right then in front of them, pray for them. Because what you're going to do is God's going to release more of himself out of you into that situation and more of himself into you for the next situation. So trust God and pray for people because somebody's praying for you. God bless you and enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Hey, you pray for us, we'll pray for you. I was gonna say pay for you, but that's a different thing.
You
Good
pay for
morning.
us, and I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight
I will
up.
take that coffee.
Don't forget, guys, Abigail Huffman is going to be here from Atri in just short order at the bottom of the half hour here on Road Gang Radio. Trucker Boson pointed out there were severe thunderstorms over in Fayetteville, Arkansas, power outages all over, including at the delivery that he made. One of the things I really love about this new platform is exactly what I just did. If, in fact, you guys encounter inclement weather, or see accidents out there, a lot of you would make the phone call and it would take you off the flow, but many of you are now able to kind of make these comments and let us know what's going on and give Phone Master Dre and I all the details, although you can continue to call, as many people did yesterday, at 615-292-6366.
And hey, I want to elaborate on this. With this new platform, you are still more than welcome to call in with a weather update, a traffic update. I will take those like the good old days because I haven't gotten any since we did this there, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are just able to kind of drop those in there, as Marty Ellis will often do, Marshall will often do, Joe J. A lot of those folks are out there, and of course the Turtle, the Touchdown, the Tara is out there making the miracle happen. But I'm excited about all the possibilities here on Road Gang Radio. Don't forget, Lindsay Lawler will join us in the final 2 hours, and then immediately after that, on the nose, on the button, on the dot, without fail, is the new episode of Trucking with OIDO with our friends from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. And before then, our good buddy Colin Long will be joining us. Let's see what's kind of going on in the wonderful world of trucking. That's always a good place to kind of begin our adventures here. By the way, we are talking about making a living. Oklahoma troopers find nearly 50 pounds of fentanyl concealed in a concealed void in car on auto hauler. That's kind of an awkward sort of thing. Oklahoma troopers find nearly 50 pounds of fentanyl. Everybody says fentanyl, but it's fentanyl in concealed void in car on auto hauler. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol reported finding over 11 million potentially lethal doses of an illegal drug after pulling over a car hauler. The traffic stop took place on the 1st of August in 2025 on I-40 in rural Oklahoma, and that's according to the OHP. Troopers pulled over the car hauler for following too closely, but then observed suspicious indicators. Morons! I was out front one time with on a crime scene with a New Orleans policeman. We called him Black Shrek because he looked like Shrek and he was an African American. And by the way, that was the name he told us. He said, "If you have an urge to call me Black Shrek, you're absolutely correct."
Okay, cool. Never mind. Justified.
Yeah. It wasn't an assigned nomenclature. It was a self-given nomenclature. He's like, "I'm aware of the fact that I'm black and I look like Shrek, therefore I'm Black Shrek." Okay, and we're at a crime scene, and across the median on the other side, some guy is going the speed limit, 35 miles an hour, sees the police across the street and drops down to 50. And Mark just bellows out, because that's not suspicious, dropping down 20 miles an hour under the speed limit in the presence of police when you don't have to. And the guy sped up and left the scene.
I get nervous.
But he basically said it best. He goes, most criminals are morons. I want to make this really clear. Until you get up to the high levels of the Jalisco Next Generation Cartel. Bizarre that they have a Next Generation Cartel. It's not like New Coke. All right. What's crazy to me about that is that you find that criminals are constantly stupid, and they are stupid. You want to know why? Because, Jimmy Breslin had a top 10 reasons why people become criminals. And number one is, a deprived upbringing. Number 2 is issues with your father. And then number 3 through 10 is too lazy to go to work. I love that, by the way. He literally was following a car too closely. He literally was pulled over for following too closely. I got to tell you, if I was doing something illegal, I would be like the French and work to rule. Be like a Frenchman on strike. You know what work to rule is, right?
A little bit.
Okay, so if you go on strike, work to rule is when you go to the job, you punch in, and then you pull out the French equivalent of the OSHA book. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And you're like, oh no, in order for me to go up this ladder and change this light bulb, I need 2 people. Oh no, in order for me to properly collate this paper, I actually need to have a glove on my primary hand.
Sacre bleu.
I mean, where basically you're doing everything absolutely according to the rule book, which of course, when people work to rule, what happens is everything slows down.
Yeah.
But you can't fire anybody because they're working to rule.
Yeah.
You can't be like, well, why didn't you clock out and then continue to work? You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? It's called work to rule. I got to tell you, if I was hauling, a gazillion pounds of, kill you on the spot fentanyl, which by the way, I wouldn't do, by the way. I'm not considering this. Don't give me a call on the private. Don't do it.
We're not judging you for your side hustle, okay?
I would judge me for that side hustle. If you guys don't judge me for the side hustle, what are you doing next week? I'm just saying, guys, there's some money to be made. Madison, you can actually finance an entire movie with a couple of, you know what I'm saying?
I'll sling the new Coke.
So here's the crazy thing. Maybe he didn't know he had it because after obtaining permission to search the vehicle, okay, so this guy must not have been like the man with the plan.
Nah.
Oh, yeah, sure, you can inspect it. The OHP uncovered 49.55 pounds of illicit fentanyl hidden in a concealed void inside one of the trailered cars. Oh, you know what? I think he was in on it. I think he's just a moron. The OHP offered few other details about the traffic stop, but noted that this post is intentionally vague to avoid providing details that could aid criminal organizations in their deadly operation. We want to tell you we got him. We just don't want to tell you how we got him or what the particulars were because we don't want to tip off the Jalisco Next Gen Cartel. I mean, I'm just making them they're the name that I have. Okay. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid roughly 50 times stronger than heroin. Just 2 milligrams can be deadly, making it the leading cause of overdose deaths in the good old US of A. The seizure, by the way, according to the OHP, represents 11 million potentially lethal doses. I don't know if it's that much, but like street value. One of my favorite lines of all time from Tequila Sunrise is, it had a $3.5 million street value. And the guy watching the TV who's an actual drug dealer goes, yeah, on what street? 11 million potentially lethal doses, enough to deliver nearly 3 lethal doses to every man, woman, and child in Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm telling you right now. When I was growing up, they used to tell you all the time, right? You do drugs one time and you die. And we're like, ha, 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 that's not true. Although we believed it. If you play, you won't get anywhere if you play video games. Now it turns out 2 things. One, you do 1 dose of a drug and you die. Like you hear these kids that die at their senior prom.
Yeah.
And you're like, but they never did drugs. They did it once. What's going on? It's like, yeah, they did it once because it had the fentanyl in it.
What was the tiger's name or the lion from Dare? Or was it the Dare lion?
I have no idea, dude. I was already off drugs and alcohol for so long. By the time that stuff rolled around, I was
let him down.
You let him down, dude. Fred McGriff is going to take a bite out of your, well, you get the idea.
Yeah.
I can actually say that word if I actually consider your ass kissed, which is what Ruta Lee will be talking about at the end of the show. Thank you very much. Atria on the Air is coming up next. I don't know what the hell that opening segment was. I had a good time. Hope you did too. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Man, we're all in the Road Gang. We're happy to be here, ain't that right, Jimmy?
Hey, man, I am one of the official founding members of the reconstituted Road Gang. I am not an official member of the original Road Gang, of the reconstituted Road Gang. By the way, the boss of our next guest is an official founding member of the reconstituted Road Gang. I'm saying that because she'll hear this recording at some point, and I want to make sure I get that in there. Hey, Rebecca, good morning to you. We'll get to you in a little bit, by the way, but we want to introduce the person who is here on the scene. Dre had a heart attack. He thought I was like being like, hi, Rebecca. He's like, no, it's Abigail. No, I got it. I'm on top of things around here, but I got to give shout outs to, she's a founding member, Dre, Hey, oh my God, the way you said that, say Brewster Rooster. That's a name. Okay. Never been called that before in her life. But Abigail Huffman has been called a lot of things. Brilliant, insightful, pithy, to the point. She, of course, joins us. She's an ATRI research analyst here on ATRI on the Air, another long-running segment on all things pneumonian. Oh, Dave Nemo, oh, won't you cry for me? ATRI research analysis by Abigail Huffman. We are going to be talking about the evolving driver demographics in trucking, issues and opportunities. By the way, you can find that report at truckingresearch.org. I love these kind of conversations because they really help me too, Abigail. They help me figure out who's listening and who I need to get to start listening to our show. So good morning to you.
Good morning. I'm so excited to be here and talk about this research. We do a lot of workforce development research, and this is one of our latest and greatest, so excited to dive deep in with you.
Let me, before we kind of get to that, we've done this before, but, now that we're on a new platform and new friends showing up, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you circuitously end up in the wonderful world of ATRI.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am from Iowa, went to Iowa State University, studied theater and statistics. I know we both share a love for theater. And found my way to ATRI shortly after I graduated. Just really wanted to stay in the data world, and well, heck, I have not looked back. Trucking is pretty exciting. It's a really great community, and just excited to really research. So, yeah, that's my story.
It's really funny. As I eat my cereal for breakfast, Dre and I were talking before you came on. Dre missed an opportunity to play Sky Masterson, and he is still smarting over not being in Guys and Dolls. And
be a lady, man.
And we have Ruta Lee at the end of the show today, who gave what many people consider to be the definitive performance of the unsinkable Molly Brown. And so she'll be joining us to kind of talk about her tribute to Neil Sedaka. So we got a little bit of theater. We're going to open up with a theater lady, and we're going to close with a theater lady. Okay. Let's get to the point.
That's the way to do it.
That's always the way to do it. Evolving truck driver demographics, issues, and opportunities. All right. Give us the 30,000-foot view of what the report is, and then we'll get into the details, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. The report really does two things. It takes a look at the chronological changes in truck driver demographics. We pull from different survey data, government data. We did a new survey and just really looked at how have demographics evolved over the last 2 decades, and where are we today and how did we get here? The second phase of the research looks at pathways into truck driving careers, and these are pathways that parts of the industry are already tapping into, but they're definitely underserved and might benefit from the opportunities that trucking provides. And those two populations are foster care youth, as well as people who have touched the criminal justice system in one way or another. In our report, we refer to them as justice-involved individuals. And so the report offers a way for the industry to kind of pick it up and say, how can we integrate these individuals? How can we better offer opportunities and make that transition a little bit smoother, just to help them get up on their feet if they're not, and just really be a great resource.
Let me say something about the terminology for justice-involved individual, because I want to get a sense of the scope of this. Because simply saying, incarcerated individuals, are you guys including like people who come out of diversion programs? Because there's a connective tissue here. And by the way, this is something I actually, in one of my past lives, I've always said that if you really want to get to know the world, go every place in the world where you can find a job. In my youth, I guess you could call it, I worked in an area where we looked at a lot of people who were in foster care. We looked at a lot of people who were, going through adoption processes, came in from broken families and all that stuff. And it seems to me that when you say the people who come in from the justice system, you don't just mean prison, right? You mean parolees, you mean people who have been given suspended sentences, you mean anybody who literally has a certain amount of limitations based on their past criminal history or their past, I guess we could call misadventure history. And that trucking provides a route for them if more people understand how to kind of go about the business of onboarding them. Is that fair? It's a big picture thing, right?
Absolutely. It's kind of an all-encompassing term because people use the term criminal, inmate, convict, prisoner, offender, and this is just kind of a more humanizing term, as well as it encompasses incarceration, parole, probation, whether they did a night in jail, things like that.
And it's funny too because not unintentionally, because you guys are so well-meaning over there. What I think is really interesting in regards to that is, so a kid ends up in foster care, he ends up in a diversion program because he has no solid home life. He ends up then in the criminal justice system. And, the idea that you're looking at two places, one, what is going on? One, you're looking over in the direction of where those kids are coming from, but you also want to make sure that you get to them before they become the second kind of demographic unit you guys are looking at. I just wanted to kind of unpack all those terms, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And actually, when we kicked off this research, we wanted to make sure we considered other populations as well. So we considered military, we considered homeless. And with the homeless population, we didn't go down that route just because we did see some overlap with the foster care as well as justice involved. If you were to look at a Venn diagram of foster care and justice involved youth, there's some statistics that say there's quite a bit of overlap between those three. And so in a way, both of these pathways kind of touch on homelessness indirectly.
Yeah, and once again, like I said, guys, a lot of people think that we're talking in euphemisms. We're not, because what a lot of people don't understand is the majority of people in the country who fall under the term homeless, many of them have jobs. The majority of homeless people have jobs. I don't know if many people out there in the country know that. Often it is families, sometimes broken families, single parent, living out of their car, living out of their truck. So the idea is to create these kind of umbrella terms that incorporate every variation of that. Sorry, I wanted to do that because you guys do a really good job in your reports of unpacking both, making sure everybody knows the acronyms that come fast and furious through any ATRI report, but also making sure the terminology you guys use. That's the thing about research, is that it's not like reading a fictional book or even reading like, a spirited essay. What you're reading is an analysis, and you have to kind of lay out your terms and lay out the points of engagement. Okay, so we go back to go forward. Part of what you did was take a look at previous demographics in order to kind of figure out where we're going next. Tell us what the past looks like, and then we'll kind of pivot into the future.
The first big finding is that we've got an aging workforce. I don't know if I can confidently say this is a finding because since I joined the industry in 2022, people have been talking about an aging workforce, but we've seen a shift from 45 being the average age about 15 years ago to 47. And even in the surveys that we do, the average is even higher than that. And so as this average age shifts higher, the industry really does need to think about what are some creative and innovative ways to try to connect with younger drivers to start to replace the individuals that are going to be retiring. I mean, it's truly just a matter of time. So the report really tries to harp on some of the research we released back in 2022 on integrating younger adults into the industry. there's a lot of generational differences that have to be accounted for. Gen Zs do not operate the same way Gen X or millennials do. So you just got to understand those generational differences.
I'm actually going to bring up something that may bother some Gen Zs out there. It's not a critique, by the way. We've all been hearing about the Gen Z stare, right? You know what I'm talking about?
The Gen Z stare, you said?
Yeah, the Gen Z stare. You've heard of this, correct?
I actually haven't.
Oh, wow. Well, good. You've actually been mercifully spared a lot of social media nonsense. There is a thing that
I'm not on social.
Oh, you're very smart. There's a lot of people out there who say that there is a certain level of people skills that certain Gen Z employees in the workforce lack. And I mean lacking people skills, not work ethic, not a commitment to the job, but literally people will talk to them and try to engage in conversation or in project management programs. And rather than even give them what they call active listening, where you kind of say, yes, I understand, they sit there with stare on their face. And I am wondering, in many ways, if part of the problem is that trucking, for all of its isolation in the cab, is such a social animal. On the docks, in the shipyards, every place that you load, there's a certain level of, despite the fact that you get a long time to be left alone, you also have to deal with people. And I'm wondering if the kids that came out of the isolation of COVID, in some ways, are worried about the level of socialization they might have to engage in. I just wanted to kind of go on that little particular rabbit hole. But what I wanted to ask you with the 45 to 47 jump, that's a big jump from the last time we talked about this. People think it's not. Was there any evidence that companies are recruiting older people, having understood that there's a graying in of the industry, or is it literally an aging population in the workforce that is going to phase itself out and we're going to be left with a giant gap? As you know, we're not big believers in the shortage here. We don't believe in the driver shortage for the reason other people believe in it. But I'm just curious, are you worried that it's a disappearing group of truck drivers and not just getting older?
We actually didn't really dive into the recruitment side of things. This data point comes from the Census Bureau, and so they're literally documenting while the rest of the labor force is kind of still hovering in the lower 40s. We've seen this pretty, like you said, dramatic jump, and so it is a way, I guess it's a sign that we need to find ways to really connect with younger drivers, and just in conversation with fleets, there's definitely efforts happening. And maybe we have some bias in the folks that we talk to, but there's certainly efforts from the recruitment side to try to target younger individuals, whether it's through social media, whether it's through targeted campaigns. But you might be onto something. Maybe there's this misconception about the communication that's required. I mean, before I joined the industry, I didn't really think about the communication that was required for a truck driver. You think about, okay, you're behind the wheel for 8 hours. You don't think that, oh, you have to stop to docks. You have to communicate with the people you're handing your shipments off to, and so that might be an opportunity for continued education.
Yeah, and the reason I asked, by the way, is I did read the report. I want to make it clear. Like I said, and I know what the focus of what you guys are kind of doing here. I just was wondering, it opens up the possibilities of the research. And as you pointed out, one of the other important things about the research, as you just pointed out, is that the rest of the American workforce is not aging. There would be less of a okay, let's just say that it was 45 and it jumped to 47, and let's say that it was 42 for the average American worker and jumped to 44. That actually would be less concerning. It would just mean that people are working longer. It just would mean that more older people are staying in the workforce longer. But this seems to be very, very isolated in regards to trucking. And we can put that one to bed really quickly. But that's kind of the feeling, that this really is the possibility of a growing problem, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And if it's not addressed soon, who knows what the ramifications would be in 5-10 years.
Well, and the other thing is, too, and this is once again down the rabbit hole with Jimmy Mack, the idea that a lot of these people look, I get a text message on a regular basis from a driver out there who's in his mid-70s. And Dre knows who I'm talking about. He is in terrific shape. He's in terrific health. He has openly told me and other people, point blank, that when he can't do the job, he will stop doing the job. He just enjoys it that much. But the other risk that all of this runs is the fact that we get a group of men and women out there. I mean, everybody knows Candy Bass, and Candy Bass would be the first person to tell you she ain't young. And it's okay. I feel very safe knowing that Candy Bass is out there, that Junker is out there, that K-Bar is out there, that a lot of people in their 70s are out there driving and doing well. But there's a point where What we don't want is octogenarians behind the wheel of trucks. I think I've met one man who at 81 was still driving a truck. This becomes almost a safety issue after a while. And that is not ageism, by the way, guys. At some point, I don't want my dad driving anymore. I took the keys away from him. And at some point, no matter how sharp you are, things begin to slow down at a certain point. Okay. So let's talk about ways forward. Let's talk about, you guys are always proposing stuff. You talked about with incarceration. You talked about the idea of people who are in the justice system, who have had run-ins with the justice system and foster care. What are the strategies that you guys are looking at? What seems to be effective for onboarding these folks?
Are you talking about the younger folks or the pathways that we're looking into?
The younger folks. I mean, because we're talking about not just the foster element, but also just the younger people in general. What are some of the strategies? Social media comes up a lot, but that's a big term. Yeah. So what are we looking at here, Abigail?
Yeah, and as part of this research, we look at other jobs within transportation. We look at people who are delivery drivers, they're stockers, working in warehouses, just other roles in transportation. And oftentimes those roles have younger average ages. So that might be an opportunity for companies to have a pathway from, okay, we'll hire you when you're 18 and you're graduating from high school, but we'd love to transition you into a driving role by the time you turn 21 and get your Class A CDL. Creating that pipeline, which in some cases it does exist at carriers, but it's definitely not across the board. And creating that clear pipeline that people understand, okay, I can't drive interstate right now as I'm graduating high school, but I can in a couple of years. And that experience working in the warehouse, working and seeing the other side of the trucking business might make the individual more excited about the opportunities that trucking provides. So that's definitely one thing that we looked at. The thing with foster care that's really interesting is a lot of times states have rules and laws where once they turn 18, they age out of the system. And so making sure that that pipeline is there as soon as they turn 18, whether they're a high school and college, whether they had to drop out at one point, whether they've already graduated, whenever that is, creating that visibility, saying, hey, our industry has really great opportunities. We can get you up on your feet. We can be the support that is needed right now is certainly an opportunity.
It's interesting, Abigail. I've told this story on the air before. I know a lot of listeners know it. One of the most joyful things I've done over the last 2 or 3 years, Claire and I currently have a residence in California. There's a young man that lives in an apartment complex with his wife and children. He had worked for UPS since he was 18. For 10 years on the floor in the warehouse. And we went to a party. They rented the little cabana they have at the pool, and they rented the cabana to throw a big party that we were invited to. He had been promoted to becoming a driver. 10 years on the floor, He had been promoted to becoming a driver. And in many ways, you guys look at other professions as well, too, because some of them provide the wisdom of, I guess in the report you can make a case, too, what are some of these other transportation fields doing that are allowing people actually to stick around in the industry? How are they, you're looking at other models of retention as well. How do we retain people? Because often people will take a job and it's not their thing. And so this in many ways can kind of provide a model for the beginnings of retention strategies as well. I mean, you gotta look hard, but you know what I'm talking about here, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I'm just thinking that everybody is different. Some people can work the same job for 30, 35 years and they're fine. Other people want to switch it up every couple of years, and that's where maybe this is an opportunity. You have somebody who, they've been a loyal employee for a couple of years. Maybe throw out the opportunity of, hey, you've liked this. Maybe we can consider this other opportunity. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just going to kind of give you this too from the report. I wrote down a couple of quotes here. While individual companies can track changes in their own driver workforce, the industry as a whole faces challenge in monitoring broader demographic shifts, which, by the way, is why this report exists. General labor market trends do not always translate directly to trucking due to the industry's unique characteristics. And what you guys did is that in many ways this is an attempt to look at, I hate to kind of say what's the pitch here in regards to the conclusions, but you guys are attempting to kind of not only encourage people to read the report, but to dig deeper into the data in surrounding industries and ones that are close to kind of get a sense of this is as much a story about retention as it is a story of recruiting new people into the industry. It's not a matter of getting people, it's a matter of keeping them as well, correct?
Yeah, and that's kind of how we frame the driver shortage when we mention it in this report. We want to focus on, okay, once you effectively get somebody in the door, what are you doing to make them satisfied? What are you doing to listen to them, what they want, their needs, what they want 5 years from now, and making sure you've got them today, but you've also got them in 5, 10 years, and they're still happy to be there.
Yeah, and that's a big deal too. And by the way, guys, if you get the 65-page report, there are a number of really important charts in here, and I'm just going to kind of let our listeners know, many of whom don't have the time to read these reports, although in the case of this one, if in fact you run a small fleet, if you're having recruiting issues, I can't emphasize this enough. Point 4, by the way, which by the way falls into some of our friends, the silent generation, people who fall into my mom and dad's category. Only 0.4 of the entire truck driver population is in the silent generation. Baby boomers make up 20.7%, Generation X 40.8%, Millennials 30%, and Generation Z 7.5%. Of the two numbers, the Z and the Millennials, which number is more concerning to you guys from a point of getting new people into the industry? And I hate to kind of simplify the question like that. For me, it's the 7.5. I wish it would be a little less boomer and a little more Z is kind of my feeling, because at literally 1/5 of every driver behind the wheel of a truck in America, essentially 1 out of every 5 is in fact somebody who is a baby boomer, which means they're collecting Social Security if they want to as well, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the percentage I would say as well. If it would be nice if this was a little bit more equal of a distribution and a little less emphasis on baby boomers, but I think you mentioned something earlier that's really important. You've got people in their 70s who are driving and excelling. It's just a matter of knowing, hey, my time is my time and I'm done. But I think you're right. Gen Z, there's obviously a gap happening right there. Granted, part of the Gen Z population is not old enough to drive a semi-truck Class A interstate. So there's a little bit of a reason why I think that's so small, but there's definitely room for improvement there.
Yeah, and by the way, Abigail made a really good point, by the way. We are not saying that boomers should not be driving trucks. We're talking about percentages here. That's a very different conversation. The idea is that we don't have, by the way, like I said, some of the boomers I know that are behind the wheel of the truck right now are spectacular drivers, paging Candy Bass, paging Junker. But what I'm talking about here is the fact that, that 7.5 is skewered a little bit because we're counting people, 18 to 21 in that Z cohort. But that number in regards to the vast number of truck drivers actually falling into Generation X, the majority of there, means essentially we're talking 45 to about 60 to about 65. That's the sweet spot, and given the fact that the average age is 47.5, and continuing to grow. Okay. With that in mind, can you kind of give us the conclusions that you and Dan came up with here? It's a great piece of work, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, we really just focused on let's get innovative on how to better connect and recruit and retain younger drivers. It really just focuses on how do we get them in the door? Can we, reframe recruitment narratives? Can we think about how to connect with them earlier on in their careers? Are we getting into high schools and making sure they have exposure to the industry? Do they have a true understanding of what the industry entails? How can we modernize the industry image so it fits the needs of Gen Zs in particular, even millennials? It wouldn't hurt to, have more millennials too. And then just something that younger folks love, mentorships. They love that networking opportunity. Yeah, it's easy to pick up your phone and stare at your phone and scroll on social media forever, but having those connections in person, mentorship where you understand and you learn from somebody who's been in the industry for some time is a really great way to give that exposure to younger people. And so saying up front, hey, this is really important to us that you get the skills, you get the training that you need to set you up for success, hopefully have a long-term career in trucking. That's really important to our company, and we'll provide that for you.
By the way, I'm going to say a couple of names, Lindsay Trent at Next Gen Trucking, and we got a couple of other people we've had on Education Station. This is really cool, by the way. There are a number of supply chain programs in the high school right now, just like the arts programs, where they take their core curriculum in the morning and then get on a bus and go to a supply chain center where they learn the ins and outs of the transportation industry and how all of that stuff works. And that might be the only way with the the fall off of the family farm and the fall off of people being drafted. When you get drafted, you learn how to drive a piece of machinery, whether you want to or not, which actually gives you many more people to recruit from. I just want to give people a sense of the in-depth analysis here. Indicative of the increase in average age, the percentage of drivers aged 35 to 54% increased by 10.6 percentage points, while those under 35 increased by 2 percentage points, and drivers 55 and older increased by 8.6 percentage points. I realize the Z stuff skewers, but when I say those numbers to you, do you see that as a problem that needs to be addressed?
Yeah, I mean, it's great that that middle region is shrinking, but in terms of that middle region shrinking, it should be going both younger and older when a vast majority of that is shifting older. I think that's where the concern lies. Yes, it's exciting to see a little jump in younger drivers, but it's also at the same time like, okay, well, we're obviously not replacing some of these younger drivers at the rate we probably should be.
And by the way, and thank you for that, by the way. That's a really great point, because what we should see is 35 and under increasing at a higher level and being kind of commiserate with the 65 and older generation, and that middle number should shrink a little bit. The middle number got bigger and it skewed upward, and that is the number that kind of grabs our attention. Okay, that's enough of that. Labor Day weekend is coming up here. We got about 2 minutes left. What are you doing with your weekend, Abigail? Please tell me you're not researching. I know you stay off social media, but you're doing something fun, right?
I am. I'm actually going up north to northern Minnesota and hiking for 3 days at different parks, and just excited to be outside as fall is coming. So it's going to be a good time.
You're from Minnesota?
I'm actually from Iowa, but I've been up in Minnesota now for 3 years.
That's what I meant. I mean, you call Minnesota home, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, by the way, anybody that lives in Minneapolis, if you see them, if you know anybody in Minneapolis, you tell them everybody around the country, especially at Road Gang Radio, loves them. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you so
much. Well, do you have any fun plans for the weekend?
I actually do. I am, I have weekends off for the first time in almost a decade on a regular basis, and my brother Ryan has two wonderful, beautiful boys, one 11 and the other one 8, and we are going to go see the Fantastic Four. And I'm taking them there. So I am really excited about that. I'm a bit of a movie junkie, and that's not what I would pick, but that's absolutely what they would pick. And given their reaction to Superman, I'm actually really stoked about taking them to see it. Thank you for asking, by the way, Abigail.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a great time.
You too. And by the way, have a great weekend. Of course, our friends at ATRI, you can go to truckingresearch.org. The entire 65-page report is there, able to be downloaded for free. Hey guys, trust me, even if you're just an individual driver, you're going to want to read this report. It is eye-opening, and it might help you become a better ambassador for getting younger people into the industry. Please tell Rebecca Brewster we said hello.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be back on the other side of this break, by the way. Ray Raphael is going to be joining us. He's the associate editor at the Journal of the American Revolution. He deals primarily in constitutional history. He's also an author, as you probably have guessed, and a historian. Madison, hit that music now for me so we can kind of glide into this break. That groovy Dr. John feel. His picture's right behind me, by the way. I believe in the Dr. John. Both of them. We like all kinds and both kinds.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. the SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang, because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up.
We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest,
Is that a fat joke?
and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Thank you, Phone Master Dre. He's revving it up, and Madison with a T is on the ones and the twos, crossing those T's and dotting those I's. Abigail Adams once said to her husband, "Don't forget the ladies, John," as we were figuring out a new country to kind of create. Before we get to our next guest on Revolution Road with the Journal of the American Revolution, I want to point out, by the way, in the 5 respondent states in the evolving truck driver demographic study that our friends at ATRI did, women hold just 4% of all Class A CDLs, highlighting their underrepresentation among Class A CDL holders overall. Yet among all women who do hold a CDL, 37% have a Class A license, tractor trailers or tanker trucks, compared to 78% of men. The majority of women with CDLs in those 5 states hold Class B CDLs, school buses, city buses, garbage trucks, and delivery trucks. Only 1% of men and 6% of women hold a Class C CDL, small school buses or shuttle buses with GVWR 26,000 pounds or less. Hey, guys, dig this. That's exciting news, by the way, for the ladies. That means when they get into it, they get into it. I mean, that's good news. And by the way, you want this whole thing to skewer younger? I got a great plan. Get some more ladies.
Get ladies!
I mean, come on. I mean, I love all you guys. I love talking with, Bruce Almighty and Joe J and Marshall and all you groovy folks out there. But there are too many dudes in Dude Town doing dude things, man. Come on. Where the ladies at? Well said, Dre. All right, Dre, take it easy. Take it easy. It's okay, buddy. Down boy. Down boy. Down boy. I know. I brought up the ladies because they didn't have much to do with in regards to writing the Constitution of the United States. And so our focus on that particular document is going to be a little bit male-skewered. Ray Raphael is joining us. He's an author, historian, associate editor for the Journal of the American Revolution. We like him very much. Guys, go to Ray, R-A-P-H-A-E-L, RAPHAEL.com, and you can find him on the TubeU under that same name with 1787. Well picked, by the way, on the number. You knew nobody had that one. Hey, Ray, welcome back. It's good to have you, man.
Oh, man, I like to talk with you folks. Yes, definitely.
Let me kind of give people your bona fides here. He's done 3 decades of research looking at the primary resources of the United States' founding era. And that's really crucial, too, because I've always said if anybody writes a history book that is set in another country and the majority of the books in the back of the book aren't written in the language of that country, you probably shouldn't trust it. Anybody does anything on the American Revolution or the Civil War and they don't have literally a bibliography rammed, jammed, and packed with primary sources, you should probably run in the other direction, or you're reading a tertiary textbook. Ray, welcome. He has been looking at the contributions of common people to the founding of this country and explodes myths that have been perpetrated over the years. So you probably guess why I brought up the ladies. There's a lot of voices that help frame what it is we call our laws today. And you actually do a really what I would call almost a Clifford Geertz sort of thick description of the Constitution. You've got 10 books under your belt, and it is really good to have you. Welcome back. And how is your Labor Day weekend shaping up?
Labor Day weekend shaping up just fine. I'm going to go whitewater kayaking on Saturday, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I got some movie plans with a couple of an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old boy. Want to go see the four that are fantastic. We'll be checking that out as well. But I thought we would spend today's Revolution Road. There's so much that we can talk about. One of your books, your annotation, the U.S. Constitution explained clause by clause for every American today, is still in wide circulation. And like I said, we can go wherever you want to go because there's so much to talk about. But I was kind of wondering, when you go through this kind of stuff, when you do that kind of work, can you talk about the depth of which? Does it go to kind of Oxford English Dictionary depth of like not just parsing the meaning of the words, but really looking at multiple definitions of what sort of aura each word carried back in those days, especially the contentious ones?
Yeah, you always have to go to primary sources. If you're a historian and you're just relying on what other historians have said or other narrators, you're going to get nowhere. For instance, one of my big finds was when the American Revolution started, and everybody says, "Oh, it started in 1775 at Lexington and Concord." Well, I heard that these casual references to crowd actions and rural unrest in Massachusetts, and before that, so I looked into it, and it turned out that the year before Lexington and Concord, throughout the Massachusetts colony, everywhere outside of Boston, people had overthrown British rule. So, and that just comes from the primary sources. I went back to the minutes of the town meetings and all those kinds of things, and found a revolution before the revolution. Wrote 2 books about it, and now in the Constitution, the main source we have is Madison's notes. He took meticulous notes every day. Oh my gosh, so it's hundreds of pages of notes on the Constitution, what everybody said. And so you could see how often they spoke and what they said and what their positions were, and all the different motions that got changed, and the process was fascinating. Anyway, so I'm a great fan of early American history, particularly that time before the Revolution, and the Constitution. The Constitution, of course, is what we live by today, so that has particular relevance. So here's what's new in my life since we last talked. My son Neil is a video and music producer of African hip hop, of all things. He actually moved to Uganda and got into that, and he produces a major music and video producer with African hip hop. So he's been bugging me for quite some time to say, "Hey, Pops, we need to go on YouTube with the Constitution." And so finally we did it. And that's what you refer to, my YouTube channel, Ray Raphael, 1787, and that's and it's called the channel is called Our Constitution, If We Can Keep It. And the premise is we've probably many of your listeners have heard this story that's widespread. Right after the convention ended, Benjamin Franklin meets up with Elizabeth Willing Powell. It was actually a close friend, kind of a Philadelphia socialite, and she says she confronts him. She says, "Hey, doctor, what have we got? A republic or a monarchy?" And he says, "A republic, if you can keep it." And so that's the title of our channel, our Constitution, if we can keep it. And the idea is to just explain it, just as I did in my annotation of the Constitution, clause by clause. But to do that, I mean, where's the storyline here? Where's the storyline? So the 9 episodes take us through from the beginning, like, why the heck did they do this thing? Like, what's the big deal? Why are they all holing up in the summer of hot, steamy room in the summer of 1787, hammering out the Constitution? Why are they doing it? And then I take it through the Constitution itself, as we, the preamble and who wrote it and what it means, and the three branches of government, and then how they check and balance each other, and finally the dramatic ratification process. which was very fascinating because huge debates. I mean, kind of like the debates we were having today. People very animated about whether they should do this thing.
Let me kind of, there's a question I've been dying to ask you since the last time we spoke. There's a question I've been dying to ask you, given your deep knowledge of primary sources and your deep knowledge of the Constitution that relates to what we're talking about. So they draft the Constitution, but I was kind of curious. I'm a big fan of Bernard Bailyn's book, To Begin the World Anew, because I look at things from an artistic standpoint. Sometimes that, governmental documents, the idea of constitutions and declarations are written, particularly in that time period, with a certain flourish, a certain kind of love of art. But there is a love of action, too. And I've been dying to kind of put this one to you, and I'll buy you some time in case it kind of catches you on the back foot. How much of fighting the war itself, how much of the revolution became a place where people were able to kind of make reference to what happened during the conflict, what happened in regards to Washington's abilities and inabilities to get the supplies that he needs, the spread of supply chains, the spread of communication. How much did the war itself impact directly the writing and the conception of the Constitution? And if you really haven't done a lot of work in that particular area, it's okay to say, I got to do more work. But if you have any initial impressions, I would love to get your thoughts, Ray.
Oh, absolutely. That's crucial. The war was the big event in their lives. I mean, the war had just been over just a few years when they're doing this thing, and it wasn't finally over till 1783, and the Constitution is drafted in 1787. So, but the war was why they wrote the Constitution, because during the war, what was bringing the colonies together was the Articles of Confederation. The Articles of Confederation, and what that was each colony sent representatives to meet together, and they call it Continental Congress. In the Continental Congress, and every state had one vote. And that was at large or small. And in order for anything to happen, all 13 states had to agree on any kind of change to the structure of this thing. Imagine getting 13 people together in one room with some consequential decisions to make, and they all have to agree. One person doesn't, forget it. Now, the big bugaboo, first of all, how do you administer that? How do they administer this thing? I mean, it's just a bunch of, rich planters and merchants getting together. And how do they administer an actual war? And in particular, how do they get the money for it? Well, the way they got the money for it under the Articles is they just kind of set what each state was supposed to pay, and then they would, basically according to their size, and then they were supposed to pony up that money. Well, it became increasingly difficult to get any money at all out of the even after the war ended. Nobody was paying, so the whole federal government. And there were expenses, because even after the war, they have an army. They have an army out west. They still have to protect. Maybe somebody Britain's going to attack them again or something. I mean, they're involved in international politics. They got Spain going on the south and France on the north, and they've been fighting a big war with France. And so they need an army. Okay, well, here's how much money they got to support their army and any other governmental mechanisms they had. In the 6 months before the Constitution, Congress brought in a grand total of 667 continental dollars. That's it. That's why that's all they got. And now, so people are saying, "Hey, come on, this isn't working." I mean, everybody knew this is just not working. We got to do something. So they said, okay, we're going to do, and meanwhile, at home, things were kind of falling apart, because the farmers, we've heard of Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts. The farmers felt they were being taxed too hard, and they didn't pay, and they basically had revolts, and there were other local revolts in several other states. And so the place was basically just a total mess. And so they get together and they say, okay, this confederation business is not working. We have to be a nation. Dudes, okay, because the ladies were not remembered. They said, yeah, dudes, we got to get together. We got to do something about this. Come on to Philadelphia let's get together and hammer something out. So it's basically, we need a nation, and we got to make it work because it ain't working now.
Yeah, and by the way, you talk about the idea of everybody having to agree, the idea of even if one vote goes off. And so it seems like a lot of the lessons of both logistics and the ability to take action, because one of the biggest problems throughout the war until the tide turns and the French kind of step in, what is that great thing where nobody really wants to kind of pony up, even though they're all going to hang together? They're all going to hang separately if they don't hang together, to kind of paraphrase the comment. There really is a sense of, this thing is barely holding together because the rich states are like, why do we have to pay so much when you guys aren't paying anything at all? And the poor states are saying, well, if you make us pay any sort of percentage, we're going to go bankrupt here. And I suddenly feel like we're in 2025, with the idea that some states are bearing a larger kind of tax burden than others. But at the same time, the states that aren't bearing that large burden, that percentage hurts them more. And it feels like we have been having this argument in perpetuity. And the fight has always been this kind of indemnification against having to resort to one-man rule. The idea, because I wonder sometimes about Washington in these moments when, I don't want to call him feckless, but it's pretty darn close, where you literally have him having to beg for the resources that he needs and the communication networks that he needs, going, you know what, I should just run this whole damn thing. And it just makes him look more remarkable, given the nonsense he put up with during the war, that he actually gives up the reins of power and limits his own power. It's kind of extraordinary what kind of figure kind of launches our initial experiment in democracy. I did want to go ahead, please.
And his presence actually made a. Let me just backtrack a little bit in terms of the process and how the convention proceeded, because at the very beginning you have to understand there weren't three branches of government. There was one branch, Congress. That was it. And everybody knew that Congress had to be the basic branch because the Congress represents the people. It's the people gathering, electing their representatives. Their representatives come together and do what they have to do. And so initially, in the beginning, that's all there was, Congress. So on the very first day, James Wilson kind of stuns the room. Basically, he says, "Hey, you know what? I think we need a chief. I think we need an executive." Everybody knew there had to be an executive office somehow, instead of just a bunch of committees. And he says, "I think there should be a single person as the chief executive." And all these guys are, they're yakking throughout the summer. They got a lot to say. And the funniest thing from Madison's notes is after he said that, a great pause ensuing. That's what the note says. Like, holy cow, what is this? We're going to have one person. And, it was a scary, scary notion. But now get back to Washington. The very presence of Washington and the immense respect that he held in that room, and he was chairing the convention because he's the guy who everybody respected. It gave them enough cover or whatever to actually say, yes, perhaps it's possible to have a single person, one person as president. But simultaneously, they got really, really worried about whether that person would have too much power. And now we're going to move into the whole thing about checks and balances, and we can talk about that and how they really carved this very elaborate structure. Basically hoping that no one branch subsumed the other. The Congress shouldn't subsume the president should subsume everything. The Supreme Court, okay, what's their role in this? And it's a fascinating story. I mean, actually, and I'm just going to plug my YouTube channel here. Again, it's Our Constitution, if we can keep it. What I do is I take us through that narrative and tell the story, bringing out individual characters, and some of these characters are really interesting. Like who out there has heard of Gouverneur Morris? Well, he was a remarkable fellow. He had a peg leg from lost a leg during a traffic accident, carriage accident. I say traffic. Hey, truckers. Okay, that's what we got as carriages then. But he was really charming, charmed the ladies, charmed everybody else really. And he spoke more often and spoke more often than anybody else at the convention, and had a remarkable say in things. So he's like one of the main characters. For instance, he's the guy who actually engineered this elaborate, crazy mechanism we have called the Electoral College. We can get into that later. But anyway, that's one of the characters. Another one is who's the guy who really had the most to say about Congress, which is the basics of the whole thing. The main part of the government is Congress, and then the other two are kind of add-ons to make it all work. Okay, who had most to say? Was it Madison? Was it Franklin? Hamilton? Who had the most to say? Well, it turns out it was Roger Sherman. Now, how many of you guys out there in trucker land know about Roger Sherman? Well, probably not much. He doesn't get much press, but he's the guy who really engineered Congress, and he's remarkable because all the rest of these guys are as I say, rich planters.
He's a man of the people. Sherman is very much a man of the people. I mean, Sherman is very much, I guess, as close as you can have to a fire-breathing, not populist in its negatory context, but a real person who believes in enfranchisement. Please correct me if I get this wrong, but my memories of Sherman are of somebody who is a real sort of gadfly to a large degree to a lot of these people. Correct?
Yes. And the remarkable thing about him is he's a cobbler.
Right.
He's a cobbler who started as he's just a lower class guy mending worn out shoes, but he was a smart guy, and he kind of somebody sent him to school, and he learned a lot of stuff, and he was also a fascinating character because he kind of had a very odd demeanor. He kind of held his hand kind of in a funny way and talked funny in a kind of strange New England cant. And anyway, these are the kinds of characters that I'm trying to bring out. We have these people. They're just names, and when we spew them forth and so on. I tried on our YouTube channel. I try to make them real, and it's fun because we have images of all these guys, and we have images from the times. And so I got to just say, the making of this video, I've written 20 books, 10 of which are on the revolution and founding, and that's all fine. I'm a writer. But boy, going into the visual field and then tapping in through the internet, we can tap into all these wild contemporaneous visuals from the time. And Neil, so I kind of get the idea of how we're going to incorporate these visuals, because who wants to sit there just watching me act all the time? So about half of it is voiceover, and you're seeing these visuals kind of bringing the story to life. And how much fun is that, bringing those visuals in? And then, as I say, Neil is a professional at this thing, so he executes it fun. So basically, these episodes, they're about 4 to 10 minutes. The 9 episodes taking us through finally from the beginning to ratification, and so they're easy. How can I say that? They're easy viewing, but very informative.
Let me say something here really quickly. My partner Lindsay shows up at 9 o'clock here. We do 2 halves of the show. Revolution Road has kind of nicely fallen into our making a living section, although in many ways it is as much about the imagination of the American people as anything else. One of the things you must be really proud of in discovering what it is your son does, because I don't know if you know this, but that the opening you heard when we started the segment was made by my wife. Claire Marie did that sound design. And what is interesting about it is that, and Madison, who's the producer right now, she gets this. That's about 4.5 hours of work to produce the thing you heard at the top, just to actually produce the thing itself. Your understanding as a writer, and we know how hard that is, as one myself, you must have a deep admiration to understand what it takes to produce 10 minutes of video. It's a lot of work, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's a lot of work, and you brought your wife into it, so I'll bring mine into it, too, okay?
Right.
So, so there's the three of us. I have the information, and I'm the kind of the on-screen guy, and I write it. But then Marie, she's edits all my books. We've actually co-written 3 of my Revolution books, and including the Idiot's Guide to the Founding Fathers. We'll plug that one, and also a short biography of Hamilton that Barnes and Noble wanted us to do to go along with the play, and. So she's co-authored that, and so she edits I give her the script, and then she kind of works it over, and we figure it out, okay? And then she's also, and Neil does all the mechanics. We've got the green screen in back in back, just a home studio with natural light, green screen, which becomes the American flag, which you'll see. And he's really a master at the microphone and getting everything together there. And then Marie, about half of it's on screen, half of it is voiceover. But the on screen thing, I have to give my lines, and remember them and say them. And so she's sitting over to the just back of Neil, and she's like the acting coach, and we say, no, you look frowny. This is a happy moment. Come on, perk it up, and that kind of thing. Slower, don't rush a bit. And then get this, I'm kind of an older guy now. Used to be younger, but getting a little older. So I got a little bit of bag under my eyes. So she's also the makeup artist. We asked our granddaughter to how to get my skin tone, and she sent us to somewhere, and we have this tiny little dab to try to hide my baggy eyes. So that's the family production, and what a blast it is, to actually work with your family and to create a basically an artistic experience.
Oh, I'm telling you, Ray, from a person who does it. Ray Raphael joins us this morning, by the way, and you guys can go to rayraphael.com. That is RAPHAEL, rayraphael.com. And if you head over to that website, what you'll see is a man who entered the revolutionary era of America and really has never fully come back, despite using newfangled technologies, to communicate it over on his new YouTube channel. By the way, the name of that is Our Constitution. If we can keep it, it's pretty darn wonderful. Okay, so what's the next video coming out? What can we expect next from you, Ray?
Okay, well, 8 of the 9 episodes are out right this minute, and over the weekend, Neil's going to finish with the 9th on ratification, and so then the whole thing will be up, and I'll be trying to basically sort of plugging that and trying to get it out into the schools, because it really makes it marvelous. These things, each session, each video, it's like between 4 and 10 minutes, and they could make a nice class session, but they're also very entertaining. So basically, I'm going to be working on trying to get that into the schools for now. And if time and energy commit, in terms of my age and so on, I want to get in after that on the amendments. And the Bill of Rights and all that, and do the same kind of thing for the amendments.
By the way, if you guys are interested in the collaborative work he does, along with all the wonderful books there, I would point you towards The Spirit of 74, which is co-written with his wife, Marie. Ray Raphael has joined us this morning. All kinds of fun stuff over on that website, including teaching tools. You can take a couple of quizzes, and Ray keeps up with his work by always adding corrections and new additions. Ray, you are welcome back anytime. It's always a pleasure to have you. It's amazing, 27 minutes, and it really goes by fast, doesn't it?
It goes by way too fast, because when you're having fun, that's the way time works. But this is great. I love talking with you. This is you get what I do. You get what I do, and I believe in what I do. So it's really fun to be able to communicate that. And thank you very much for inviting me.
You're welcome, Ray. And by the way, we all believe in America, and that is what makes this work so very well. Go to allthingsliberty.com, along with going to rayraphael.com, and find out ways that you too, if you decide, can even be an amateur historian and maybe write something yourself by looking at primary research. Thank you, Ray. We got to get out of here. Madison, hit that music. We're going to come back on the other side of this break with our good friend, Mr. Colin Long. It's OIDA. It is Washington Trucking Week. The regular returning character that is Colin Long arrives on the scene. Hey, guys, by the way, go to Truckdown. Done it since 97, 50 states, 8 of the provinces. Hey, man, truckdown.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Yep. Hey guys, remember this. I was talking about that Rebecca Brewster is one of the original founding members of the reconstituted Road Gang, along with myself. Before we actually get to another original member of the reconstituted Road Gang, and I do include our next guest among that member, along with his colleagues and what I call resident cantankerousness folks, Louis Pugh and Todd Spencer. I'll get to him in a second, though. Let's go back for just one moment to this great piece of research that our friends over at Atria put together at truckingresearch.org. They're looking at evolving truck driver demographics. One of the 6 challenges for women, one of the things they point out is the 6 challenges for women drivers: negative industry image and perception. You guys can, especially the people who listen to this show, the ones who comment on the tube of you, are every single one of you is a terrific ambassador for the trucking industry. When I tell you the fact that since we've started this, Dre, we have never had to make a single phone call or a private message to any of these men or women to say, hey, that's not what this chat area is for, speaks volumes of what you guys are like as human beings. You offer your opinions. Sometimes they are pointed. Sometimes they are incisive. And sometimes I don't agree with them. I have never been like, not only do I not agree with that, that's just stupid. I'll use the word straight up. That's just stupid, and that is cruel, and I've never read a single thing like that. So you guys can have an effect on that. A lot of women are unable to complete truck driver training. That is not because of their failures as women. We've talked about that on Education Station. Unsatisfactory motor carrier company culture, inability to acclimate to the over-the-road lifestyle, limited parking and restroom facility access. By the way, Colin Long right now is going, oh my God, you have no idea. And excessive gender harassment and discrimination. All of these things, by the way, OIDA is fighting for to make it easier for women to enter the workplace. So many of the reforms that OIDA has going on right now, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has going on, would have an absolute positive impact on at least 5 of these directly, and by probably proxy, the 6th as well. I said we had a regular recurring guest coming up here. I also said that he is one of the original founding members of the reconstituted Road Gang. He was one of my first phone calls when we made the leap in the other direction. It's my pleasure to welcome back our good friend Colin Long. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be back. I said it's been a while.
Yeah, and like I said, it's always good to have those original reconstituted Road Gang members kind of showing up and joining us on the scene. Dave includes you in that number too, which is much more important imprimatur than me. I'm going to actually make a large reach. If you would like to have a more diverse workplace, meaning a diverse workplace of American citizens, restricting the non-domiciled the ability of governors to issue those non-domiciled or to write new ways that they have to be done would go a long way to creating an atmosphere in the industry that might attract a larger swath of committed and qualified people. Is that fair?
Yeah, I certainly think that's fair. I think that's a point we've been trying to make for quite a while, kind of indirectly. I mean, we've been leading with safety because we really think this is a major safety concern. But, everything in trucking is like the sweater with the loose thread. Once you pull one, they all come. And I think some of the unintended benefits of cracking down on non-domiciles or getting rid of it entirely would be what you're talking about. I think you would start to find folks who want to make a career out of trucking and want to be treated fairly and want to be trained well, getting behind the wheel rather than motor carriers capable of just finding anyone they can put in a seat and pay whatever they want and treat them however they want and just continue to churn through them through this non-domiciled CDL program. So yeah, I think there's many benefits to it. First and foremost is safety, but also improvements to the career of trucking and improvements that would affect not only the folks who are on the road currently, but the next generation of qualified drivers.
One of the things that I've always tried to do with you is I've tried to kind of let my own editorial stand on its own and not put you on the spot to even have to say I agree with something you said. That video which has made the rounds, of course, that painful video to watch him do that. And by the way, before anybody assumes that I have any sort of what I would call images that certain affect you in a negative way, remember that we are very close with the Punjabi Trucking Association before I say this. The gentleman in that cab and the gentleman sitting next to him, before we even get to the dark moment that occurs on that forward-facing camera, which, by the way, he had a forward-facing camera. What the hell was he thinking? But the other thing is the fact that neither one of those men would be a good representative of the trucking industry. There was a surliness about them. There was an aggravation about them. You literally have the guy in the passenger seat has his feet up on the dash with no shoes on. I mean, it literally, even before we get to the moment of disaster, it is not a trucking finest hour. If you were going to show people that, if you told people that was what trucking was before we even get to the illegal activity, the actual, what I call the active illegal activity, it is just a disaster in regards to the image of trucking because it's all people see and they think that's trucking. It's a black eye, and when I say this, I don't mean that it's a black eye that somehow the good people of OOIDA, your members, and the responsible truck drivers caused, but it makes everybody look bad despite everything that they do on a daily basis to make themselves look good, correct? Is that fair?
Yeah, and I think I think it goes beyond the conversations involving English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs to a much larger problem we have in the industry of people not wanting to start a long career in trucking because they don't think it is an option to be successful, and as a result, they don't take it seriously. And I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of motor carriers out there who are eager to get that type of person behind the wheel because they know they don't have to pay them well, they know they don't have to treat them well, they know they'll just be replaced with someone else down the road when they quit or leave the industry. And I think that's something that our board talks about all the time, is that we have to properly train folks for the long haul career. And I'm laughing because I used the term long haul. I meant two definitions there. One, you're actually hauling long distance across the country, but you're also prepared to remain in the career long enough to become those 2 million mile safe drivers. And I think we've created this scenario in trucking where it's a race to the bottom as far as the next generation of drivers. And a lot of that is driven by large and medium-sized motor carriers who just want to continue the churn and continue to drive down compensation, investment in truckers for their training. And it speaks to a much larger problem in our industry that we've been trying to solve at OOIDA by enhancing training, by enhancing compensation, making sure you're paid overtime, all the things that would attract folks who will take the career seriously and who do want to be safe and successful. And it would help keep those folks who are currently operating successfully and safely behind the wheel much longer than they otherwise would, because they won't get burned out.
I'm going to say something.
Sorry, that was a very...
No. And by the way, I'm going to go to real left field here, by the way. So I won't name any names. I'm just going to simply say that when a person has a little more time on their hands and isn't, responsible for 3 to 4 days of programming every week and is only doing one show on Mondays with a lot of guests, but actually enjoying a form of semi-retirement, it means they have more time to look into things. And I make this really clear that a lot of the what I would call reputable or big names in the fleet world aren't actually issuing these visas. But this person made a really good point. He said to me, and this was so interesting, don't you realize that when all trucking companies or when certain trucking companies that have large sway keep their wages depressed, it is absolutely what allows people who do issue these sort of CDLs, these non-domiciled CDLs, to actually be competitive. The only shot you got is, in fact, if you can actually have no wage competition. If, in fact, the bigger boys would offer higher wages, it would squeeze these people out of the market. It really would. But they're able to keep their costs down. And this is part of this is the fact that they're... Am I making sense that what's happening here is that it isn't, like I said, I'm not accusing Carrier X of engaging in this sort of behavior, but by keeping their wages down, they actually leave the door open for folks like this to have a fighting chance to actually penetrate the market because they're offering quote unquote competitive wages.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. And I often wonder if large carriers weren't concerned about liability in hiring these drivers, how many would they be hiring? I mean, because we know what they want as far as drivers are concerned. They want the cheapest labor possible. So yeah, I think you're onto something. And that's any career, even outside of trucking. I mean, if it's always a race to the bottom, you're not going to get folks who are committed to safety and are committed to gaining enough experience and training to operate safely and make a long career in trucking. So no matter how you skin the cat, I mean, if you're constantly pushing to keep wages artificially low, you're not going to draw the safest, most determined drivers who want to have a long, productive career, a long, safe, productive career in trucking. It's just not going to happen. And we're seeing it today. And White has been talking about it forever. And I think we're finally seeing a little bit of traction on Capitol Hill. People are realizing, well, if we continue on the path we're going, crash rates are going to remain what they are. Turnover rates are going to remain what they are. Neither is great for safety. Neither is great for the supply chain. So let's start fixing this problem. And it's not going to happen overnight. I think incremental success in improving the career, the appeal of trucking is going to take time. But I think we're starting to finally see things moving towards, well, let's start addressing these issues. And frankly, credit to the administration. They rolled out a big package of items they want to address to improve working conditions for trucking. I think that's a sign that there is an appetite here in Washington to start addressing the issue of training, of recruitment, of retention, of compensation, of working conditions. So things are moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, there's always these bad examples that have to be the impetus for it to happen. And it shouldn't be like that. I mean, White has been talking about these issues for years, and unfortunately it takes significant crashes that often result in fatalities for people to really take some of what we've been saying seriously, and that's not unusual for any sort of lobbying organization when it comes to safety. But unfortunately, that's what we have to deal with, and now we're starting to see things move in the right direction. Unfortunately, because there have been some dire consequences.
By the way, our good friend Trucker Boson commenting on the chat says all CDL testing needs to be done at state-run facilities. Eliminate testing at the training centers. That would be a small first step in the right direction. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the conversational platform, by the way. We had Andy Polikoff, by the way, on the show the day after when all of this stuff began to unravel. And one of the things that he points out, this is a big kind of soapbox for me, Colin, and the idea that we are not all guilty, we are all responsible because somebody let that gentleman under the fence. Somebody gave that gentleman a CDL over in California. And by the way, before you just say, well, it's California's the problem, at any point before we get to that accident, there's a lot of people that could have stopped this. Somebody hired him. Somebody
For
looked
sure.
the other way when he showed up on a dock. Somebody kept looking the other way as he went down the road. Every single step of the way, there are a series of responsible parties that could have stepped in and stopped this from happening. They didn't. And this kind of speaks to that as an overall thing that, minding your own business sometimes is not minding your own business. What you end up minding is you end up minding as your business slips through your fingers because somebody else gave the industry a black eye and killed your rates. The last thing I wanted to say editorial-wise before we actually talk about what it was the DOT did, I haven't lost that thread, Colin, is the fact that what people don't understand too, that there'd be a lot more gravitas and a lot more pressure on everybody and not just the administration if the bigger players in the field say, look, we're paying decent wages. We can't keep doing that if you're allowing this to happen. But the problem is that they're showing up and saying, well, we're paying wages that are competitive with those wages. It should be the exact opposite, where it's like the reason we have quality drivers is we pay really good wages. These are really bad actors trying to undercut the rest of the industry. Instead, it basically becomes an even worse form of the norm. Sorry, that's it. I got that off my chest. Let's kind of talk about what the DOT is doing here.
Sure. Real quick, I mean, people make mistakes. Unfortunately, this mistake was pretty blatant. All of our board members have, have looked at the video, and everyone just says, that's a mistake that no one who is properly trained and has experience behind the wheel would ever make. It was just so foreign to a lot of our members that it really helped me appreciate how bad things have become. And I think until carriers start addressing their turnover and start investing in drivers, we're going to continue to see this. I mean, the explosion of non-domiciled CDLs being issued right around 2019 opened a new candidate pool, and now we have large motor carriers on Capitol Hill saying we need 18, 19, 20-year-olds. I don't think anyone in the country wants 18-year-olds who just recently got their driver's license to be set loose behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound truck. So unfortunately, there's a lot of policies still being pursued in Washington that doubles down on these problems and doesn't make things better. But as far as OOIDA is concerned, I mean, we're battling against all that, and we're trying to improve training and improve retention and make the career more sustainable and safe for drivers. That's all I'm saying. But
and
DOT.
Go ahead, DOT. There you go. Yeah, get to it. I did this to us, not you, by the way. Completely. I take full responsibility. See, I take responsibility, fellas. Go on.
And U.S. DOT is taking responsibility. They had their executive order saying, all right, enough is enough, states. It's time to start enforcing the English language proficiency rules that are on the books. And as a result, you should be putting people out of service who aren't capable of communicating in English because of its impact on safety. And we've been very supportive of that. I mean, there's no doubt OOIDA has been pushing for this rule and this regulation to be better enforced across the country because we're seeing the safety implications of not doing it. And I think more credit to the administration. They're taking a very hard stance against states that they perceive as not enforcing this ELP requirement and not putting folks out of service. And they've started with California, Washington, and New Mexico based on some of the data they've seen. It's clear these states aren't taking the requirements seriously, and they're threatening them to withhold funding for their motor carrier safety programs, which hopefully will get these states to start taking it seriously. And we understand there's obviously political dynamics here, but we don't think safety is a political issue. And we think there's a very clear need to enforce English language proficiency on our roads and to make sure that drivers who are incapable of communicating, whether it be reading signs that alert them to coming hazards or communicating with law enforcement or first responders after an incident, we don't think they should be behind the wheel. And we're not saying that forever, but get your proficiency up and there's a career waiting for you. But in the meantime, we need to start taking steps to reduce the number of incidents involving English language, a lack of English language proficiency. And folks say, well, is that really happening? Of course it's happening. I mean, I think a lot of people suspect the horrific crash out in Colorado could have been prevented by English language proficiency. And now folks are taking a closer look at what happened in Florida as well. And it shouldn't have to take these catastrophic events for people to appreciate the safety value. I mean, think of how many have been prevented by enforcement of English language proficiency. And I think that's what USDOT is focusing on, and they're trying to get these states in line. And we support it. We're right there with them. If you're not issuing any out-of-service violations for English language proficiency, there's probably something wrong, because nearly every state in the country has.
I'm going to say something here really quickly, too, and you talk about the politics of the process of it. Like I said, I sometimes wish the administration, and guys, you can come at me about this, you can give us a call. I feel like that we have a blue state problem with non-domiciled CDLs, and we have a red state problem with agricultural factories and farms in regards to this entire game. And it feels like I said, maybe it's the DOT. By the way, this is the DOT doing what the DOT should do. And this is not faulting the DOT, but this is kind of a pipeline in many ways. And the other thing my good friend said to me, whose name I won't mention, is he said, you realize that a lot of the people who actually engage in that non-domicile abuse, and because it's got a giant loophole that allows them to abuse them, this is just a couple of steps away from human trafficking. Let's be straight up honest about this. Look, I am not defending the man. I am not defending Singh. I am not, and I will not defend what happened on 70. But I will say this right now. I think the people who are engaged in this need to be called what they are. They're human traffickers. They are human traffickers who pay. That's what they are. They bring in people really, really cheap. They hold them by the short ones. They put them in trucks that they shouldn't be in, and they've basically got them. They've got a slave labor force, and that's human trafficking. Yeah. Let's call it what it is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
To your point, something I noticed in DOT's announcement about this, and it was specific to New Mexico. It said that New Mexico allowed at least 7 unqualified drivers already found unable to meet ELP standards to keep driving and endangering the lives of others. And I read that and I thought, wait a minute, 7 drivers who have already been found unable to meet ELP standards, does that mean they were put out of service in another state and their motor carrier just put them right back out on the road? I mean, these are things we need to figure out. And the problem with non-domiciled, I believe, is that no one's really sure what's going on. We know they're being issued at increasing rates, and it's not just blue states, it's not just red states, it's states of every complexion are doing this. I think that's important to note, and we just need to figure out who are these licenses going to, who is seeking these licenses, how are they being treated. There's a lot to unravel here, and thankfully, USDOT is doing an audit of the non-domiciled CDL program, and hopefully they are able to better get a sense of what's happening, because in order to address the safety concerns that are very clearly a part of this program, we need to understand what's actually being done, and who is, I think the question is who is getting these licenses, because there has been an explosion in the last couple of years in states across the country in non-domiciled CDLs, and we can't even extrapolate where these folks are going to drive. Is it large carriers? We don't think so. Is it small carriers? Perhaps. Is it agriculture? I think a lot of folks believe that. We just don't know, and hopefully that's what the audit brings to light when USDOT is done completing it.
And I'm going to tell you this. I think it is incredibly sinister what's happening here. And by the way, don't worry, I'm not going to tell you that it's the friends of Hugo Chavez. It isn't going to be like that kind of conspiratorial thing. I think it is a series of small companies that have basically you play whack-a-mole with, that you hit them. And Showtime, one of our regular callers, I talk to a lot of drivers too, and they're aware of what's going on out there. I think what's happening here is that we're playing a game of whack-a-mole. They get them, they disappear, and then they pop up someplace else. They get them, they disappear. And I think sometimes they have shells waiting to be re-inhabited. I mean, like I said, there's something sinister here in the sense that, people are using LLCs and they're using the corporate veil to protect themselves. I would not be surprised if there are places that understand that they're going to be shut down in a moment's notice and then literally pop up in a strip mall in the neighboring state almost immediately, and the party continues with the same employees. And that's sinister. Like I said, I think we should start calling these people what they are, human traffickers. And I've always said you don't need to have gunshots to be a gangster. And I think that there's some gangsterism going on here, and we should.
No, totally.
I mean,
Chameleon
I mean, so let's go there, shall we? And if anybody is offended by that, please out yourself. Please tell me who you are that is creating shell companies and then popping up after you get shut down. I'm happy to have that conversation, and I can only hope the USDOT is listening to that conversation on the air when it happens.
Well, between listening to you and listening to my bosses, Todd and Louie, I mean, they talk all the time about raising the standards for new entrants into the industry, whether it be drivers or motor carriers, because we know these chameleon carriers are out there operating where you get into some trouble and you shut down and you relaunch a week later as some other carrier, and we need to combat that. We need to crack down on that because clearly it's having a negative impact on safety, and we've been also supportive of increasing those barriers, making it more difficult to get into the industry. And it's kind of an awkward situation. I mean, we represent small business motor carriers. We certainly don't want to make it more difficult for our members to pursue their dreams of owning a small business motor carrier. But at the same time, I mean, our guys follow the rules. If you make the rules more stringent, they're still going to get their motor carrier. They're still going to start their business, and we'll help them do it. But it's got to be more difficult to get behind the wheel if you're a driver, and it's got to be more difficult to launch your business as a motor carrier because it's just too damn easy on both accounts.
I have a phrase I think might make sense of what you're saying in a way that is really clear, because difficult, like I said, you even heard it when you said it. I agree with you, by the way. We need to make it more difficult in regards to process and easier in regards to cost.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. You should be a lobbyist here, in Washington for a while. That was perfectly said.
I mean, and that's really what it kind of comes down to. And we can substitute the word difficult and we can put the word honorable in there. It needs to be more honorable to become a truck driver, because so many of the people who do it behave with honor. And it almost becomes a situation where that if you do it right, you have to do it with honorable character. That, that not doing it right means you are a dishonorable character, as opposed to leaving it so vague and easy that the dishonorable can actually make their way in. But I think we're onto something there. Less expensive, more difficult. And that it goes back to my theory on immigration, which is a very strong wall with a very big door and a more streamlined process to let people come in here and do what they have to do if they're willing to play by the rules and all that kind of groovy stuff. We're going to run out of time here. Of course, I always tell people to go to ooida.com. Where else can they go? There's a place they can go.
If you're interested in English language proficiency in the non-domiciled issue, check out fightingfortruckers.com. We're going to launch a page there that'll have all the information you need, as well as ways to reach out to your lawmakers. We sent letters to 43 governors last week telling them to suspend their non-domiciled CDL program. If you want to join us in calling on governors to do that, visit fightingfortruckers.com, and you can do it in just a couple of clicks or taps on your phone.
And by the way, if you want to follow the most honorable truck driver in the known universe, even better than the ones on Zebulon 5, you can always find Marty Ellis on all the socials, because he's out there fighting the good fight and telling a good story. And actually, really, along with Dean Croak, I would tell somebody if they were just getting into trucking, I'd say, go check out the content of Dean Croak and go check out Marty Ellis, man, because what a great spokesperson for the trucking industry as well, too.
Absolutely.
There's so much more to talk about, but of course, founding member of the Road Gang, reconstituted, Colin Long is here. What are you doing for Labor Day? What's going on?
My annual trip to the beaches of Cape May, New Jersey.
I don't want to make any disparaging comments because people don't realize there's some really beautiful areas of New Jersey. Please tell me that's one of the beautiful areas of New Jersey.
It's the southernmost tip, so I say that the highway that goes down the stretch of the New Jersey shore serves like a filter, and by the time you get to Cape May, it's beautiful.
What is it? It's the highway serves as the choke point to the stupidity of what Jersey can be and gives way to what Jersey should be. Thank you, Colin Long, for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
You got it. Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs over at ooida.com. You can find them on the Book of Face, the Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, the Tube of You at Truckers OIDA, and OIDA Truckers on the gram of Insta. Dre, hit it. Just make that happen. Yeah, a little grooviness happening as we roll out the welcome mat for, the most important part of the show, the arrival of, say it, Dre,
Lindsay Lawler!
Hey guys, go to truckdown.com. They'll get you out of the ditch. They'll do it in 50 states and 8 provinces. They've done it since 97, man. Truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Catskills, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Let me see if I can get this thing fixed.
Come on.
I don't know how to fix anything.
Hit it.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. You.
Wait, this always happens.
Hit it harder!
That's it.
The wheels have come off.
Yes.
But we're still rolling.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
I love when that gangster groove kicks in.
Shaking
Let's
hips.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
Good morning, boys and girls.
Good morning, sunshine. By the way, I got to tell you, anytime Claire takes something that I say on a regular basis and turns it into an opening catchphrase, I'm always delighted. And when you came up with that a long time ago, the wheels have come off, we're still rolling. I know I keep dwelling on this. That entire opening is such a collaborative effort. Every single one of us, Lindsay, has a major contribution to that particular piece of nonsense, and it goes back to the idea of making sausage. It is such a kind of synthesis of like 4 or 5 different ideas somehow pulled into one sort of semi-coherent whole. I'm just...
What'd you call me?
Oh, I love that, by the way. You're a semi-coherent whole.
Good morning. All right, boys. So, okay, 2 things. First of all, I want to tell you why I am tired today, because I stayed up way longer than I should have because of a rabbit hole. Get to that in a minute.
Nice.
What did you call me?
Yeah, you heard me. But before, let me tell you what happened yesterday that was one of my biggest parenting moment of panics. So I had, Jim, you know this, because, and Dre, you guys do. So I did Road Gang Radio with you, and then did We Should Write. And then I actually had an interview right after it that I had to hop on a Zoom in right after. So I'd been 4 or 5 hours, whatever it is, of being on. And you know what that kind of buzziness is already.
Oh.
So I'm already sort of buzzing and coming on off that. And then I had to immediately run down to the bus stop to get Freya, because yesterday was early release. These people in their freaking early release days Keep my kid. What is wrong with you? Anyway, so early release. So I run down and I'm like running to get to the bus, and I get there and the bus is pulling up when I get there. So, buzzing all over. And then all the kids start getting off the bus. And then the bus door closes and no Freya.
Oh, God.
It was the biggest moment of panic. And I was like, where's Freya? Where's Freya? And I'm asking the other little kids, where's Freya? And they're like, I don't know. She wasn't on the bus. Nobody saw her. And then one little kid, bless his heart, he goes, well, sometimes kids just walk home. I'm like, we're a 10-minute drive to school. If she didn't, that's a problem. Like, Freya did not walk home. Whatever. And I was losing my mind.
Did you eat the kid's head? Did you pick that kid up and just bite his head off?
I threw him into the river. Yeah, so freaking out. And then I was trying to, where I live, I don't have great service. So I couldn't, in that moment, call the school. I had to then run back to my house to get Wi-Fi, to get back on the phone to call. Whole deal. Everything is fine, by the way. It turns out it was talking about the sausage, there's an app we use to get kids on and off the bus. I can track it. But if you're going to be picking up, you can make the exception that you're a car rider. Somehow it had gotten clicked that she would be a car rider that day. But the car riding line at this point was school had already been over for 45 minutes. So they had to find her. They're like, I don't know, let me look for her. She was in the gym. Anyway, I'm racing, going 100 miles an hour, trying to get, not really, I drove safely, trying to get there. And she's in the office sitting alone. Oh my God, it was just terrible. I had done nothing wrong. I was at the bus stop. It's not like I forgot to pick her up, but in your mind, you feel like you've done something wrong. You know what I mean? And anyway, all that to say, it's in moments like that, everything, it's kind of like your shake, wake, reorganizes everything. That's kind of quick. Everything was fine again, but it's like a quick reorganization of, okay, I've got to do a mental check. I need to have better checklists. That is something I should have noticed on the app or whatever, but there's just so much. Anyway, woo. So I feel like coming down off the high of great work day, and I might have just lost my child, but we're here. The wheels have fallen off, but I'm still rolling.
Well, let me say something. I'm actually going to defend you for a second. Look, there are things that we should always do more diligence for. If in fact we made arrangements to pick up our child and forgot we were doing it on that day, that you got to make better arrangements. Dude, hitting the wrong button on an app happens. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know that it reminded you to take a little more diligence, but that's the kind of stuff that it's like, oh, I need to check if I did anything accidentally. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
you wouldn't do that.
I mean, you don't check to see, oh, maybe I accidentally hit the pickup app. It's not something that is on the checklist of things, although it might be now, by the way.
It is now. Anyway,
Before we go any further, I do want to make sure that we use the chat for its most important reason. Joe J says there's a bad wreck on westbound I-80 in Davenport, Iowa. Take the I-280 around the bottom. Thank you for that heads up. Nice information there, Joe.
Up by Walcott, Truckers Jamboree up there.
That is absolutely correct. And that shift, by the way, I do pivot. I do want to address something that you came up with yesterday. You were the one that pointed out to me. I had seen it as well too, and I had addressed this a little bit this morning, Lindsay. I do want to talk about why, with the breaking news of the shooting, that we did not do a news break there. We didn't have enough time to verify sources. There was a lot of misinformation in the morning. We figured.
Did somebody ask why we hadn't done that?
Somebody actually asked me why we hadn't. Yeah, somebody did ask that, and I wanted to make sure that we were clear that we actually did have a conversation about it. But it's one of those things that if you don't have all the information, it's worse than saying nothing. Telling people misinformation is a really, really bad scene. I will tell you, Lindsay, and given your own situation with having a child at the age that Freya is, a beautiful child at the age that Freya is, you can imagine, given the world that I grew up in. You've been down here in New Orleans, the schools that I went to, the life I grew up into. It was a day of my mother and father actually insisted that my brother Ryan bring Henry and Gustavo over to their house yesterday. Aww. So when I got there, my dad was literally sitting there with Henry in his arms, and my mom was just sitting next to Gustavo, and they're just like, and I walked in and I went, well, hey guys, and I looked at my mom and I said, I don't need to ask what's going on. She said, you don't need to ask. And and what she was doing was really lovely. She was sitting there and she would name a state, and Gustavo knows all the state capitals. So she would name them and he would name the state capital. And I realized he was just going back to this whole comfort thing of just sitting next to her grandson while he named every single state capital. And I'm like, I don't need to ask nothing. And then everybody watched Jeopardy and everything was fine. and the world went back to greased grooves, as it always does. It's good to see you. Welcome back, as always, to the fastest 2 hours of
the fastest moving show in transportation.
Oh my God! It's like I look up. By the way, I looked over and suddenly Colin Long was wrapping up. You're headed to Georgia this weekend, are you not? I'm not going to give a specific location where you are, where you can meet.
Yeah,
Lindsay.
2627 Maple Road. Yes, we are. It's Labor Day weekend. Freya has school off Monday, of course. So early release today, school off Monday. So yeah, those kind of things. We're like, what do we do because I'm not the person that comes up with crafty things for my kid to do at home. We'll go outside and play softball. We'll ride our bike. We'll do that kind of thing. But I want to go and do when she's got a day off school and the weekend. Now that we have our weekends back, which is amazing.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, so fun. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna head on down there. Our buddy Todd, who is today, Jim, studio update number whatever.
Studio update 1017.3.
I got these really cool brass tin tiles. They're going up on the ceiling today. People better come do my show with me in studio, or else this is a lot of work for nothing. But it's a fun work anyway. So that's going up today. Our buddy Todd is here, so he's going to come down with us to Lake. But the rabbit hole. Okay, here's what happened last night.
The rabbit hole.
I think what I was into makes a lot of sense for our drive, both for truckers and veterans. Will get this. I came across the Japanese bed making competition. Ever
Go
seen
on.
This?
I know. I have
You know
seen
what I'm
this.
talking
This is amazing. This is amazing, dude. This is amazing. Oh my God.
It came across my path, and initially, in the very beginning, gave me total anxiety because I hate putting sheets on a bed. It's why I will lay for an extra month in my own filth and squalor just to avoid having. It's not the washing the sheets that I care about; it's the stretching the sheets and putting them back on the bed. So watching them, it's why I could never be a housekeeper at a hotel. The housekeeping staffs at hotels to me are champions in this world, I believe, because that is a lot of work, assuming they do it right, which they don't always, of course. But okay, these are genuine events. They're hosted usually by hotels or like hospitality focused organizations, and these Japanese, there are participants there. They showcase the ability to like make beds with both speed and accuracy and aesthetic quality, and I guess they're gaining popularity all over Asia. And it's I don't know what the viral appeal is, but it is something, when you watch something where they're just like combing sand and you kind of get lost in it, it kind of has that effect, but it also has the other effect of you being nervous, being like, I'm not making my bed. Okay, how are they going to do it? Are they going to get that quarter? Oh my God, it was a rabbit hole, but it made me think of two things. First of all, veterans, because I know our military are militant about keeping their bed and their quarters and their areas neat and tight. And I think a lot of veterans, either one of two things, either are still adamant about it because it's so ingrained in them, or they're probably slobs because they're like, I don't have to do that anymore, so I'm not going to. But it also made me think about truckers and the neatness of keeping their beds and their areas of their cabs like together. And I went down this whole rabbit hole in my head of like, what would it look like to like keep that small space tidy? Anyway, I was at rabbit hole till like 3 a.m. thinking about this stuff last night. And I was like, I need to go to bed. I'm waking up soon. It was crazy.
By the way, yeah, you're actually being kept awake by making a bed video.
You see the irony?
Yeah, I actually do. By the way, our good friend Trucker Boson says he changes his truck sheets bi-weekly. By the way, our good friend Marshall Platter is a fan of Jordan Peterson, and one of the things that Peterson made cut his bones on was his guides to living. And there are a lot of people, not just Peterson, who believe that the act of simply making your bed in the morning can actually reset your entire outlook on life. That is not an uncommon thought, that people who take the time to make the bed. I'll tell you.
You know what's weird about that, real quick, Jim? Yeah. What's interesting about that is if you're not a person who makes your bed, and then you hear someone, and then you hear you say that, it can change. You're like, yeah, whatever. It sounds like fine. And then you start making your bed, and you realize something that small is massively life changing. Like if you don't do it, it's first of all massively life-changing the other direction, but you don't realize it. If you do it, it's massively life-changing the other way, and you you do recognize it. If that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And I got one for you. Remember how I make the joke that you can get 5 years of your life back by simply imagining that it's 5 years later than it is from now. And then tomorrow morning when you wake up, it's actually today again, and you can move forward with the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Last week, after a remarkable week, I made a decision. I said, you know what? I'm going to go back and act as if I'm in high school and do all the things that I should have done in high school to make for a more joyous experience. And one of the things I started doing last week was, before I go to bed, putting my wallet, my glasses, both sets of keys, my phone, everything in a really...
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch.
Yeah, but putting them all out on a table, laying them all out really neatly to the point of almost OCD, like really laying them out. And making sure that what needs to be in my bag when I leave is already there too by doing one more bag check. And I leave it all on the table for myself. Getting to work, I've actually gotten to work later than I've ever gotten, but I think Dre would back me up that I've also gotten to work more prepared than I've ever been because I'm not racing out the door. Oh, come on, what's that hand gesture? You got a thing?
Hand gestures on the radio.
But
he was going a CSE.
Yeah, but the thing I've discovered is that it has taken any sort of anxiety out of the morning. That I wake up and I'm like, well, okay, well I don't go. Wait a minute, I fell asleep. Where are my glasses? Why are they in this chair? Why is my wallet on the floor? Why am I looking for the pair of socks when I should have laid them out of my clothes the night before?
That's why Steve Jobs only wore the t-shirt, the same shirt and pants. Take one more thing off your brain.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this though, part of my enjoyment is the exact opposite of Jobs, of being like, no, I'm going to wear this and make sure the socks match with this and do all that kind of stuff as well too. And I'll tell you, Lindsay, it is. Oh, by the way, Joe J just said, did I hear testicles? I swear that's what I heard. It is what you heard.
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch.
But yeah, I mean, and it goes back to the whole thing of making your bed. You do it and you say, could it be this simple? And sometimes we do things that seem so simple and like the whole world just seems to adjust. My mom and dad, they insist when you sit down and you eat dinner with them that you put your phones in another room. And I will tell you, that is a very different experience. Not eating with a phone present is, you eat slower. I couldn't believe I was actually eating slower, and I eat pretty slow. And it just, like I said, going back and doing that kind of stuff often you think it's so simple and stupid, but it's not at all. Slowing the world down often allows you to kind of be more efficient and speed things up really, really well. Speaking of really, really well, I thought the interview yesterday that you had with Laura Tremaine on We Should Write was wonderful. And
you did? Thank you.
And
good.
It tied in so well with the conversation we had with Dr. Ben Kligler, which we actually had a full conversation about the maintenance of friends. And I realized that book, Lindsay, we talked about this. So the idea when Ben Kligler and I talked, we talked about the idea of taking inventory of friendship. Right? The idea that I said, should you keep a book where you inventory friendship? And then you and Laura started talking. I went, holy cow, man. I'm like, Laura's book is an inventory of friendship. We got to the 100%. End of the show yesterday. And I realized that textbook, in the same way you have a food journal, people should have friend journals. And they should have like separate sections in it for all the 10 different kind of friends they have. That's a good idea. And that you could actually do a friend maintenance program. And I don't mean about like, check marking, what has my friend done for me? What have I done for my friend?
Taking stock. It's just taking stock.
But basically, it's like a health plan to maintain relationships. And, that's just, I think that there's something to that. I think that, like I said, that book, which is in many ways a workbook, because it's actually asking you to do the work, I think there's a long conversation to be had on this show. And if Laura wants to come on and do a segment on friendship, I would love that, by the way, on a regular basis.
I would do that, especially. I'd actually be interested to hear her talk about it as it pertains to men, which is predominantly our audience. But because she wrote that book was written from a female perspective, sort of to females, as that was her main audience at the time. But she has a husband who is a science experiment, a social experiment for sure. And she and I are always trying to figure out, because men and women make friends very differently. And yeah, I think that would be an interesting ongoing segment, because she, and what's funny about it, I I too, when hearing it, I'm like 10 friends. And I'm like, I know I have 10 friends, but I don't know if I have a friend that fits into each of those categories. And so I took stock right after I read her book. I did it. I got out a journal, Jim, and I just started writing down all the people that I love and trust in my life. And it was way more than I would have ever imagined. And I think there's something very powerful in, again, I guess it's the writing piece of physically not just thinking about it, but writing it down and seeing it all in front of you, which I know you're a huge fan of. You whiteboard the crap out of everything and journal it. And so I think writing it all down and then looking back, and I had pages and pages of all these people and this richness and quality in my life that like I knew was there, but I didn't know was there until I really like put it all together. So I think it's a really powerful thing. So I would love to take your calls on it. Jim, they can give us a call at what phone number?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. If you do that, you will call, we will answer, we will say hello, and then you will say on the other end of that line, what? Good morning.
Trucker Bosun in Arkansas. He wants to talk about friendship.
Oh, here
Let's
we go.
do it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So,
what's up?
I've got a philosophy about friendships.
Okay.
Friendships and relationships, in my view, are like orchids.
Are like what?
There's
orchids?
They're like orchids.
Orchids, okay.
You have many, many different varieties, and each one is different and beautiful in its own way. And like orchids, they're all very fragile. They have to be nurtured and fed in different ways in order for them to grow and prosper and flourish. And anyone that's ever done any kind of gardening with orchids can understand what I mean. Different orchids require different nutrients and just the right amount, to make them blossom and grow and reach their potential.
Jim, I'm going to start watering and snipping you.
Well, hey, I didn't realize it was that kind of relationship, but
Yeah.
I'm happy to go with that. The other thing is, too, and I want to ask Lindsay a question. We'll take it to you, too, Trucker Bosun. So I was wondering, when you went through your friend list, Lindsay, and you went through Laura's list as well, were you able to suddenly understand why you were friends with somebody, and in understanding it, clarify your relationship and deepen it? Do you follow me? It's like, oh, I have the 10 friends. Oh, they fit into these categories. Oh, wait a minute. I really need to deepen my friendship with so-and-so because they're providing me with something that nobody else does, and I need to make sure I hold on to this and figure out ways to really deepen, and as he said, figure out the recipe or the treatment for this particular type of fragile orchid.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I mean, it's the one place where I think a label became important. Normally, I don't love labels because then they put us in a box. But in this capacity, it makes your different friends stand out. And to your point, find out where you need maybe some more care and concern. Or as Trucker Bosun said, they're fragile and not just slough someone off that I considered like one of the categories is the password protector. I mean, the password protector, that's a deep one. That's your friend who you like trust with all your passwords, with your trust to be like, here's where my will is kept. Here's where the keys to the kingdom are, that kind of thing. And I hadn't really, that's where the bodies are buried. Exactly. That might be the yes friend though, too. That might bleed into each other. We're buried a body. I'm in. But I don't feel like I feel like the password protector could be the yes friend. The yes friend is not who you want to be your password protector.
No.
I don't think.
Have you seen the Ben Affleck movie, The Town?
Well, my problem is I got too many friends that know where the bodies are buried.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a problem,
well,
man. That's
different problem. Different problem.
Then you got the secret of the three. You know, the rule of the secret of the three people. Three people can only keep a secret if two of them are dead. But have you guys seen The Town? Have you seen The Town?
Yeah.
I'll say the part.
Say the part, Dre.
No, you do it, and then I'll say Jeremy Renner's part.
I need your help. I can't tell you what we're doing, but we got to go someplace, and we got to hurt some people.
Whose call are we taking?
Yeah, exactly. He just walks in and asks him to go someplace, no questions asked, and go hurt some people. And
I didn't hear Dre. What did he say? What was the line?
Whose call are we taking?
Whose call?
There he is.
Whose call we taking? Whose call we taking? Whose call we taking? Do you have any friends like that? I mean, I know you got some bodies buried friends, Trucker Bosun, but do you have any whose call we taking friends?
Well, in my case, I'm more the friend that, yes, this is my truck. No, I'm not going to help you move.
Wait, what?
But,
What? Say that again?
One more time?
I'm more the friend that, yes, this is my truck, and no, I'm not going to help you move.
Oh, okay. I like that, by the way. I like that one.
That would be another friend category, by the way, that didn't show up in the book, but this would be a good one for males. This would be fun, Jim. I'll give it the 10. At some point, we'll do this. Have a show where we give the 10 that are females, and we'll find the male counterpart for that friendship.
Ooh.
But one would be the friend, the one that helps you move, because Lord, don't ever put me on that list. I'm never going to help anyone move. I don't want to do it for myself. I'm a real good friend in a lot of ways. I'm not going to help you move ever. Don't ask me.
My brother Ryan and I actually are the friends that will help you move, and you want to know why? Ryan actually helped me break through on this. He told me point blank. He said, being the friend that helps you move is great. Why? He said, because you can actually set a time limit on it. You can say, I give you 2 hours. You just tell somebody what you can give them. You show up, you give them that at full throttle, and then you leave. You just don't promise the whole way, there and back again.
Dre helps people move. I feel like every time I talk to Dre, he's helping somebody move. I'm like, dude, stop.
But you know how you get me there? Pizza. Listen.
Beer and pizza.
You give me food, you give me a Coors Banquet, and you give me a pat on the back and say, I love you. Golly, scratch my ear. I'm there.
Please move to Nashville, because if that's all it takes, I will have pizza and beer for you every day. And I will have projects checked off the list around here.
But here's my thing. I will only move friends that I know that'll move me if I ask.
There it is, bud. There it is.
Sorry. we just broke up.
Now, remember, though, Lindsay, helping people move doesn't have to be picking stuff up. As Dre and I have talked about, if you're the person like, I need help moving, dude, I'm not really good at that, but I can actually go to the place you're moving stuff and actually show up with 2 pizzas and a lot of beer for you at the end. That'll do it.
Exactly.
I can do that. I can make sure that I get you off task. Sure.
You help me in a way that I need help that I know that you can do. Okay, you don't have to go and do the grunt work, but if you're out there, you're making the beer cold, and then at the same time you're cleaning a little bit up. And
I can do that.
Yeah.
We're good.
Hey, by the way,
right,
I have
can do
proof of this, by the way, because when Dre and his buddies helped me move a lot of the heavy equipment to the studio, what was waiting for you when you got here?
Pizza
Delicious. Pizza Delicious. That's the name of the
Ooh,
place.
Pizza Delicious. Oh, speaking of Pizza Delicious. Oh, Trucker Bosun, we love you, by the way. You're our orchid. You're my favorite orchid, Trucker Bosun.
I'm not going to put an ice cube in you.
Before actually you get to your Pizza Delicious thought, Marshall Platter says friends are one of your only true choices. You can't choose your family, but you choose who you want as a friend. You don't always choose who you fall in love with. All of that is absolutely true. Pizza Delicious was the topic, Lindsay.
Well, no, because my friend Todd, who's staying with us this right now, are very different. And his daughter, Taylor, she is 24, I think. She and her boyfriend are coming to New Orleans this weekend, Jim. 24 and 30 years old. He has 2 kids. She's stepmom to the 2 kids. So they've got a weekend away in New Orleans. They've never been to New Orleans. I asked my friend, I was going to ask you today, recommendations. My dear friend who's in hospitality there gave me her recommendations, and Pizza Delicious was where she said they have to go. But top places that come to mind for someone in their 20s to go get good, fun food and good, fun music.
Okay. Send them to Mandina's on Canal Street, number 1. Send them to the Parkway Tavern in Bayou St. John. That is really popular. So we'll go with those 2 right there. Check out what is playing at Chicky Wawa, and check out what is playing at Tipitina's. That is close enough to being real New Orleans without turning into tourism cliches.
Okay, I gave her Mandina's and Tipitina's, so I'm adding Chicky Wawa and Parkway Tavern to it.
Oh, yeah, Parkway Tavern. Parkway Tavern is quality stuff. And by the way, if they want to have that romantic dinner, Lindsay, you know where you can send them. You've been there.
Cafe Degas.
That's right, correct. You send them the cafe.
I gave him that one, too. I said there's a tree in the middle of it. And charcuterie. Go kiss and make out.
Fantastic. Would you like to tell people about our first guest? This is absolutely perfect Road Gang Radio guest. This is like right in the sweet spot. Take it away.
It totally is. I said, go kiss and make out. So speaking of kissing and making out, our first guest, they are a couple. They are a married couple who are working their way or worked their way. I couldn't tell, Jim, by the way, because the YouTube thing, it was a year ago. So I think this journey is already concluded, but they are the walking couple. You can go to walkingamericacouple.com, the Walking America Couple, traveling 12,000 miles across all 50 states. And their whole deal, their shirts basically say, change the inside, change the outside, is what the back of their shirts say. And they, it's funny, they're really making sure this is a planning thing. You don't just like head out your door and start walking. You have to plan logistically and around the weather. So they're up north in Montana in the summer, down south Alabama, hit for the winter. They did the smart. They're staying, they're both camping, staying at strangers' house. They got their dog, they got their carts, and they're changing the world by changing themselves. That is I love to talk about that. So I'm so excited to talk about them, Jim. Let's change the inside of us so we change the world. What say you?
I'm in. Walking I love walking. I love it. Walking America Couple.
You can tell them about you added the minute each day, how that thing you did last year, that was awesome. Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Darn tootin', and we're back with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios, baby.
Lindsay, I don't know if you remember my friend Adriana, who you got a chance to meet here at the Degas House. This is really cool. She lived on when she lived in New Orleans. She lived on Fats Domino Street, which
fun!
Which is just terrific, by the way. Lived on Fats Domino Street, and of course, he was walking to New Orleans. Our next two guests,
he was walking in New Orleans. I cannot. I was going to.
Just wonderful. 12,000 miles, 50 states. They set an example that with the right perspective, you can find contentment in nearly any circumstance. And by the way, in line and in thinking with the opening part of Road Gang Radio, which you're listening to right now, you can make friends with almost anybody. I mean, that's Will Rogers right there, writ large. A stranger is a friend I just haven't yet met. We lack happiness in the world, but if you want to change the world, you have to change yourself. Going walking to find happiness, really, Lindsay, in many ways, is walking to find happiness inside yourself and then bring it everywhere you go. In the tradition of Johnny Appleseed, the quality of their thoughts determines the quality of their lives and the lives around them. Their mission is to deliver the kind of content and tools which help retrain healthier thought patterns, and they believe that together, all of us can change the inside And if we change the inside, we can change the outside. That's why I want everybody listening right now to go to walkingamericacouple.com. You can find them on the Book of Face at the same place, Walking America Couple, Walking America Couple on the Tube of You, on Instagram at Walking America Couple, and of course, the same place on TikTok. That content is rich, it is rewarding, it is warm. It's our pleasure here on Road Gang Radio to welcome Paige and Torrin Rouse, Walking America Couple. Welcome to you both, and thank you for making the time in your busy walking schedule. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you so much.
Hi. Okay, wait. Before we dive in, so many places I want to go here with y'all. But is the walk? Oh, what I wasn't quite sure. It looked like watching the YouTube videos and such. Is the walk over? Have you completed it yet, or are we still in the process?
We are right about in the middle. We are doing 12,000 miles between all 50 states, and currently we have gone just over 6,000 miles in 27 states.
Okay, so where are you right now? Where are you calling us from today?
Right now we're in Oregon. We're just outside of Eugene, actually, on the outskirts of Springfield. And we're on a segment currently that takes us from the Canadian border to the Mexican border. So that's where we started this one about 2.5 months ago on June 13th, was up at the Peace Arch in Blaine, Washington on the Canadian border.
Okay, so let's start here. How long have you been married? Or together? 2.5 years. Okay.
Together 40.
I want to know what this has done for your relationship, because listen, there's times I'm walking down the same hall with my husband and I'm like, get out of the way. So we've been together a long time, but I cannot imagine this journey. I think it sounds amazing. I think this is one of those things, kind of like COVID, by the way, that will either make or break a relationship. You guys are clearly happily in love. Tell me what this has done for your relationship.
Well, we couldn't agree more. It's definitely going to make or break a relationship. Interestingly enough, we actually started the journey not as the Walking America Couple, just as a couple of people dating, walking America. And we got married after our first 1,500-mile segment.
Wow. Wow. What a honeymoon.
Paige, I want to talk about origin stories, by the way, because, this is, in many ways has a certain level of meet cute to it, as they call it in the script. Can you talk to a little bit about how you guys met? And, like I said, we're big fans of origin stories, and what that moment of, I don't want to say love at first sight, but that moment of where the engine turns over, where you realize you're kind of in the middle of limerence. We'd love to hear that, because it's the starting point. It's the real beginning of the walk.
Yeah. How far back should we go?
I was born on a cold, sunny morning. No, wherever you want to go.
When I entered the story, Torrin was already sort of an adventurer. He'd backpacked the mountains and traveled to states in a van for a couple years. So he had come home to do some work to save up some more money to travel. And I was his waitress, is how we met. And for me, it was kind of love at first sight, not going to lie. I know. So cheap. But it really was.
Well, I was very interested in Paige. I just, I'm not emotionally dysregulated too easily. Yeah, I led strong, actually, though. If there were any indication of how much I were into her, on the third date, I said, you should get rid of everything you own and run away with me in a backpack.
Whoa! That could make some girls run the other way, you realize. So this tells you a lot about Paige.
Yeah, I laughed in response. I didn't know what to say. I was a little freaked out, but kind of interested. And he could tell.
Yeah, I said, I see that you're not saying no. You're just laughing, but you're not saying.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Right, exactly. 1 billion.
What I think is lovely here, real quick, is the fact that actually, in articulating it, you've actually articulated the emotions of the moment too, because there is a goofiness to that. When you find somebody that you want to go on a very long walk with, there's a sense of, how do you ask that? Hey, maybe we should take a long walk sometime. and that's kind of the beginning.
Forever.
And I wanted to ask, and that's the thing. I mean, I wanted to kind of ask you, Torrin, because this is a thing where you've been doing this for a while, and you're asking somebody to join you on an adventure that actually does. Look, I'm a big hiker. I love hiking. My primary workout is to do anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour and a half, just to kind of stay in shape by going on a 12-3-30 incline. I mean, by doing that for 45 minutes to an hour and a half, it's really tough going. People don't realize if you don't regulate your water, if you don't pace yourself, I mean, you can cramp up and get really sick. So you're asking somebody to take this journey with you, but you take these journeys and you know how strenuous they are. Can you kind of talk a little bit about how you guys made sure that when you took the walk, you would take it in a healthy, happy place, not just in the beginning, but at the end?
Well, the nice thing is that we've always been into health and fitness. So when I met Paige, one of the first things that we did together was we went on a gym date where she did her very best to show me up during leg day.
Yeah, girl.
Now, it doesn't exactly translate so well over to walking. Walking exercises certain muscles that you rarely ever hit, even with squats, but we were definitely in a better starting place than we might have otherwise been. But Paige, at that point still, I think the bigger transition was she had never even been camping before. It was stuff like sleeping out in the dark, next to coyotes that sound like they're only a few feet away from you, and not knowing where you're going to sleep at night at times. Those were all larger transitions. So one of the stepping stones to that, I still had my van that I had converted, and rather than jump right into a walk across the country, Paige first moved out to Denver with me, where she met some of the people that were close to me. We lived together there for about 8 months, saving up to go on a large adventure. Took off in the van, and then after about a month and a half, playing in the sand pretty much, we were acknowledging that all of our best moments had occurred outside in nature, but we were still kind of retreating to our hidey hole in the van, as we're often inclined to when we have a comfy, cozy spot that we can retreat to. So she decided at that moment, well, I'll let you tell the story.
So Torrin, I know for over a year, has been waiting for me to do something on foot with him, and I finally decide that I'm ready to do something on foot. The van wasn't the adventure or the challenge that I expected it to be. And so we started talking about all the ways that we might be able to walk some large walk. And within an hour, we decided we were going to start driving home and prepare to walk from Missouri across Kansas into Denver.
Wow.
And so the other piece to this is outside of, I mean, you do a lot of camping, but you guys are also staying with strangers. I saw you stayed somewhere like with, at least at the time that I watched the video, like upwards of 350 different strangers. Did I make that up?
No, we're close to 500 now. Yeah. That's
Holy crap. Wow. Okay. So how does that come about? Because that's a whole nother level of trust. I mean, I'd like to think that for the most part, people are good, and we take you in. And I'm a singer, so I've toured and traveled around in my early days. We would do that. We would, like, somebody from the bar that was like the biggest fan that night be like, "You want to stay at our place?" I'm like, "That's nicer than our hotel, so yes, please." So we certainly went that route, but it takes a lot of trust. But it makes you meet the most interesting people. At what point did you, Paige, I'll say, ask, when did that become a thing where you're like, we're gonna trust people, go in their homes and see what that leads to? Because I'm gonna guess when you meet somebody and stay in their home, they probably are like, give you ideas of where to go next or any kinds of things. So how did that come up to be a part of this?
It kind of happened accidentally. The first person that invited us in their home, we just met on the side of the road. We kind of, when they invited us in, we kind of looked at each other, trying to feel out how the other person was feeling. I guess got a good enough vibe and accepted the offer. And
and they invited us over for dinner or we dinner, one of those kind of things, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was quite the character. It's so funny. He's one of the best friends we've made on the walk, and the first friend and first host we ever had on the walk. And yeah, we've really definitely grown to trust people more over time. I think we also have a good feeler for people after meeting so many thousands of people, but by and large, people are trying to do good. People are trying to be kind, trying to be helpful. And at the very least, people who are on the meaner end aren't usually going to go out of their way to come give you a bad day.
Yeah.
One of the things that we hope to do through our content, one of the means of retraining healthier thought patterns, is by showing people the positive news out there. I think we can be misled by the filter bubbles that we're plugged into and think that the world is filled with all of these nefarious and malicious people that are just out to get us. I get the sense that some people almost have the impression they're going to get shot if they just walk out their front door living in a city, but that's not true. Most people are trying to raise a family, trying to live their lives, just trying to get by, and all of us kind of groping about in the dark as to how to do that ethically and morally, and some of us have some righteous indignation that we carry around with us, but by and large, we've had good experiences with people, and I think it really started as just a trail of breadcrumbs. There definitely were fewer hosts when we started, but it was incredible because we began with no social media. The first 6 months tour, that first 1,500 miles, was all blind, so people had no way to vet us. They, wouldn't have any ability to know if we were truly who we were and doing what we said we were doing, and yet they were welcoming us into their homes. Even some would let us borrow their vehicle or leave us at their house after they had gone to work and trust us with their things.
Or let us sleep in their church or restaurant or bar. We've slept in every kind of building you could think of also. We've been trusted with those spaces, and it's really changed
I've slept in a bar too, Jim, but it wasn't on purpose. It was one of those end of the night situations.
I've done both. I've actually done both. I've actually been asked to leave bars that I've fallen asleep in, but also been like, hey, there's a guest room in the back of the French Quarter courtyard that you're in. Why don't you go crash there and then you can sleep it off? Actually, Torin, you actually began to answer this question to some degree. So there is the idea of something, then there is doing something, and then there's a point at which you start to do the idea that you're doing, that you begin to bring into focus what the thing itself is. And you talk about, going inside, going outside to find a way back inside to create a kind of kinder, gentler world to live in. Literally. At what point does the thematic of this begin to develop? I mean, was this kind of a mission statement? Lindsay talks about the idea of vision boards. I'm a big journaler. I believe that any journal that is like a purpose-driven journal should have a manifesto at the front that you have a right to go back and adjust as you go through it. Did this begin as a thematic idea that you guys then walked your way into, or was this something you just started walking? You said, let's walk, and then you walk, and then you're like, wait a minute, we can really accomplish something here. We're discovering something. Am I making sense? I'm asking chicken or egg questions here.
Yeah, you're absolutely making sense. It was a kind of natural evolution. When we started the walk, we did it in relation to the nature of mind, but it was more selfishly so that we could subject ourselves to the kinds of uncertainty and hardship that would allow us to acclimate to it. And then if you acclimate to the lowest of lows and discomfort and hardship, anything outside of that appears as a much greater surplus. It kind of resets your idea of what necessity really is, and it reorients your priorities, and it gives you a different way of looking out at the world and what your contentment is made of. But along those same lines, we acclimate to everything. Our shirts, our logos on our shirts, they actually are representative of neuroplasticity, but used to shape a more loving perspective. So you've got these little neuron emblems inside of the brain, inside of the head, inside of the heart on our shirts if people look that logo up. And that came about because while the journey was changing us and our resilience, we weren't expecting it to change us with regard to our perspective on people so much. I was much more cynical when we started, and it was like around every corner, some demographic that I had written off because I disagreed with them ideologically, let's say, was out there to extend a helping hand, give us a spot to sleep, give us water. I mean, just out of the blue, people will pull up on the side of the road and make sure that you're okay, or see if there's anything that they can do for you.
Or hand you a giant watermelon.
It was yes. Cold, ice cold in the middle of summer too. Anyway, it was changing us so much that we originally took it public just so we could show the kindness that we experienced along the way. And then that idea naturally developed to a much more holistic, kind of all-encompassing, expansive. We can habituate ourselves to healthier thought patterns, whether it pertains to finding contentment under a difficult circumstance, making ourselves more resilient, or making ourselves more loving, more open, and less judgmental.
Wow. Okay. So we're talking with Paige and Torrin. You can go to walkingamericacouple.com to find out more about what they're doing, watch their videos, get inspired, get involved, maybe shout out, say you can stay at my house when you're coming across the country. So I'm curious. So we, guys, we have the vast majority of our audience are over the road truck drivers. I'm not sure if you know that or not. So I think this really speaks to them as far as obviously traveling and journeying. And then they have, on their off time, they sometimes get out and see a little bit. But
they should do it more.
They should do it more. And that's what the show's about. We talk about making a living, but also making a life. And this falls into making a life, how you make life on the road. But with all that said, especially on our show, we should write. We talk about writing and getting the clutter out so that you could get down to the core of who you are. It feels like this has a certain thematic similarity there, because you're getting down to less is more, which then becomes just more. It seems like you guys are expanding, becoming so expansive by focusing on smaller things. You don't have a lot of clutter. You're not, you don't have this crap in the van. You have your cart and your dog and you have each other, and then you have whatever comes next. So with all that said, is that sort of a piece of this too, to realize a little bit of the Maria Kondo effect, where we got to get rid of the clutter so we can get down to the core of the good of who we are and what we can see out there? Does that play in?
Absolutely. Yeah. One of the things that you learn when you get rid of all of your stuff and reduce your all the things that you're living with to a backpack is that everything that we're attached to takes up a kind of psychological space, and it can really separate us from our ability to introspect to such a degree that we really live so intentionally as to live according to our moral imperatives, just live as virtuously and optimally as we can. Now, obviously, that's much more difficult to do if you're working a typical 9-to-5 job. And the beauty of the walk is that we've been able to basically shape it so that it's just this experiment in how intentionally we can live.
Yeah. We also don't accept sponsorships or do business deals because we're trying to showcase the kindness that we can find in the world if we trust in the world to take care of us. If you do everything you can to live the best and most virtuous life, people and get that in return.
Yeah.
Sorry. One quick side note to not confuse the timeline with anyone who watches. The carts and dog are no longer. The puppy, unfortunately, has passed. He did 25 states with us, so we are now no carts.
Oh, rest in peace. What was the puppy's name? Jack. Shout out Jack. Oh, very sweet.
Thank you, Jack. I hope he still walks with you. Paige, Torrin has used a phrase a number of times, and I think you may have dropped it once or twice yourself, moral imperative. Can you kind of define that for me? Because in many ways, you guys are engaged in the movement. You are moving through time and space, and in moving through time and space, it is the clearest form of storytelling there is. We're driven by a theme. You've given us that theme. But when you say moral imperative, when he says moral imperative, what does that do for you? What do you think of when he says moral imperative?
There's this sort of drive that we've developed to keep walking the country. It's extremely difficult. It's a lot more hardship than it is reward. It's not something you see easily on our social media. You don't capture the pain in a picture. But we still the drive to continue our walk because we feel morally obligated to try and make the world a better place, to try and put what we see as helpful to others before our own desires and comfort. And it is really the core driving factor of our walk. We make so many wonderful friends, but it wouldn't be worth it if we weren't impacting people, and people have reached out to let us know the personal impact that we've made on them, and it has meant so much and has motivated us to keep going and sharing what we are.
And I think if you're looking for specific when it comes to what our moral imperatives are as the Walking America couple, We prioritize certain things in our content, and the biggest sticking points probably for us, given that it's such a social journey, are not judging a book by its cover, so to speak, leading with love over judgment, open-mindedness over being closed off. And then you'll notice that if you do that and you meet people kindly, people that maybe meet you with negativity, it just transforms those conversations. We rarely end a conversation in any kind of dispute. Someone can meet you on the side of the road with ill intention, but through those particular imperatives, you have the ability to redirect it towards something much more productive and valuable for both parties. And that's really part of what we're trying to set the example for. You know, it all has to do with the way that we think to ourselves. If you're stuck in a conversation with someone that you find frustrating, we're often saying to ourselves, well, this person's annoying, they should change this or that about themselves, I can't wait to get out of here. When really we could turn our attention inward back to the change the inside, change the outside, and instead say to ourselves, in psychology, this is known as cognitive reframing. We can instead say to ourselves, wow, I'm easily annoyed. I need to work on myself. What can I do about this? And it just ripples outward into the rest of the world in such a much more beneficial way than the typical means of interacting that we can be inclined toward.
We've only have a few minutes left, but there's so much. I love that this is so deep seated and so much more than just, hey, we wanted an adventure. Like, you guys really are changing the world. And I talk about this a lot, and I need to work on it myself, but how we get overwhelmed with, what could I do to change the world? I'm not boots on the ground overseas or whatever, but it's the idea of, by changing yourself, you're better for you, therefore you're better for the people around you, therefore those people are better for the people around them, and there you go. There's the trickle down effect. So how would you each say with that? I love change the inside, change the outside. I think this is so powerful. Each of you, starting, Torin, we'll start with you first. How would you say that each of you can see yourself changed through this?
Ooh, that's a great question. Probably the biggest thing for me is that you learn over and over again that you can never really expect what you think you're going to expect out of a person. Mm-hmm. It's true that, like, stereotypes exist for a reason, and they usually reign true to some degree. But then out of those same people, you will see the most unpredictable measures of kindness, like you would have never imagined. So I think more than anything, I'm just learning more and more every day how much I don't know and how much I really do need to open myself up beyond what my predilections and predispositions and preconceptions are.
And Paige, but Paige is as well.
Yeah.
I think one thing that I'm constantly learning and relearning, we're always oscillating and growing better and growing worse and relearning the same lessons. We are always forced to let go into the circumstance. I've been forced to not try and rein in for control over the security or the planning or knowing where I'm going to sleep and planning out all the details to try and feel control over your environment and feel like you're going to be safe. I've learned that if I let go into that sort of thing, it will always work out in some way or another. And it's allowed me so much more mental peace of mind. And that's been hugely impactful for me. I feel like I'm able to be more present in every moment.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
WalkingAmericaCouple.com, in the American tradition of John Waters, Johnny Appleseed, Robert Pirsig, Jack Kerouac, Neil Cassidy, Helga Etzby and her daughter, Barbara Moore, our good friend Sarah Lee, and of course, most recently, Dr. Judy Benjamin. Paige and Torin Rouse have joined us this morning. They are the Walking America Couple. You can find them on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and all the places you get your social media. It is a labor of love. It is a walk of life. And guys, you are welcome back no matter where your journey takes you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
I'm inspired, Jim. I don't think I could do it, but what I could do, what I like, what that they said, started out in the van. It's kind of like baby steps, and then realize, oh, I don't need that either. So I like the idea of being like, knowing this is a challenge, this is bigger than me, but it seems so far off from what I could do right now. So what is a step I could take to get to that? And that I could do. I could go out in a really nice tour van and then slowly let the pieces fall away. I could do that.
Well, that's how you got to do it, I think, to some extent. You know, we talk about that adding the minute every day. I mean, is the fact that if you try to do it all in one shot, you end up giving up before you even get started. And the trick is to start slowly and then every day add a little something. I have started going to the gym and doing the walk, but then at the end of the evening after dinner, I put my headsets on, call a friend of mine, put them on the headsets, and then I take a long walk, and suddenly I look up and I've got 15,000 steps on the day. I got 15,000 steps yesterday, Lindsay. And that's because I took a friend on both occasions, both the gym with Brad, and then later on in the day, talking to Adriana, did that. And then I closed off the evening by wrapping it up with Claire. Find a friend, and you can walk very far. It's a good point. We got somebody coming up.
God, I hope this is a new friend. 90 years old, Jim. And still as badass as the day she came into this world. Ruta Lee, a Hollywood legend, iconic. She's joining us next. You want to hear what she's got going on.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Here we go again. Can't make it work.
Gosh.
There it is.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Wait a minute. This thing never works.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Yeah, baby. We ain't going nowhere. You can't get rid of us that easy.
Even at 11 o'clock when we get out of here, Lindsay, our friends Scott and Ashley are going to show up to talk with U.S. Representative Josh Brechin. He's busy hosting town halls in Oklahoma right now, but he does take some time to call to Trucking with OOIDA, talk about his ongoing attempts to keep the FMCSA from imposing a speed limiter mandate now or ever. Kim Kelly, who is a survivor of cult abuse and child trafficking, will be joining the show to share what signs to look for and how to take action if you spot them to possibly save someone's childhood and life. That is Trucking with OOIDA, coming up at 11 on the dot in the center. But Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler and Madison with a T on the ones and the twos and Phone Master Dre on the other computer, rolling along, Lindsay. And we got we got a great guest.
Oh my gosh. I am Listen, I know I always say I'm excited about our guests,
I'm
but I
listening.
haven't cared about anybody until right now. None of those other people matter to me. Joining us next, guys, we've got a Hollywood legend whose life story could literally fill Jim like 6 different miniseries, I feel like. She started out, I love the yin and the yang of this, started out selling candy at Grauman's Chinese Theater, only to end up with her own star right outside that same box office that once fired her, yes. She's danced with Fred Astaire. She's sparred with Sinatra. She's held her own in the Twilight Zone. And gosh, she even still found time to talk Khrushchev into letting her grandmother out of the Soviet Union. What I'm trying to say is this queen can hold her own in any room with any man, any woman, any dignitary, even some jerks, probably a lot of jerks along the way, and shake out her fist at them. She's now delighting audiences with her one-woman show called This Is Brilliant. Consider Your Ass Kissed, yes. And as chairman emeritus of the Thalians, she's presenting this year's Mr. Wonderful Award, which, by the way, this award has been awarded in the past to the likes of Frank Sinatra, Lucille Ball, Gene Kelly, Carol Burnett, and even Clint Eastwood. And now to none other than Neil Sedaka, the man behind the soundtrack that is about half of our collective memories, of course. So Ruta Lee joins us today to talk Hollywood, resilience, music. Definitely we're going to talk about magic because that is her true nature. Please make welcome to the show our new friend, Ruta Lee. Good morning, my friend.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning. And my dear child, both of you, would you please be kind enough to do my obituary when it comes? That was so gorgeous. And I'm closer to it than you realize, but oh my Lord, that was lovely. Thank you. How nice of you to share your fabulous audience with me. And I just think listening to you is such a joy because you get people to get up off their ass and do what they have to do, and I just love it.
Aw, what a pleasure. She just sounds like there's a difference between actors and icons. Just her voice is iconic. Don't you feel that?
I feel that way.
You're very kind.
I'm really not. We're not. We're not nice.
Can we do
just
this
like
every
you.
morning?
Yes.
We can.
You mentioned, of course, the Thalians, which I have to tell you was put together 70 years ago by a group of then young Hollywood people who got tired of being called hard-drinking, pot-smoking asses who had nothing to contribute to society. And they said, we hang around and sing and around the piano and dance and do and whatever. Why don't we put a show together, sell some tickets, and make some money for a charity? And that's exactly what they did. And they sent out Jane Mansfield and Mamie Van Dorn, 2 of the biggest bra sizes in the world, to find a good charity to give our money to. And they came back and said, well, all the good diseases have been taken. And they found a doctor who was dealing with emotionally disturbed children. And we started, that's how the Thalians were born. And Thalia, of course, was a Greek goddess, the goddess of comedy. But she also took care of the straying lambs. So it seemed like a very good combination. And we literally built the Thalians Community Mental Health Center, which was the first building that went in at the Cedars-Sinai complex in Los Angeles. And we did it all by honoring and building a show around a very, very big star, somebody that dazzled us with their performances on the screen, large or small or stage, but who also dazzled us with their philanthropic performances. And some 30 years later, when we finally were raising millions and millions of dollars for mental health, we were approached by someone who said, you're missing the boat, kids. You're taking care of everything from pediatric through geriatric cases in your hospital and doing the research, but you're missing the boat on helping our returning veterans. So we joined up with UCLA's Operation Mend, and OpMend heals the broken and fractured bodies of our returning veterans, and we Thalians worry about the broken and fractured mind and spirit of our returning veterans. Those beautiful young people that are so willing to put their lives on the line for us, no matter what hellhole in the world we send them to. And yet sometimes they come back and they're forgotten and they fall through the cracks and they're not taken care of. So the Thalians are doing something about that. And I thank everybody who has ever supported us. And so we're having this marvelous Christmas dinner dance honoring the fabulous Neil Sedaka, who is just a living legend. And I'm hoping that everybody will come to it. Of course, it will be at the Bel Air Country Club here in Los Angeles, which is very swazi and very nice and gorgeous. But I know that you're way back east from me, and if your listeners can't come join us, perhaps in the spirit of Christmas they will reach into their probably empty by now pocketbooks, but nevertheless, if you can find, whether it's $5 or $50 or $500,000, I will say to you the title of my book and the title of my show, Consider Your Darling Ass Kissed.
I want to talk about you a little bit here because, Lindsay did a marvelous job of kind of, I say, kernelizing your career. But if you go through your bio, and this is really kind of, and by the way, I think it's beautiful that a group of actors would pick the goddess muse who actually inspires a smile to help heal people who are trying to mend what is going on inside their head, since so much of acting is about drawing on the imagination and drawing on empathy. But I just wanted to kind of point out here that you counted among your many friends, Milton Berle, Lucille Ball, George Burns, Gracie Allen, Tyrone Power, Debbie Reynolds, Roy Rogers, Marlene Dietrich, Andy Griffith, Audrey Hepburn, and every single member of those maniacs in Las Vegas, the Rat Pack. And I realize, of course, that you are such a witness and a participant in the golden age of television, that heady period between 55 and 65 when anything was possible and everybody was going from set to set, doing the remarkable words of Rod Serling, being on sets with people like Carl Freund and Desi Arnaz. I mean, you were not just a witness to history, you were a participant. And I was kind of curious, as you look back over this immense bio and resume of yours, if in fact, when you see the industry now, do you see similarities? I mean, there are people who say that we're in a second golden age of television. What does it look like, given the fact that you are 90 years young and maintain such a young spirit, to see what the industry has become? Do you still find it a generous place where people show up and give?
You put your finger right on the part that bothers me the most, and that is that yes, there are wonderful exceptions and that give enormously of their time, their talent, and their money in many cases. But I have been trying to replace myself and my beloved best friend Debbie Reynolds, who has gone to meet her maker. I have been trying to replace us in our work as either president or chairman of the board of the Thalians for some 20 years. And I simply cannot find people that are willing to take on the responsibility. And I swear, those of us who grew up in at least a little bit of the shadow of the people that were in vaudeville, that knew how hard it was to do 6 or 8 shows a day, every day, they were so willing to give back and give something to those who couldn't do for themselves. And I'm finding a very hard time finding people like that now. They're very willing to, send a check or something, but not to actually physically turn up and do any of the work that it takes to run an organization like this. I shouldn't say there isn't anybody. There are always people. But generally speaking, this generation of young people does not begin to have the empathy, the love for fellow man that previous generations had.
You know what I think too, and I'd be curious your take. like I'm a songwriter here in Nashville, and I'm very aware when I go into rooms with people who are say more successful or more legendary, iconic than I, whatever, of being respectful of that. But not cowering or like dimming my light around it. You know, I think there's a really good balance we have to find there. I think it's something, maybe to your point where you're talking about the youth, the kids, as they say these days, you know, not to slam it, but they have a different kind of confidence, which was equal parts amazing and also like a little bit like, come on, you got to respect your elders and those that have come before you and worked so hard, because we've put our blood, sweat, and tears. And, you know, I think it's striking a balance. So my question to you with that in mind is, you know, you've played opposite from everyone from Frank Sinatra to Tyrone Power. When you're toe to toe with icons like that, how do you keep your own spark from being overshadowed while still being present to know like that this is a really powerful position, if that makes sense?
It does make a lot of sense. And I think, frankly, I was blessed with being young and stupid, not knowing that this was, you know, a meteor that I was working with. I also was blessed with a divine, wicked sense of humor, and found that no matter what hit the fan and who I was with, that I still found humor in everything that I ever did. And I think it's what got me through all that business of being chased around the desk by the so-called producer, you know, or whoever. I kind of liked that period when I knew what was going on. And if I didn't know what was going on, perhaps I was too stupid to recognize it. And so therefore I laughed my way through it. And I think it's what kept me working forever. I worked all the time, which was kind of wonderful, whether it was television or whether I went out on stage or whether I was lucky enough to be in a movie that took time and had a little more money, you know, with it. But I think that having a consciousness of a power that's a hell of a lot bigger than I am, that put me in this world to start with and aimed things for me, should be appreciated, recognized, saluted every day, and that kind of helps get you through everything that you have to do, too.
Yeah, I feel that.
We're talking with Miss Wonderful right now, Ruta Lee. I want to pivot to Mr. Wonderful because you guys actually, it's a long list of people who have done a lot for the industry. And we were talking about this last night. A friend of mine and I, Lindsay, went to a curated movie of a horror film called Frailty. But they were talking about the friendship between a filmmaker and an actor, and how the filmmaker actually stepped in and edited the actor's script so that he could actually produce the movie. And a lot of the people that are on the list that you guys, Ms. Ruta, that you guys actually have put on the the wonderful list, can you talk a little bit about the decision-making process that goes into bestowing this honor? Because there really are a lot of the great and good, and we've talked about the idea that that's not always the same thing, great and good people who occupy this list. Talk about your selection process.
Well, I don't really have a process. I am in the process.
Right.
You know, I'm sort of being used and fortunately not abused, but used, yes, and I think that's what we're here for. And I find that those people that become really great are also really good. The ones that keep a light shining before, during, and after death are the ones that have brought some good to the world besides their talent and their smile. It's difficult. Actors are called upon constantly. When I say actors, I should say performers of every kind are called upon constantly to give away the only thing they have to sell, which is their talent and their time. And quite often, the people in the business are not given credit for what it took to make an appearance, to get your body and soul together, to come on stage and say hello. It sounds and looks so easy, but that's the whole point of being a good performer, is to make it look easy. Nothing in life comes easily, and if it does, I don't think it's appreciated as much as when you work for it. But I truly, with you, Jimmy, feel that there are wonderful people in our industry that sort of set the tone for how we should behave. And if generosity and giving of yourself in appreciation for what God has given us, or in appreciation for what a producer has done for you, the one hand washes the other, helps the other. We're given two hands in life, one to help ourselves, one to help the others. And I really live by that credo, and I guess we could put that on my tombstone, that and that I brought a smile to the face of every creature that I ever met in this life, be it two-legged or four-legged.
Well, you're bringing a smile to us all right now. You can go to Ruta Lee, RUTALEE.com, as well as Thalians.org to find out more. Ruta, back to Neil Sedaka, as well as your legacy and your work. Neil kept performing for fans on social media during COVID, and you're still telling stories. You're still making people laugh, bringing smiles, spreading your light, which I think we live as long as we choose as far as creation goes. Our maker really chooses, but you know what I mean? We can, as the minute we stop creating, we stop existing and our own kind of legacy here. But what do you think it is that drives performers like you and Neil to keep giving when you could very easily just sit back and rest on the legend that you've done
created. Enough, and yet you still do more. That's it.
Yeah. What makes you keep going?
I think it energizes me. I think when I'm tired and down, and Lord knows that happens much more quickly now at my age, I find that if I make an effort to do something that isn't for me but for somebody else, wow, that sort of lights sparks in me, and I think that it keeps me going beautifully. I have to tell you that I celebrated my 90th birthday recently, and by the way, Neil Sedaka was in the audience, and I made him get up out of his seat, come up on stage. Well, I made him. I asked him.
You're a badass. You could make him.
I made him.
Consider your ass kissed, Neil. Now get up here.
Yeah.
Sat at the piano and played a few tunes. Oh, it was just wonderful. But the point was that I thought, I can't face this birthday. I don't like birthdays anyway. I especially hate that song. And you're a songwriter, sweetheart. Write a damn birthday song that is a little better than that. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, what a
Happy birthday to you. Yeah, you're right. We need some better options. You're right.
Anyway, I decided that the best way to face my 90th was to do a show. So I did my show, and I had some wonderful guest stars, and Jillian and Joanne Woodward, and everybody came. And we did it as a fundraiser for the Thalians and for our returning veterans. And what a lovely day and way to spend that day. I was exhausted when it was all over, but gosh, it was wonderful. And I thought, not only did it see me through my 90th birthday, but it raised so many dollars for so many people that really deserved our help, So it's simple enough. You don't have to necessarily get out there and paint the walls of the church or something. What you need to do is bring a smile to somebody's face, whether it's hello to someone on the elevator or whether it's commenting on how cute someone's hairdo is, whatever. You can be charitable in the most simple, God-given way.
I want to go back in time here because I'm gonna give away a little secret. I'm actually a fan, and when I did the math, I am a massive fan of the Twilight Zone. And you are you are in one of my favorite ones that actually there are three kinds of Twilight Zone. One that actually warms your heart in a nostalgic way. The second is the kind that scares the hell out of you, and the third is the kind that makes you laugh in that sort of O. Henry way. And you are in one of the great O. Henry Twilight Zones of all time. I mean, essentially, it's a fountain of youth story. And I was just kind of curious, given the quality of the two actors you're working against and the fact that Rod Serling wrote that script, I just wanted to, if you could just and by the way, this is me just simply fanning out with you, Miss Ruda. That's all. I won't even lie. It's called A Short Drink from a Certain Fountain is the name of the episode, Lindsay. Could you talk about your experience? Because there's only really three characters in that piece, and you were at the center of it. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
I loved her. I mean, I'm sorry that this is the case. Bad girls are always more fun to play than good girls.
Yes!
And she really was a bit of a tramp, you know, and I loved playing her. It was a great role for me. And by the way, Rod Serling and I used to have dinner together on occasion. I really liked him a lot. And I mean, he was the kind of guy that I would have latched onto, except that, and it's what killed him. He smoked and smoked and smoked and smoked. One cigarette wouldn't be out before the other was lit. And so that didn't work. And I'm sorry that he did it to himself because he was a brilliant talent. And what a lovely role he wrote, and I got to play. And it was such fun. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but to think that this little bit of a tramp would tease her much older husband that she married for his money, clearly, and wouldn't get the money unless she wound up taking care of a baby. That was not her favorite thing in the world to do.
It is, Lindsay, it is such a delight to watch that episode because it is three actors who play everything straight, and at the same time, it's utterly hysterical at the same time. It is great because there isn't a single wink in the whole thing until the end, that typical Serling wink that happens. If you guys haven't checked out A Short Drink from a Certain Fountain, you will see three brilliant performances, one of which we are talking to this morning, in Miss Ruda Lee, who joins us here on Road Gang Radio.
Oh, Jimmy, thank you so much.
Well, and wait, with that character, that sounds like the tramp character that you loved playing, which makes me respect you even more than I did before, girl, because I need to send you my song called Trainwreck, which is, autobiographical.
Oh, yeah, it relates, Lindsay. It relates to this episode.
Right?
It really does.
But,
well,
Ruda...
I hope that everybody will think about picking up my book, which is also called Consider Your Ass Kissed, simply because it has so many nifty little stories about almost everybody I ever knew in Hollywood. And Lord knows I was privileged, as you well put, to have worked with the best in the business and to have made friends of them. And I comment on everybody somewhere down the long line. And I'm not mean-spirited in the book at all, It's a tell-all book, but it tells a lot of interesting and good stuff that perhaps we didn't know about a lot of people. So if you have an opportunity, go to Amazon.com. Like, they need our dollars any more than
they're doing okay.
A protection racket disguised as a bookstore. I understand.
Consider Your Ass Kissed, both a one-woman show and a book. We just have about 1 minute left, but with that, so you've played Peter Pan, Dolly, of course, the character we're just talking about. If you had to pick one of your characters to be stuck as forever, which role feels closest to the real you?
I think I'd have to say the unsinkable Molly Brown.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming. It's one of the most definitive performances of Molly Brown ever.
Never say die. Just keep going no matter what hits the fan. And that's kind of the way I am. I don't give in easily. And I learned, as when you mentioned that I called Khrushchev to get my grandmother out of Siberia and out of the Soviet Union, never take no for an answer. I mean, you can slide around it somehow, let somebody think that they told you no, but that you've got to find another way to get it done, and especially when it comes to helping other people. When you're helping yourself, it's one thing, but when you need to help other people, and I was afraid that people would start crossing the street when they saw me coming because I'd hit on them for money for the Thalians. But it may have earned me a couple of people saying, "Oh hell, I don't want to talk to her about money," but it also earned me a lot of respect, and I thank God for that. So, listen, people. Thank you for giving me the time to share with your audience. How wonderful. Please remind everybody about the Thalians. It's THALIANS for anybody, .org, not .com, but .org, to get any information. And listen, when y'all come out from the middle of the country where you are and come out to California, you've got my number. Come on over. I'll buy you a drink.
Oh, my God. Can I have a drink with you in L.A.? That sounds like the best day ever.
How?
Full disclosure.
I would love it. I would absolutely love it. It's been such a pleasure chatting with you. And thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. And thank you for the love you spread.
Thank you so much, by the way. That's Miss Ruta Lee, by the way. And you guys
I can't stop smiling. I have like the biggest smile just talking to her the entire time.
Of course you should. RutaLee.com. It's spelled just like it sounds, RUTALEE.com. You can also go to thethalians.org. By the way, there's a street in New Orleans, Lindsay. There's a street named after every muse, and there is a street called Thalia. So, now you get why when I saw that, I went, that's a great idea for an organization. Hit that music, would you?
What a great conversation. She just made me want to go live forever.
And help people.
Help people by do what I love whatever.
Speaking of help people by going to truckdown.com and help yourself. Get out of that ditch.
Get up, get down. Gotta get up and truck down. Truckdown.com, that is.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Not only a member, I'm not only the president, I'm also a member. That's what it is. Hair Club for Men, Road Gang Radio. They're kind of hand in hand.
Oh, yeah, baby.
They're one and the same.
Capturing something from long ago and making it seem new all over again. As I said, founding members, Lindsay Lawler and myself of the reconstituted Road Gang. Madison with a T, by the way, who brought us back. I'm sorry, Madison, you're a member of the Road Gang, but you're not a founding member of the reconstituted Road Gang. Although the gentleman sitting to your right is Phone Master Dre. So maybe we'll have an honorary reconstituted founding member of the Road Gang ceremony for Madison, by the way.
Speaking of Madison, I'd like to ask Madison a question. Madison, assuming you were listening, I know you guys are doing 10 million things over there. I don't know how much of that interview you were actually locked in on.
I was listening to it.
Okay, cool. So knowing you're being a youngster, I don't know what I need a better term. You're 20, what, 2?
An up-and-coming talent.
24. No, she's already a talent. She's no up-and-coming. She's coming. She came. Hello. So being a 24-year-old talent in the creative world and in filmmaking. How do I get out of this? My parachute. My parachute didn't work. Listening to such a legend, a 9-year-old woman who has been in iconic films and television shows and worked with iconic legends, some of which I'm sure you know and admire. Did you have any takeaways? Is there anything that stood out to you that's like, I would like to consciously or subconsciously take that and put that into my gusto moving forward? What stood out to you in that interview?
I'm not gonna lie, I have a cold right now, so I'm like forming thoughts is a little hard, but I do think at the age of 90 to still be so passionate about all of it is really inspiring, because age is just a number, and like my definition of success would just be to be in that old age and still doing what I love. So yeah, probably that.
I love that too, because Jim, I've told you I know how I die, right?
Oh yeah, in your jewelry.
Yeah, and all my jewelry. Madison, how I die, I had a vision. I saw it. So I'm like 96. I'm laying in my bed. Everyone that's still alive that I love is around me, and I'm in like this really great this really ridiculous robe, laying in bed, like feather pillows, and I've got on all this jewelry, and I'm just taking the pieces off one by one and handing them to people in the room, and then I just and I just die. But that's sort of a joke and sort of true, though, to be like almost the idea of, okay, I think I've done all the things I came here to do. I can rest now. Yeah. I'm going to rest now. But I'm not doing that until I've really, and that was the point of my question with her. Like you and Neil Sedaka, you could stop anytime. Why don't you? It's like, no, because there's still more I want to do. Yeah. There's still more I want to live and be a part of, and especially as it pertains to creativity. So I'm with you. That is so inspiring. And she doesn't sound 90 or act 90. And that's by design. That's by her own design. There's some 50-year-olds I know that act and sound older than her. Truly.
Yeah. And I love when I hear older folks say, like, I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up. And
yeah.
I love that, because we're constantly changing and evolving. That's how you know you're doing life right. If you stay the same, well, you should probably look at yourself in the mirror and ask why.
Yeah, there are a couple of 50-year-olds I know that sound a couple of 50-year-olds I know that sound like they're John Fogerty songs. I mean, they just know the way to they're the old man down the road, as it were. Here's how I want to die, Lindsay. So all I want you to do is when I finish the statement, I want you to say that was no accident. Okay.
Got it.
Well, how did Jim die? Well, he died. They were going up to bring relief aid to some folks, and he died in a helicopter accident.
That was no accident.
And I just wanted to be said like that and left on the table and move on.
I said it too ominous. Should it be more like, that was no accident?
No.
Very different.
I think I have the line reading. So you go ahead and, talk about a helicopter accident. When we get to the end, I'll make the comment how I kind of want it to ring. But you're closer with the first one than with the second one.
Jim McNasty. He was out doing what he loved, helping people. He went up. He was part of that helicopter crew, something he had always wanted to be a part of, and finally got a chance to do it, helping people. He had this great bird's eye view, delivering relief. And that was the last thing he did with his life.
And what happened? He just was up in the air in a helicopter? Something happened to him?
I thought you were going to say that was no accident line, and the term in the way you would want it.
Oh, no, you didn't say he was in a helicopter accident.
Oh, and then he died.
How often
all
do
the
you guys...
beautiful things, and then he died.
How often do you guys think about death?
Every single minute. Every single minute.
Well, I've told Lindsay my superpower, right? Lindsay knows my superpower, right? Mm-hmm. I'm always sad. I'm always sad, which is like I live in the shadow of it, which is I just want somebody to kind of be like, you think so? That was no accident. And just leave it there. I mean, just be like that kind of cryptic sort of like mumbled under their breath.
But I guess there's a lot of people I know, like I have a friend in particular who always talks about like that's the beauty of life, the fact that it's impermanent. Like the ephemerality of it is why you should be happy, not sad.
Well, that's my attitude. If you're always sad, though, that's like the trick of the Hulk. He's always angry. I'm always sad, and therefore, when wonderful things happen, they're just
Pleasantly
wonderful.
surprised. I'm like Barbie though in the movie Barbie. I don't look like her. I'm clearly not saying that, but she's there. They're in the midst of a big party at her Barbie dream house, and everything is perfect and magical. And she's partying with Ken and having a great time. She's and all of a sudden she goes, "You guys ever think about dying?"
Me.
That's me. I actually have our Donna in sales here with us. She actually gave me a little tote bag that says that. Do you guys ever think about dying? And I keep all my journals in that said tote bag.
That's amazing.
Because I'm not scared of death. I'm excited about death. I don't want it to happen anytime soon. I cannot wait to see what's on the other side of this.
I
I'm
think
very
that's
excited
the
about
fear,
that.
Is that if it comes too early before we get to do the things that we want to do,
Yeah, and it's the how for me. The how keeps me up at night, so which is why I'm glad to know that I'm in my 90s and I'm just giving my jewelry away.
There's a movie with Robert Redford. I'll look up the title, where he plays this advanced scientist who discovers that there is, in fact, an afterlife. Discovers that there is something on the other side, and the whole premise of the whole movie is that there's a suicide epidemic in the world now because people want to find out. And that people are leaving because they know.
That's the premise of this movie?
The premise of the movie is the world has become a much more lonely place, much more depopulated, because people have discovered there is something on the other side, and there's no penalty for going over to what it is.
Ooh, what's that movie? You don't know what it is?
I'll look up the title. It's really easy to find. All you have to do is write in Robert Redford science fiction suicide, and you'll probably get the title. Will come up pretty quickly. If you say it, I'll know it. And that's the
discovery.
It's the discovery, yeah, because he makes the discovery that there is another side. There's also a really menacing short story by Chuck Palahniuk in his collection Haunted called The Nightmare Box. That is one of the most terrifying things I have ever read. And people look into the Nightmare Box. It's an art display, and when it looks like an old-time camera, and you look into it, and when you click it, Lindsay, anybody that actually looks in it and clicks it, they literally unravel. They stop taking care of themselves. They just slowly kind of deteriorate. They kind of give up in despair. And at the end, there's a woman who won't look through the box, but lost her son because he looked into the box, and she shows up at the gallery, and the curator has looked into the box, and he's sitting on the floor, and she basically says, I think I know what you're looking at, and he says, tell me. And she describes the most terrifying thing you possibly could imagine that you would see inside the Nightmare Box, and he pauses after this epically chilling description, and he goes, it's worse. And then he explains what it is, and when you hear what it is soul crushing. So if you ever get a chance, you want to stay up for the rest of your life, read Chuck Palahniuk's The Nightmare Box. It is a crazy sort of Twilight Zone ending. A quick note about Rod Serling, by the way, who, as you probably could tell, was one of my heroes, although I wouldn't want to smoke 3 packs of Pall Malls a day filterless. That would kill anybody. He was smoking that much. She wasn't wrong. I don't know if you know this, Dwight Eisenhower smoked 6 packs of cigarettes a day.
Dude, Whitney Houston smoked 2 packs a day, and she's one of the greatest voices of all time. How she did that and still had a voice. I mean, she didn't live very long, obviously, for different reasons, but I don't know how she would say, in my days when I've tried cigarettes, I'd have 1 cigarette and be like, so I don't know how a singer can do it.
Let me just say something in defense of Whitney Houston. And by the way, if you ever get a chance, you should watch Kevin Costner's eulogy for Whitney Houston.
Oh, it's so good. I've watched it at least 100 times.
At the Baptist Church. The courage he has of walking in there and the reception he is given by that congregation is one of the warmest things. He is the only white man in that entire church, and the reception, and he is so welcomed, and the reception that he is given, the honor he is accorded, and it is literally, you think at first, oh, Hollywood star, it's all about him, and about 2 minutes in, he just shifts to her, and it is just it's devastating to watch that, by the way. But I want to say something in regards to that with people who smoke 3 and 4 packs of cigarettes a day outside of World War II. I'll get to Eisenhower in a second. When people say stuff like, we didn't have no ADHD when I was growing up, nothing makes me crazier. People managed to land on the moon and there was no ADHD. Have you ever
wasn't
seen...
diagnosed.
Well, here's the other thing too, though, Lindsay. Have you ever seen what the NASA mission control looks like in 1964, 65? It's a room
So
full...
specific. No, I have
It's
not.
rooms of guys. Well, we've seen pictures of the 60s, the 50s, and 60s. Mad Men shows it. It's literally people sucking down cigarettes. They're literally self-medicating on mountains of nicotine. It's all these neurodivergent people.
And it makes me want, when I watch, that's why I can't watch Mad Men, because it gives me anxiety, but it makes me want to drink and smoke. That's sort of the point. If that's how the advertising works, by the way. They're in an ad agency, but it makes me want to. Seamus and I started watching it late at night, and he's like, I realize I'm making a whiskey every time we watch the show. I can't watch the show anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, we hear about addictive personalities, right? We hear about addictive personalities. What they're discovering, by the way, is that a lot of people who have quote-unquote addictive personalities are undiagnosed and self-medicating like there's no tomorrow because they figured out how bad smoking was for you before they figured out about neurodivergence, okay? And what ends up happening is that the epidemic of obesity that occurs in this country is not just because we've gotten unhealthy. It's not because of a lot of dietary stuff. It is literally we do one really good thing and make one terrible mistake. The good thing we do is we stop smoking in public places. And that's remarkable because there were a lot of people who died from secondhand smoke because they were addicted as much as the people who actually were actively smoking. That was good. But the problem was simultaneously we told everybody in the 70s that fat was bad for you. Fat-free was the way to go, right, Lindsay? That's what people said. Well, guess what the substitute they put in? They put in carbohydrates and sugar when they removed the fat. Everything suddenly was like hyped up on carbs and sugar. So suddenly all the people that were smoking and drinking, they all stopped doing that, and then they start just literally narcoticizing themselves on mountains of sugar. And we get this epidemic of obesity. They finally get around in the 90s, about the mid-90s, it really starts saying, hey, you know what? Everybody that quit smoking ended up turned into a big, fat, fatty, boom, balatti. God bless them.
Big, fat, fatty.
And they say to themselves, you know what? This is not a good thing. What is going on here? These people just literally moved over. It's an addictive personality. No, it's not. It's people who are deregulated who, the thing is that we're beginning to conceive of what we call ADHD as the same as being left-handed. It is an evolutionary design. Those people should be running around, hunting and gathering, and doing the cool stuff. They should be staying up late at night around the campfire, guarding the rest of us. Well, we've created a world where you don't have to do that anymore to a large degree. So those people are just staying up eating Haagen-Dazs, and we finally figured out, had somebody realized that Whitney Houston was incredibly creative and incredibly brilliant and literally couldn't shut her mind off. And so she was actually sucking down cigarettes and hitting that pipe and doing that Mary Do You Wanna and all that stuff in a desperate attempt to literally calm her brain down. And Amy Winehouse is another example, dude. It's like literally couldn't shut her brain off. So what do? You pour alcohol and pills on top of it.
Yeah, everybody acts like, I wonder why all these celebrities, artists, musicians die, that at 33. Why does it happen? It's
27 is the number.
27.
27.
33. Both of them have different ones. Both sides. But yeah, it's because what did you say, Jim? That somebody said everyone got healthier. The concerts got better, but the songs got worse. What
Bruce
was that?
Springsteen's line.
Bruce
He said the songwriting kind of took a little bit of a hit, he said, but the concerts and the shows got pretty terrific at that point. It also opened the door for a lot more people to play because, I don't know, Madison was mentioning this the other day, and you have actually mentioned this to me too. One of the best things about everybody not drinking so damn much is I think it's opened up the world for more creative people because there are a lot of people that just couldn't hang, Lindsay. They'd be like, I'd love to be in this industry. I'd love to be a songwriter. I'd love to be a script writer.
But I go to bed at 8.
Or I don't have 17, what is it? I only have one cocktail a night. Of course, it's in a 32-ounce tumbler, and I refresh that cocktail throughout the entire evening. I mean, nobody could keep up with those people, dude.
Well, and the night piece is so, and I know this still happens. I just don't see it because it doesn't show up in my vortex because I'm not in that world. But the people, going into the studio and creating late at night, like I couldn't. It's obviously a different way of life. I couldn't do it. I also don't want to do it. I also have to get up in the morning with a 6-year-old, so you can't be in the studio till 4 a.m. and then wake up at at 5:30, the 6-year-old. But in some ways, I mean, I certainly had those days where we'd go play a show and then we'd get inspired to go write songs in the middle of the night, and that was cool. There's a real different sort of energy and magic about that. But also, like my buddy Chris Roberts, who I write with a lot, he's like, from you get me in the morning, and then by 1 p.m. you've lost my creativity. He's like, I'll have coffee in the morning, we'll go write, have lunch, and then come back and finish the song, and then he sort of checked out. Also knowing he's like, I know I got to go pick up kids, I know I got to blah blah blah. That's why songwriters retreats are such a special, cool thing. If you haven't, to be a fly on the wall at a songwriter retreat, guys, I think you would all find it really interesting. Maybe we could have cameras at my next songwriter retreat or something, because something special happens when you take all the risk. You go to a place where everybody and have everything sort of handled, so that you don't have responsibilities. Your responsibility is to wake up, make some magic, take a break, and we really curate it so that there's breaks in there. It's not like we're writing songs from 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. It's like, no, there's a songwriting session in the morning, break for some lunch, shake it off, shake off the cobwebs, start over, do another song, and then go in and record, and then have time to maybe play songs or let loose a little bit at night. But when the creativity sparks has just changed for me. But I do miss the idea, like especially living in LA on the Sunset Strip and getting to go in some of those iconic studios, as well as Nashville. A lot of those studios are gone now because everyone's creating in their basement.
You know what I've noticed you've done over the last couple of weeks, and I really particularly noticed this these last couple of days, is you figured out that Claire works better at night. That Claire is literally a night worker. That's what they do. That's what Claire does. They create effectively, beautifully at night.
Yeah.
And it's also hard getting Claire to understand that's okay. And what we're trying to do is give Claire a permission slip to say, look, dude, we get you're not going to talk to us till around 1 in the afternoon, sometimes 2 in the afternoon our time, because it's only 11, 12. But I'm telling you, man, I'll wake up with emails where I'm like, that's terrific. I'm glad you work at night, because that's so much more coherent than you at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think...
Know thyself.
I really think we got to start cutting. And truckers get this intrinsically. We've got to start cutting people slack who don't work on the same circadian rhythms. There is nothing more obnoxious than walking into a place of work at 7:30 in the morning, being ready to work, and having some bunghole get on the elevator with you, look at their watch and go, well, good afternoon. And you're like,
oh, God,
what are
hate
you
that
doing,
guy.
dude? I hate that guy. And there's a lot of guys and gals out there. Like I said, being a morning
Thanks
person.
for making it.
I mean, it's like, it's like literally, morning people are not the same as somebody who is an early riser. An early riser likes their space. They like the darkness. They have a little coffee. They watch the Weather Channel in the hopes that the fall eventually shows up. They do their thing. But morning people have accepted the sunrise as their personal savior, and you are a sinner if you don't join them in that particular action. Screw those people.
Screw those people. Drop kick those people, yo.
Right in the
yes,
tank.
Dre.
I used to love going to work at the time I would, and cruising the coast, or just friends hanging out at the bar across the street, seeing me come in with a backpack. They're like, I've been out too long. I gotta go.
Yeah. Time to go.
Yeah,
Wrap it up.
Yeah. They look at their clock, and I hit them with the horn whenever I'm passing, because long story short, I passed my brothers because they do cruise on the coast. But whenever they saw me passing by, Aaron looked at my other brother and said, it's 3 o'clock in the freaking morning, dude. We gotta go to sleep.
They're wrapping it up while you're just getting going. It's when I would and Vegas. I was almost moved to Vegas. I was up for a radio job there, and it was the morning show in Vegas. So same thing. I was driving to the 2 weeks I did the show, driving to the studio at like 4 o'clock in the morning. When the Strip, the Vegas Strip, it never shuts down, but you see it. It is a different quiet energy though, where I'm like just waking up, getting ready to go see the day, and you see some of the darkness coming home.
Yeah.
But it's it's very empowering to yourself. I would listen to like a pump up song like Nelly driving in and just look around and be like, I've got the whole day ahead of me, and those people are going to pass out and die right now. It's a different kind of energy.
100%.
You both are such a fan of stand-up comics and classical stand-up comic routines. I have to ask you both, have you ever seen Larry Miller's As Long as I Get Blank Amount of Sleep, I'm Cool?
No.
Oh my God!
Sounds
It is
familiar.
one of the greatest comic routines where it's a guy he's at this bar and he starts drinking around 10 o'clock at night and he keeps checking his watch. He said, it's 10 o'clock at night. As long as I get 6.5 hours of sleep, I'm cool. And then the story goes on at the bar. Weird things keep happening. It's 11 o'clock at night. As long as I get 5.5 hours of sleep, I'm cool. And there's all these running bits throughout it. At one point, you buy the guy at the end of a bar a drink because you just like his face. And then later on, the payoff joke is you punch the guy at the end of the bar, the same guy, because you don't like his face. And this goes on for a while. The devil starts buying people drinks. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the devil says, hey, man, I'm out. I'm done. And he splits. And then it goes on for a little bit. It's like, as long as I get 1.5 hours of sleep, I'm cool.
Oh, my gosh.
He said, then it's 6 o'clock in the morning. He said, when you're 23, 24 years old and you walk out of a bar at 6 o'clock in the morning, he said, you've beaten the night. He said, it's a moment of triumph. You know, you're going to go get breakfast someplace and celebrate how young you are. He said, when you're over 40 and you walk out of a bar at 6 o'clock in the morning, he said, God plays two nasty tricks. He deliberately schedules somebody's morning jog to go directly past you as you walk out the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, the sun at 6 o'clock in the morning is not the sun. It's God's flashlight, like a policeman going, excuse me, I want you to look and follow the light beam really quickly. And then it ends with him saying, but as long as I get 31 hours of sleep this weekend, I'm cool. And the whole routine ends. It's
great.
Brilliant. It's a great breakdown of any time you've been at a bar way too long, and we all understand.
I've been there. I've been places way too long. You know who's around here way too long in the best of ways, Jimmy? The good people of Owida.
Yeah.
Oh, nice segue.
They take up space around here in the best of ways, in ways that we need, that we want, that keep us on our A game, keep us expanding, keep us giving all the news and information. Trucking with Owida happens here every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday from 11 to 12 in the center. What will they be talking about today, Jimmy Mack?
Brechin, by the way, U.S. Representative Josh Brechin is busy hosting town halls in Oklahoma right now, but he's actually taking time to call our friends Ashley and Scott at Trucking with Owida. He's going to talk about his ongoing attempts to keep the FMCSA from imposing a speed limiter mandate now or ever. And Kim Kelly, it's an important conversation, guys. She is a survivor of cult abuse and child trafficking, joins the show to share what signs to look for, to how to take action if you spot them, and to possibly save someone's childhood and their life. It's all part of Scott and Ashley coming up next on Trucking with Owida. That will be starting at 11 on the nose in the Central, and, of course, noon on the East Coast, as Lindsay and I get ready to head into tomorrow's show, what looks like it's going to be a great weekend as well.
Packed show tomorrow. Packed, I'm telling you.
I mean, it's just like, it is, by the way, I don't care what they say on Zebulon 5. This is the greatest trucking lifestyle show in the known universe. Let me take you through the first half, Lindsay, and then we'll shift over. We will pivot. We will pivot to the lifestyle portion of the show. In regards to making a living, our friend Mike McHorse returns. By the way, best name of all time, Mike McHorse.
Mike McHorse on the case.
NACV, by the way, Messy Middle, is going to be profiling our friends over at MVT. They'll be telling us about their experiences, and Mike, of course, is the director of industry engagement over there. Charles Lockman is going to be here. He's got a new book. Brace yourself, Lindsay. Codename Nemo.
Oh, I know him.
The hunt for a Nazi U-boat and the elusive Enigma machine. It's a white-knuckled saga of the U.S. Navy's task force that captured the Nazi submarine U-505, and with it, the Enigma machine. Dr. Wood Nicholson is going to be joining us. Chrislyn Wood Nicholson is joining us to talk about bird flu, by the way. And she is a poultry specialist, a veterinary medical officer with the USDA, the APHIS Veterinary Services in District 1 on the East Coast. And she'll be here to talk about bird flu from city rooftops to suburban backyards. 11 million are raising their own chickens, ducks, and geese more than ever before. And they're bringing a real threat. Avian influenza, a fast-moving deadly virus carried by wild birds that has been detected in all 50 states.
You know I'm not going to be able to listen to that interview because the whole time I'm being like, I have bird flu. Anytime I listen to you have somebody like this on, the whole time I'm going, I have that.
Actually, Lindsay, if you get bird flu, you got bigger problems. It means you have AIDS. it means you have some kind of autoimmune deficiency. You do not have bird flu.
Okay.
You don't. Although I understand I have bird flu.
Like this paper cut? Is this bird flu?
Yeah, I have.
That's my brain.
By the way, you get a paper cut and you gotta have sarcoptic scabies.
Yeah.
Erica Denny, the freight planner, the freight mobility and safety branch expert from the Colorado Department of Transportation, returns to talk about carrying chains on your trucks in the Colorado Mountain Corridor starting on Monday the 1st. And then we shift. Lindsay arrives lean and mean and on the scene. Who we got coming up?
Oh my gosh, this is going to be fun. The Prickly Pear is our first guest coming on at 9 a.m. and they're a really cool duo. They both have had separate their own careers as solo artists, but they're a duo now and called the Prickly Pear. They call themselves Angsty Americana, which I'm totally on board with. But they both have a deep love for country and Western.
Both kinds.
All kinds. And they're actually playing, what's the date today? Is today the 29th?
Yep. 28th.
Okay. Today's the 28th?
Yeah,
Tomorrow's the 29th.
Okay, thank you. So they're playing tonight at one of my favorite venues in Nashville called The Underdog over in Nashville. And then they're playing at, they've got a brewery this weekend they're playing at in Nashville. And they're doing East Side Bowl, which is also a very cool venue in September. They got a new EP coming out. So Angsty Americana music. These guys will be fun. After that, of course, it's Breaker Breaker Back Talk with our own Tara Harrigaris, Tara the Turtle, with this like really cool segment where we get to take your comments, your inspiration, your thoughts on the show. She breaks them all down. This is where we get some listener participation. After that, Saul Paul, another really cool musician. He's a musician with a message. He's a Grammy-nominated producer and artist. He's a 3-time TED Talk speaker, and he's out on this $1 Million Dreams tour. He's going to be a both musical and inspirational conversation. Then, of course, as we do every Friday, we wrap it up with your country and Western music news because, boys, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Especially as it pertains to trucking, especially as it pertains to OOIDA, especially it pertains to all things out on the road. Thank you guys for tuning in to Road Gang Radio, another successful in the books episode. Check.
You even got music when you said check. I like that.
Check.
That was my cue.
That's your
Trucking
cue.
with OOIDA is coming up with Scott and Ashley next. Guys, check it out. It's quality stuff, and it can be found also on podcast near you.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Practical experience of driving says flow of traffic is the safest. And my hope is that you all's voice, the Independent Truckers Association, that your all's voice is amplified in Congress, not those that are saying things that are opposite.
Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Just heard there from Representative Josh Burkeen of Oklahoma, a friend of the show. We're going to speak to him here in just a little bit about his speed limiter legislation that he's been promoting there in the U.S. House, essentially hoping to put the brakes on any plans in the future for FMCSA to impose a speed limiter mandate. We know that the issue is dead for now, but not dead forever.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to him about that. Looking forward to that conversation.
Yeah, then we'll have Kim Kelly, a survivor of a religious cult and trafficking when she was a child. She had some really great advice for truck drivers on what to look for and just kind of her hope for a solution to that very big problem.
Very big problem. Looking forward to that as well. Let's get into the news here first, though. We've got more news, actually, out of the U.S. Department of Transportation. On Tuesday, made a threat in the form of an announcement related to English language proficiency enforcement for truck drivers, a hot topic in recent months. This is something, obviously, that got started a few months ago with an earlier announcement, some action at CVSA as well. And then this month, really got stirred up again when a truck driver apparently in the country illegally was blamed for causing a crash in Florida that tragically killed 3 people. That driver, according to U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, does not speak English, which again comes back to the English language proficiency standards, which the USDOT bolstered back in May, with enforcement taking effect about a month later on June 25th. But Secretary Duffy here in that news conference on Tuesday alongside FMCSA Chief Counsel Jesse Elison said 3 states in particular are not complying with the requirements. Let's have a listen.
We are not going to tolerate states that don't comply with the rules that come from this department. And so we are going to, first of all, we've identified several states that have not been in compliance. That would be Washington, California, and New Mexico. Those are the three states that have not complied with this rule, which, by the way, this driver in Florida had received a CDL in Washington, California, and was pulled over in July for speeding, and no doubt couldn't speak the English language. And law enforcement in New Mexico did not take his rig out of service. So this one driver touched all 3 states. Based on our review, they are not complying with our rule. And so phase 1 for us, which I'm announcing today, is we are going to give these states 30 days to come into compliance with truck drivers speaking proficiently the English language, or we're going to look at federal funding that they receive under the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program. So I believe California is 20 million or 30 million? 30 million. Washington is 10 million, and New Mexico is 7 million. Correct. Jesse will confirm that in a second, but these are millions of dollars. By the way, this is phase 1. There are other actions that we can take to make sure states comply, and hopefully in the next 30 days, we won't have to withhold any money from them, but if they don't come into compliance, we will start with withholding this money, and then we will take additional steps to guarantee compliance. And this is not, just to be clear, this is not just about saying we have some obscure rule that we want them to comply with, that truck drivers speak English proficiently. This is about keeping people safe on the road.
So Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy there giving 30 days, no enforcement, no federal funding. That's the threat. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. Big announcement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The Trump administration is pausing all worker visas for commercial truck drivers. This, of course, is in the wake of that Florida crash that you had mentioned earlier. This announcement also comes after OOIDA asked Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy to suspend the state's authority to issue non-domiciled CDLs for interstate commerce. OOIDA is applauding Rubio's announcement and says it's committed to work with this administration and Congress to develop comprehensive licensing and training standards that will prevent unsafe drivers from getting behind the wheel.
Lots of action, lots of swift action there on those two fronts. More action here, actually, this time out of the Environmental Protection Agency, which has been busy of late, and in this case, pushing back against California's requirements for out-of-state heavy-duty vehicles. The EPA on Monday announced a proposal that disapproves of California's heavy-duty inspection and maintenance requirements in relation to out-of-state and out-of-country vehicles. The agency expressing concern that the requirements violate the U.S. Constitution's Commerce Clause, as well as Section 110 of the Clean Air Act. A comment period now underway through September 25th on this. You can get those comments in if you want to. Really just the latest chapter, though, in this book that is unfolding here. That is the Trump administration versus California's emission standards. So stay tuned.
Taking a look at diesel prices, they dropped a penny from last week. The Energy Information Administration reports this week's national average is $3.70 a gallon. The East Coast, New England, Lower Atlantic, Midwest, Gulf Coast, and Rocky Mountains all saw a slight dip, while Central Atlantic, West Coast, and California saw just a slight increase.
And real quick here, Ashley, if you needed a reminder, and I don't, but some people might, on the speed at which the passage of time is churning before our very eyes here, it's time to talk chain laws, believe it or not. Colorado's chain law going into effect on September 1st of this year, as it does every year. That's Monday.
Wow.
If you're not near a calendar, several roadways are affected. So make sure that you're chained up, or at least have them in the cab there with you, because the chain checks will be in effect sooner rather than later.
Time flies.
Time does fly. And speaking of time flying and sooner rather than later, we're going to take a very short commercial break here. But when we come back, Congressman Josh Burkeen of Oklahoma talking speed limiter legislation. We'd like to talk to him, too, about the English language proficiency issue as well. I'm sure that's on his radar. So stay tuned. That's coming up next right here on Trucking with OIDA. And we're back. Ashley, you know, we were talking a lot this past summer. Truckers really over the moon when the USDOT officially rescinded that proposal that would have required speed limiters on all commercial vehicles. Make no mistake, though, and we've talked about this quite a bit, the win doesn't mean that the greater battle is over here.
Unfortunately.
Our next guest knows that all too well. U.S. Representative Josh Burkeen of Oklahoma first introduced the DRIVE Act. I believe it was more than 2 years ago now, and he will correct me if I'm wrong on this, and he's still pushing for passage. And the congressman joins us on the line now. Congressman Burkeen, thanks so much for joining us.
You bet. Happy to be with you.
So you're, I think you're on recess right now, right? And you're back home. Is that right, in Oklahoma?
Well, I'm doing town halls. We're doing a series of 20 different live town halls across Oklahoma right now.
How are those going?
Good. We're talking about the changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine it's good to be back home as well.
Yes.
Get back home.
I'm not home right now.
You're still moving around, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the road talking to you right now. We're doing 5 a day, 4 straight days down home.
Wow. Still working hard there, and we appreciate your time, obviously, taking time to talk to us here. Let's get right into it, too. And we've talked to you before about this bill here, the Deregulating Restrictions on Interstate Vehicles and 18-Wheelers Act, which is much easier to say when referred to as the DRIVE Act. For those unfamiliar here, and we've talked about this before, but there may be some folks out there that don't know what this is. Can you explain what the bill is and maybe more importantly, why it's needed?
Yeah, well, thankfully, the Trump administration sees this for what it is, and it was a desire to add more regulation on top of those that are moving big trucks down, highways, trying to impede their ability to go travel at the regular flow of traffic. And I've got a Class A CDL, and one of the things I absolutely remember in my time sitting in a semi is that's the safest place you can be at, not the federal government coming in. In history, federal government's tried this. It's tried to set a different speed limit relative to what the flow of traffic was and override what the state individually set. And what happens is you're going to have people running into each other. You're going to have people with more accidents because of adding more confusion and the flow of traffic. Most people who first get their CDLs, man, they know about staying away, right?
Yeah.
They know about making sure how many feet they've got to stay back, and they're learning those air brakes. They're learning how to be able to get that vehicle shut down. And so flow of traffic, experienced truckers know, is so important. And yet if you have a change of speed limit rule for big trucks versus everybody else, it causes more problems.
Yeah, what you're talking about there is obviously a safety issue, and that's a huge one that associations like OIDA continue to make a point, right? That this is a safety issue if you're slowing down semis. We've talked before, and I know that the states' rights portion of this bill is very important to you as well. Can you talk a little more about that?
But look, yeah, absolutely. Fifth Amendment matters to me. But this has been tried before, right? Where the Congress tried to do something from the federal level relative to speed limits, and they found it was a mistake, and it reverted back. And yet this is what was under the Biden administration attempt to not learn from history. So I'm grateful to the Trump administration. They've corrected this. We'd love to put it in statute so another administration can't go back and try to reverse it. But, man, with your blessing, I would love to, and my hope is that the trucking community is going to help us figure out a solution to this guy who went across the median and 3 people were killed. Another place where Rubio and others in the Trump administration understand how dangerous it is when liberal states like Washington have allowed people that supposedly take a written exam, right? If you have a CDL, you took a written exam. How in the world did you pass when you can't even speak English and you can't read English when you, after the accident, were unable to prove that you could speak or read it? And what are we going to do to make sure that when someone is taking that written exam, that these liberal states are not creating the opportunity for lives to be in danger? What my understanding is under the Obama administration, there was a memo that went out from, the Obama administration, the memo went out saying, yeah, that written exam is there, English speaking is there, but just ignore it, don't enforce it. Now, whether it was that or the state of Washington who gave this guy his driver's license who didn't follow the law, we're not sure. But this is something we've got to figure out in a hurry relative to those that are coming to this country and are on the highways.
Yeah, and what you're talking about, I think, in a larger picture sense is we've got some regulations on the books or kind of maybe off the books a little bit, that were not being enforced or are not being enforced. And we've got others like your speed limiter bill in which they are kind of being forced upon people for an outcome we are not necessarily sure what that's going to be.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You talked about there, the need for your bill, and I kind of mentioned it at the top here, but the Trump administration pulling this proposal away, certainly a win, one that was celebrated by truckers again all over the country. But again, and you talked about it briefly, but I want you to talk about it a little bit more if you could. Your bill is still important and it's still pertinent because there is a possibility that whatever administration may come next, whatever that may look like, they have the ability right now as we speak to reintroduce that. Can you talk just a bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. The force of law would be in effect and would allow the ping-ponging of administrative changes from one president to the next. We've got an administration of President Trump that is getting it right. And you always run the risk of some administration getting it wrong. And so I'd love to have a whole number of co-authors among members of Congress to join. And the problem is you've got some, even in the trucking world that have got to understand that the flow of traffic, even though it might help your safety rating, in terms of your concerns of safety rating, the practical experience of driving says flow of traffic is the safest. And my hope is that you all's voice, the Independent Truckers Association, that your all's voice is amplified in Congress, not those that are saying things that are opposite.
Now, at last check, you had 22 co-sponsors to the bill and none since early June. What's your pitch when trying to get your colleagues in the House on board?
Well, it's I don't know how many people other than myself and Brian Babbitt have a Class C CDL.
Yeah.
Mike Collins, but Mike, has announced he's running for Senate. And so I don't, in terms of Mike being there, when we may have a chance to get this done. But it's just people have the experience ought to be listened to.
Yeah, what do those conversations look like when you're talking to somebody? And we talk about this all the time because there are some of these things. And again, I think speed limiter, the speed limiter situation or proposal is kind of a perfect example of this, where It sounds good and it looks good on paper to people who are not familiar with the trucking industry. But when you start explaining, these things that you explained earlier to folks who don't quite understand it, there is kind of a light bulb moment and they think, oh, yeah, I do hate getting behind semis. And if you speed limit trucks, I'm going to be behind a lot more of them. So the educating.
And what you're not
Yeah.
bringing up is the person that gets hung behind you on a long incline, right?
Yeah.
And then they're so frustrated because they feel like they're late for whatever event they're trying to get to. And then they take chances trying to get around you, right?
Yeah.
And so anybody that's gone down an incline to climb another incline, if you can stay at the flow of traffic, it gives you the ability when you hit that mid-mark going up that rise, especially if you're loaded down 25 ton, whatever, that you got the ability to not slow everybody down so much.
Yeah.
65 mile an hour speed limiting it is going to be a huge impact in your ability to travel with the flow of traffic and be able to not cause that type of disruption. And not only that, get rear-ended. Somebody come up behind you, think wide loads. Let's say you're properly marked, but you're carrying a wide load. And there are other things that would happen. People not paying attention, people, that are breaking the law and intended driving, but say they're on their cell phone, they run up on you, they're traveling with the flow of traffic. It's hard to get around a semi-trailer with a dozer on the back of it, right?
Yeah,
You're not paying attention and you run up on the end of it. There's a whole lot of steel there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, all the support, thus far is from the Republican side of the aisle. How have attempts to get Democrats on board gone? I assume you're making the pitch to them as well.
Ma'am, I have not had the opportunity to visit with a Democrat about this bill. I've been so focused on one big, beautiful bill. I'm on budget and homeland security. My focus really for the last 6 months has been doing nothing because I've been one of the, I would say 5 to 10 most active on the one big, beautiful bill because of my budget committee assignment. Staff and pitching this thing in terms of large conferences like the Republican Study Committee, that's where the majority of finding co-authors has come from. In terms of adding more co-authors, the time limitation and the activity level really for this first 6 months, first 100 days of the Trump administration, we're going to have more time to add more people. Mm-hmm. And I'd love to tell you I've asked Democrats specifically, but that wouldn't be true.
Yeah, you've been incredibly busy, I know, just over the past several months, and you kind of explained why there. I think for that reason, I think it's interesting, too, when you look at possibilities here because, kind of like the Schoolhouse Rock, what was the, how a bill becomes law kind of thing, There are a couple different ways and pathways, I think, for this particular bill and for any bill, really. But in terms of this one in particular, you're crafting the next highway bill right now, and those talks are ongoing, and I know there's a lot of back and forth on that. Is there any chance or any hope, I suppose, that this language, again, banning any administration from imposing a speed limiter mandate, is it a possibility that it gets tossed into that mix at some point here down the line?
Yeah, hey, we're open for those that are advocates of the bill can assist us, our team, of looking at different avenues to be able to attach it. Yeah, as you all follow Congress. That is oftentimes the singular approach of having a measure on its standalone. That happens, but the opportunity to attach it to something as a rider that increases the chances. So absolutely, we would love to have that opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, it also helps, too. You've got the companion bill in the Senate, right? Senator Steve Daines, we spoke to him, I think, a couple months ago about this particular issue as well. But that helps your chances, too, I think, when you've got more people on board, right?
Yes, absolutely. The 20-something co-authors, that lends credibility. People see it. There's other organizations that are supportive of this are going around. People pay attention. They know, they look down and they go, okay, hey, Brian Babbitt, he's got a Class A CDL. He's on this bill. Mike Collins, You see people like that are on a measure, and they've got experience in the world, and it increases your chance. You can't be an expert in all things. You have to look to people that have life experiences, and that would match what measures they're running, and it lends credibility when they see people have real life experience signed on something.
Yeah. When and you're obviously talking to truck drivers right now, and we're kind of giving this message to them, and we talk about this all the time because there is a sense, I think, among the general public, and truck drivers are no exception here, that, calling my member of Congress, isn't going to make a difference. Emailing them, sending a letter, whatever it may look like. But talk about that, because I think it does make a difference, right? When you hear directly from constituents.
Yeah, absolutely.
What does that conversation look like? Yeah.
Well, keep it top of mind for them, right? I mean, it's easy. I'm one of a number of members that run a number of bills, and the more conversations you have, the more it keeps it top of mind every week. Members of Congress's schedule are crazy. When they're in D.C., you're talking about something happening every minute, and so to have people come and visit with you about a measure, or to have people visit with other members to help you, aid you, go into their office saying, "Hey, I'd love for you to sign on to this measure." That normally earns as soon as that person leaves, especially if they're a constituent of yours, they'll look at their staff and say, "Hey, look into that bill," right?
Yeah.
So it absolutely is impactful. And then when they look into the bill and say, "Hey, looks like someone we can support," you just, as one constituent, going to see your member of Congress, got them to add their name, which limits the chance that thing gets advanced, and leadership picks it up and puts it on the floor.
Yeah. You talked about the English language proficiency issue, and that's certainly a hot button issue right now. Non-domiciled CDLs, it's all kind of, in a way, kind of lumped in together. The conversations that we are hearing now and we're seeing now, you're obviously listening to them as well, and them pointing out some of the inconsistencies or some of the flaws that are in the system right now. When you look at the entire conversation, are you encouraged by what you're hearing? Because it is bringing to light some issues that have been a problem for quite a while now.
I was looking at a Bruckner's truck sign as we're driving down the highway here, which is where I used to get one of my semis worked on because they dealt with Mac. And I missed the context of your call. Could you repeat that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey,
I was shocked. I was seeing Bruckner's out in northeast Oklahoma. They're in Oklahoma City.
You took a trip down memory lane. No problem.
Took a trip down. I literally, I'm embarrassed. All right, what was your question, man?
I love it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was just asking you, you brought up the English language proficiency issue earlier.
Yes.
Non-domiciled CDLs, we're hearing a lot of conversation about that. We're hearing a lot of conversations, frankly, about things that have been issues for quite a number of years now. And again, that we're seeing and hearing those conversations, I think, is a step in the right direction because it means that we're working towards solutions on some of these things.
Yeah.
Basically, my question was, are you encouraged by what you've seen in recent months? Again, in the context of trucking, that we are kind of moving in the right direction and working to solve some of these problems that are out there.
Well, I hope so. It's sad that 2 people's lives were lost in Florida when that guy chose to, drive across the median and they ended up running under him. And, it's tragic. The fact that the guy couldn't pass any literacy, wasn't able to speak or write English. I mean, as law enforcement officers trying to figure out how in the world did this guy get a Class A CDL. Then you find out he went to Washington to get it and was transferred the driver's license to California, something relative to New Mexico. You got to wonder, what was it initially that allowed him to get admittance in Washington? What did they do? And again, we don't know. Was it Obama administration time period of 2016 where they relaxed the rules on English proficiency, said, don't enforce it? Is Obama, his administration, liable in terms of the foolishness of that? Is it the fact that the state of Washington is not adhering to, they're doing something that would prevent somebody having to pass that metric? At the end of the day, whether it's for safety or damage, right? You better know when you're coming under a bridge what that number says, because if you towing an excavator, it's got a boom reach that couldn't be folded down low enough, and you're going to run in and hang up on a bridge. That's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal to the taxpayer. If you're coming out of a gravel yard and you're several ton over, we know that it's long term for a state interest of being able to make sure that as we're driving semis down the road, that we're not having to get in certain lanes because that highway stretches so well on the interstate. You have to scoot over. It's so miserable, right? That's why we have certain weight limit rules, is to protect the surface of highways. So there's so many different factors: safety, the ability to maintain our infrastructure. You got to have people that abide by the law, and they got to be able to read the signs.
Yeah,
don't know what they're doing in your country. Yeah. So this has to be a focus for a multitude. I told my staff a few weeks ago, because of because of my background, I said, let's find out. Let's find out. But let's get a hold of state transportation departments. Let's get a hold of the trucking associations, and let's find out what solution could be here.
Yeah, got to ask those questions. Yeah. They're important for sure.
That includes y'all. where y'all get to educate us, right? Because this is a specialty you all have to educate members of Congress.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true. We only have a couple minutes left, so I'm just curious, any final thoughts for our listeners?
Don't discount your voice. For those of you that have a blue parrot as you drive down the road, that you paid for that device so that you can almost have an office-like setting in the semi, and you put that thing on, you pick up the phone and call your member of Congress office. You got a long drive? Do it. Let your voice be heard. And you call in, and the staffers are here. Hey, I'm sitting in a semi truck. I'm not breaking any law. I've got my blue parrot device on, and I'm calling to let my member of Congress, have some information for somebody that's practical, who lives in this world. Maybe you can get them to add their name to a measure or to see something in a different way.
Absolutely. And fightingfortruckers.com is a great place to do just that, because you can get all the information right there at your fingertips. Congressmember Keene, you're a friend of the show. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us here. We're glad you took us on a trip down memory lane there as well while we had you on the phone.
That
we'll
was
talk to you
not
again
a
soon.
plug for that. I wasn't trying to plug a business. I spent too much time there trying to get a particular truck. No fault of them, but to the truck. We all have those trucks. You're like, you might be a limit. Maybe I need to get rid of this.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate it. Appreciate your time. And we'll hopefully talk to you again soon. And take care out there and have fun at those town halls.
Thanks, man. Blessings. Bye-bye.
Take care. And again, that was Congressman Josh Burkeen of Oklahoma. Has really been good on this issue for a number of years now. And I think it's really important what he said there. Got to reach out. I know we always get up on our soapbox and talk about
we say it all the time. But to hear
for
from
a
him
reason.
is great.
Yeah, you got to reach out to your lawmakers. You got to educate them on these things.
It can make a difference.
And the speed limiter issue, even though it is gone again for now, it is not dead. And his bill would ensure that this thing doesn't pop up again like a zombie in a zombie movie. So fightingfortruckers.com is the place to get information on your lawmaker. Trucking with OID continues right after this.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
So, Scott, I was scrolling TikTok the other night. I came across a woman who was talking about being a survivor of a cult and trafficking. And I kind of immediately got to thinking that, on our show, we've talked to Truckers Against Trafficking, or TAT, many times. It's a great organization. But I've personally never, had the opportunity to talk to anybody who has been a survivor of trafficking. So I tracked this gal down, Kim Kelly. She joins us now on the line to talk about her incredible story of survival. Kim, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you featuring this message. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had.
Yes, for sure. Can you give me a little bit of some of your backstory?
Yep, it's a long one. We'll try to summarize a whole lot here. So I was born and raised in an international religious cult. For anyone who studies cults, which I'm not asking you to, there's definitely the list of maybe top 10 most notoriously abusive, meaning harmful, biggest, and most influential cults in modern history. So this originated in the United States in the late 60s. What I'm getting to here is it's one thing for an adult to choose to do something kooky with their life, like join a cult. That's, we live in a free country. That being said, society does not understand the difference between the children born into and raised in these controlled environments that do not consent, that do not have outside access or advocacy, and that are often in plain sight of the public. But a lot of these things are overlooked, whether it's due to religious freedom or the things that are right in front of us that we're not aware enough to see. So I'm summarizing a lot here. Again, it was an international cult. My parents are from Texas. We were mostly American children. This cult was in almost every single country around the world. Now, I was born in 1989. So by the time I was born, there had been quite a lot of children born into this cult. We were around 25,000 children. Born and raised, trafficking was one of the many forms of abuse, but we were mostly American children being trafficked all over the world. So I was born in Brazil. We lived in Brazil for about 8 years. Then I lived in Mexico for a long time. I did live in Houston, Texas. I was in Harris County for about 4 years of my childhood, from the age of 10 to 14 years old. So there's a lot to unpack in this story. The short version is I escaped when I was 20 years old. That's an upbringing I would not wish on any child. That being said, there's a lot of, I don't focus on the scandalous details. I do focus on the message and what people need to know today. It's not about this cult, although I'll share some personal stories and experiences that relate to helping people understand how we can help to not only be aware of these things, because awareness is just acknowledging the problem, but then what can we actually do about it to be effective? And that's why I believe in, among other things, and all the actions I'm taking and training law enforcement and working with experts to solve these problems in the digital realm, as well as within legislation and boots on the ground, which I'll talk about more. There's so much all of us can do to be part of the solution. And truckers are the eyes and ears of America. They're out there on highways and places where they're likely to encounter some of these situations. So again, I love y'all for hosting this conversation, and I'm excited to dig in.
What do you see as being the solution to this massive problem?
There's not one solution. However, when it comes to, let me put it like this problem would not be thriving in our country without the protection and support and funding that it's enjoying. If people were more aware, I believe that awareness reduces the predator's ability to operate. Mm-hmm. The more people that are walking around knowing what to look for, and step 2, being willing to take action, absolutely, that would reduce the predator's ability to operate. It makes it harder for bad guys to get away with doing bad things to children. And that's why I speak out.
You had mentioned, one of the issues is people don't know the signs, and then they don't act on those signs. But what are the signs that people should look out for, especially truck drivers?
Yeah, for sure.
So I have a lot to say there. Now, again, I don't mean to be, talk in circles, but in every single case, there's not one way a child looks. There's not one way it happens. I wish there was like a 1, 2, 3 ABC easy button. You know what I mean? That's not what your question was. But I want people to understand there's not some big, obvious sign. It's not going to be as obvious as you and I would like it to be. I'm going to unpack a few things first, and then we'll zero in on what to look for. First thing to understand, Familial trafficking is the number one most reported form of child trafficking today in America. Familial trafficking. Families trafficking their own children. Number one, I need people to understand that, because generally the overwhelming majority is not a man in a white van jumping out with a mask and a weapon. It's someone the kid knows and is supposed to be able to trust. I'm going to paint this picture broadly, but then I'll zoom in later, but just realize I was born and raised in this environment. Myself, my siblings, everyone I grew up with, etc. I was born and raised in this environment. My parents created me for this environment. They thought this was God's highest will. This was an international religious cult. It was a Jesus cult. That being said, that's not going to look as obvious in public as people might think, but let's draw out some comparisons. All right, so I'm not going to talk about being overseas because that's a whole different, body of water. Anyway, being a foreigner in a foreign country, that's a whole different level of what to look for, right? Yeah. Well, let's take 10 to 14-year-old me in Houston, Texas. Every single week, every single weekend, I was working on the streets, in restaurants, in shopping centers, in grocery stores, in malls and people's houses and famous landmarks in Houston, Texas. 10 to 14 years old. I'm obviously not 18. I'm clearly a child, okay? Often I was by myself. Often I was with other kids. It occurred to me recently that not once did one adult or law enforcement officer ask me if I was okay. During the 4 years that I was out in the open in public in America, not one time did one concerned citizen have the awareness to ask a child, are you okay? What are you doing here? Why are you by yourself? Have you eaten today? Where do you live? Why are no adults here with you? Why are you here by yourself? Where are your parents? Why aren't you in school?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not asking people to ask perfect questions, and I'm not expecting people to understand what's happening here, meaning you see a scene. This is what it's generally going to look like. You're going to see a child in a situation where something doesn't look right. It is not going to be as obvious. It's not going to be a malnourished, dirty child on the side of the road with a sign saying, help me. It's going to be a situation where something seems off. And I want you to listen to that gut instinct. And I want you to play dumb and ask questions.
Yeah.
I'm oversimplifying this information with the understanding there's not a one-size-fits-all script I can give you. You're going to have to use your best judgment and apply this to every situation. But this general information is somewhat of a playbook to help people understand how to help. And more importantly, I'm asking people not to do nothing. Yeah. I interacted with tens of thousands of people throughout those 4 years. There were Christians debating me about the denomination. There were people asking me all kinds of questions. Not one person asked if I was okay.
And that makes perfect sense. And I guess the next question is, if you sense something, and you're kind of talking about the signs here, if you sense something is off, a lot of people, and again, I'm playing devil's advocate here a little bit, but a lot of people would say, I don't want to get involved. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong. And then the horror of having that idea of, I've just called the police on somebody who you know what I mean? I think there's a situation, as someone who doesn't want to, mess up someone's life or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Their day, I guess, is a better way to put it. You need to listen to those instincts. Is that right?
Yeah, so let me relate it to you that way, because all these are great questions, and I'm really glad we're unpacking this, right? I'm here to smash every excuse, and I'm not saying anything you said was an excuse. What I'm saying is, let's unpack the worst-case scenario. If we're going about it this route, you're looking at a situation, something seems off, and I'm trusting that you are using your best judgment and something really seems off, right? So let's say you gain a lot of information, but then these people take off. But now you have the descriptors of the adult and the child. You have the make and model of their car. You have their license plate. And let's say you call the police and make a report. Now, ideally, you're not just calling and like, hey, there's a kid with an adult and something's off by, right? Like, that's probably not something I would report if I really don't, like, the point of collecting data is to get more information that, like, you're not going to be 100% sure, but I think any, I think any good person is going to be like, nah, there's something off. If you're really, you know what I mean, if you've really looked into this and there's something there.
Yeah.
All right, so when we're making the report, we're giving them helpful information, where you are, your location, the, make, model, the car, the license plate, like as much information as you can. But let's unpack this, right? Let's say, it's not really worst case scenario, but like, let's say your fears are true and you're wrong. Nothing's wrong with the situation, or at least the police can't find anything wrong with the situation. What's the worst that can happen? You feel embarrassed. You wasted some time. But let's flip this script, right? Let's go in the other direction. So let's say that while I was out there on the streets in Houston, Texas, let's say someone would have come by and be like, are you okay? And I answer some questions and they're like, that's not normal.
Yeah.
And they called the cops. And a cop comes up, and let's say they picked me up off the streets. All right, here's what's complicated. They would have returned me home to my parents, who were the ones trafficking me. So it's not like I would have been rescued. But you know what would have happened? In other words, the cops probably would have reported back to the stranger, oh, no, it's fine. Her parents, granted, this was like a while ago. That being said, what would have happened, I could have spent less time on the streets. It would have reduced the predator's ability to operate. But more importantly, I think tens of thousands of children would have spent less time on the streets. Maybe we could have had a childhood. Maybe we could have gone to school. Maybe we could have gotten medical attention. Maybe we could have had a different life, at least a different childhood.
Yeah.
If someone had had the awareness to ask questions, that would have reduced the predator's ability to operate. No one did, and I'm not blaming anyone, but I'm saying those predators were able to continue operating unhinged.
Yeah.
I'm talking 170-degree weather in Houston, Texas, in the middle of summer. We're standing on busy intersections. It's crazy because I drive through Houston sometimes today, and I'm like, oh my, it's wild driving up at some of these places, and I'm like, I can't imagine a 12-year-old girl standing on that corner and me just driving by like, oh, yeah, totally normal.
Yeah.
Keep on going, right?
Yeah.
Like, all right, so what I'm saying is it's not always going to be this heroic rescue story, but I promise you,
could help.
Awareness reduces the predator's ability to operate in ways that might be intangible, but it matters. Now, I'm going to tell another story along these lines because this really puts a bow on it in terms of the impact that isn't always measured. All right, so look, there's a perfect world, right, where in ideal situations, we'd have these wonderful outcomes in every case. That's not the real world. I'm going to tell you a story about there are 2 reasons why I did not suffer worse abuse as a child in this cult. Now, I was born in 89. I have older siblings. The older siblings suffered the most unimaginable, terrible things. I was lucky enough to be born last. And around the time I was born, there was a series of international raids because enough people had escaped the cult and notified either relatives or local authorities. There were coordinated raids in several different countries around the world where local authorities stormed these cult compounds. They arrested the adults, and they took the children into third world country institutions. Most of these were third world countries. Now, let's quick pause right there, right? This happened, I believe, it was like 92, 93. All these different countries. The closest raid to me was in Argentina. We were in Brazil at the time. Completely different country, same continent. We had multiple compounds in multiple cities around Brazil, definitely like hundreds within the country of Brazil. It didn't even happen in the same country. I'm going to speed up the story about these raids because that's a whole other thing. But look, you would think our stories ended there because the headlines came out saying children rescued and adults arrested and yay. All right. Speeding it up, there was an international court case about 2 short years later out of the UK where the judge decided that although there was harm found, never mind, it's fine, everyone can go home. The group was acquitted.
Wow.
There are court documents, like you can look this up. None of the adults were convicted. The children were returned. Now, again, quick pause, and there's a lot of lessons from this story. The headline said the children were rescued, but in those third world institutions, a lot of children suffered worse abuse. Some babies did not make it. Then those children were returned to the same abusive environment. So, unpack the corruption and the colossal failure of the government on every level here, but let's get back to the story. All right. What it did do it did reduce the predator's ability to operate. So after those couple of years, this cult was forced to pretend to be less abusive. This cult was forced to create minimum age abuse limits and things like that, like a charter book where there was less of the bad things for people, for kids my age on down. We experienced less of those bad things. I'm using real soft words here because I'm focusing on the message.
Yeah.
I want people to understand, as intangible as some of this impact is, I'm not talking about thoughts and prayers. I'm talking about action, right? As intangible as you asking if this child is okay and checking on this child and maybe even checking that adult and being like, hey, you know what I mean? Depending on the situation. If nothing else, if zero action is ever taken, if that adult does not care, I'm letting you know that that child notices that somebody cares, and even that matters. I'm telling you that I had no idea people cared. Fast forward, I was 30 years old, and I'm, raising money for this nonprofit with the missing and murdered Indigenous women, and then I'm understanding more about child trafficking in America as a whole, and then I'm looking for which nonprofit, which politician's helping, like who's doing what about this. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm a marketing professional. I live and die by data. Like, it's horrendous when you look into it. Please have at it. It is horrendous. That's, Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm looking into this, and I'm like, whoa. Okay, so first of all, that's what this was. We were trafficked. It's the sale and exploitation of children. Somebody's profiting from this child exploitation, right? So again, we talked about the spectrum of there's child abuse. Separately, there's child trafficking. 100% of trafficking is abuse. Not all abuse is trafficking.
Right.
So all that to say, lots going on here that the child doesn't understand and may not understand for years. Lots going on that the public doesn't understand. I'm asking people to play dumb and ask questions because awareness reduces the predator's ability to operate.
It's great advice, Kim.
Very good advice.
Unfortunately, we're running out of time here, but just wanted to thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing this advice because it's something that people need to hear.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think your point as to,
It's not
one
talked about
simple
enough.
question and making sure you take action can really change a person's life for the better. So again, thank you so much, Kim. We really do appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you guys again for hosting this message, and thank you for everyone who's willing to do their part.
Absolutely.
Awesome. That was
Kim,
great.
that
Thank
was
you so
excellent.
much. I appreciate you taking the time.
Yes.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. How's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And we're back on Trucking with OOIDA. Scott, saw a story recently, Wheel of Fortune.
Big fan.
Are you?
I'd love to be on Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, see,
I think
don't
I'm pretty
think I would
good.
do well.
I think I'm pretty good.
Oh, well, would you have gotten this one? I'm curious. They recently had a contestant. She missed a $68,000 win after not being able to guess the phrase, faxing it over now.
Faxing it over now.
I mean, I will admit, that's a bit of a dated statement.
And didn't she mention something about the fact that she didn't even know what faxing was or something?
This is a good example of you need to actually watch the video and hear how she said that. She was
Don't
like,
just read the headlines.
Don't just read the headlines.
Good. Give me a lesson. I like it. So what?
She was like, I don't even know what faxing is. Like, it's so old. Like that. And that's what I got from her. For her comment.
Oh, like she was like joking.
She was joking.
Kind of like she knows what a fax machine is.
I mean,
because she
judging
was
by what she
was not. Yeah, she wasn't like
she
super
wasn't
young.
No, she wasn't old, but she was.
She was in the age bracket that would know what
yeah.
a fax machine was.
And I say that's a dated statement. However, what did I message you a couple days Go and
Oh,
ask.
do we have a fax machine in the building? And I had to think about it too. But yes, we do. We do have a fax machine in the building.
And I actually don't need it. It turns out I was filling out the wrong form. But
When I worked, and this is just not that long ago, several years ago, when I worked at a news station, there were announcements that would come in on the fax machine.
yeah, I'd get press releases.
Press
on the
releases
fax
would come in
machines.
on the fax machine
Machines.
from different organizations.
Police.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we had email. I assume that they have computers and email
Yeah.
too, but maybe not. Some of the,
Yeah.
I understand when it's like a church or something, it may be an older, infrastructure or whatever. Maybe
Yeah.
they don't have a computer that's hooked up to the internet. I'm not quite sure.
Nowadays,
but yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, yeah, back in like 2009, 2010,
Yeah.
faxing.
Yeah.
It was.
Faxing it over now. Yeah, that's something
I
that
mean, I probably wouldn't have got it, but
would
that's
have
not
been.
because-
Yeah, and also too, what were the letters that she
Yeah,
had?
no, I wouldn't be good at that.
Yeah,
So there
faxing
was
it
like
over now.
some comments on the video of people like sympathizing with her. They were saying like, there's no way. What an old thing. This is ridiculous. No one would have guessed that. One said it was cruel.
It was cruel. Well, also too, like, how long has Wheel of Fortune's been on the air for? Like
Oh my
1,000
gosh.
years. So they've had to go through, all
Yeah,
of
they're probably
these
running out of like statements
of
or
words.
like
Well, they've
phrases.
they've added new categories and different ways to
Yeah, I
like
don't watch
present
it
the
then.
puzzles and everything. So they're evolving.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if I would have got that. The X would have been tough because I don't think they had the X.
Yeah, no,
She had
I
the
would've.
X, right? Yeah, faxing. I haven't sent a fax in. I don't even know if I've
Yeah.
ever. No, that's not true. I have sent a fax, but it's been a very long time.
Yeah, well, I was going to do it this week, but turns out it's a different form.
You just gave up. You gave up. So yeah, that Wheel of Fortune evolving. As you know, Ashley, language also evolving.
Yes.
Which is why dictionaries are always being updated. The latest example, Cambridge Dictionary, saw this news article come out recently. Cambridge Dictionary adding 6,000 new words.
Oh my goodness.
In recent years.
Okay.
That's not just this year.
I was like,
but
holy crap.
They're always kind of
That's a
putting
lot.
out the new words that are out there. I'm going to give you a pop quiz. You gave
Okay.
me a pop quiz a few
Yes.
weeks ago,
Yeah.
so here's
No,
my
please.
payback here. So I'm going to give you a word that was
Okay.
recently added to the dictionary.
know what it means.
See if you know what it means.
Okay.
And this first one, I have to admit, even though I have the definition in front of me, I still don't know what it means. This is one that the kids say, skibbity. Have you seen like this
Oh.
viral? It's
Yes,
based on a
I've heard
viral
skibbity.
animation video on YouTube, I think.
No,
No,
I mean,
skibbity.
I've heard it, but I don't know.
So you could have basically said anything and it would have been right. Apparently, this is a
Oh.
gibberish, a
And
gibberish
that's going
term.
in the dictionary?
Yeah, but
Come
it's
on, guys.
again, it's gained traction online due to that viral animated series, I guess, on YouTube. It's defined essentially as a word that can have different meanings, such as cool or bad, and can be used with no real meaning as a joke. So an example is, "What the skibbity are you doing?" So essentially,
I'm
I
gonna
guess
start saying that to you.
I guess, please do. That'll go over really well. So apparently, you could just insert the word and
Oh.
it means anything, which to me means
Nothing?
nothing. Yeah, exactly. So
Sheesh.
yeah, I've heard
Skibbity.
my kids say it, but not like they don't say it a
Yeah.
lot. But
Well, that's good.
yeah, I guess I don't know. Skibbity doo. I don't know. Here's another one. Delulu.
My goodness.
Delulu. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
So this is it makes sense when you hear the definition. It's based on a play on the word delusional, meaning believing things that are not real or true.
She's
Usually
Delulu?
because you choose to. She's Delulu.
Okay.
Which again, to me, as an older person,
Just
I
say
guess now,
delusional.
just say delusional. It's an extra syllable, maybe.
Yeah.
Delulu, delusion. Yeah, it's an extra
Yeah.
syllable. Yeah.
Come on,
Why do we have to
guys.
shorten everything? So just a
Exactly.
couple examples of language kind of
interesting.
evolving there. Yeah. What else you got?
Well, tractor trailer fire, which I mean sounds like we're kind of bringing down the vibe here. However,
nobody was hurt,
I
right?
don't. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
No, everything was good. It was
Yep.
in Missouri. 40,000 pounds of ribeye steaks on board.
Mhm.
Happened on Route 174, and obviously a total loss. You and I discussed this story, and it, of course, at first I was like, I wonder what that smelled like, and then we got discussing on how we would take our steaks.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you take your steak, Scott?
I take it like normal people do, medium rare. Most people, medium rare, medium, I think.
No.
No,
No.
you are not.
I want it well done, and when you think it's well done, leave it on for a few more minutes.
You want it
I want
black.
beef jerky, and then I want A1 sauce.
Okay, yes, we've talked about this a little bit before. Have you tried?
Oh,
Have you-
no.
So you've never tried it?
If there is any sort of pink I would put it in the microwave.
You're
I've put it in
ruining
the
the
microwave.
steak, though.
Oh,
So this tells me you don't like the taste of steak, which is
no,
fine.
I love the taste of steak. It just needs to be cooked.
You like steak powder. Doesn't that come out as like powder?
No, it's chewy.
Or leather?
If my jaw is not sore by the end
Chewy?
of the steak, it's not good. No, and I don't want any fat. Why would I buy fat? I want to lose fat. I don't want to be eating it.
That's not the way it works.
Well,
it
is in my mind.
It tastes good. Okay, so extra well done, and you drench
Extra
it in
well done.
in steak sauce.
I dip it in steak sauce, and that one of my favorite meals.
Okay, so your husband
Mm-hmm.
and kids,
Yep.
when they eat steak, is it the same thing?
Oh no, Matt would take it like you
Your
take
husband
it.
would
Yeah.
take it
Oh,
medium,
yeah, for sure.
rare.
Yeah.
He's from Iowa,
Yeah.
so he knows what's up.
Medium. I feel like he does like a medium well.
Medium well, just a
Although
little
there's
bit
been
of pink.
times I'm like, that thing looks like it's moving. So
Oh, Ashley. Hey, you know what? Whatever floats your boat, and I'm glad you enjoy it. I guess you would have enjoyed the steaks that fell out. I mean, they were probably
they were
burnt
probably
up, burnt up, and I don't know.
I bet those were well done.
Probably.
But they were ribeyes. I want like a cheap steak. I don't want any
You-
fat.
you
So.
you want like the bargain. You wouldn't go to
Yeah.
the bargain aisle and
Yeah.
get your steak there. All right. Well, hey, no judgment.
I don't think
I mean,
I'm
I guess a
alone.
little bit of judgment, but that's okay.
I'm
You know,
not
that's,
alone.
That's
I
what it's
know
all
I'm not
about. I know you're not alone. For sure, you're not alone. But anyway, let us know how you like your steaks, I guess.
Please do.
Please let us know what side.
1-800-324-6856.
Let us know what side of the debate you fall on. That is our show for today. We are back tomorrow with another. Thanks for listening, and thanks for all you do out there. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.